I didn't talk about this, but oh god, Hello everyone, good morning. It is time for the first Osu World Cup stream of this year's edition. It's going to be a good time. Today we're going to go over the qualifier map pool showcase, and we've got some funny people on here as well. So if you're not familiar with some of the people that are on board, I'm Azer. I organize part of the World Cup, and I'm the head pooler this year. Today I'm joined by a returning voice. It's been a while since we've heard it on the stream, but we've got Dada here with us.
Hi, I'm Dada. I map pooled for a couple of tournaments, especially like notably OWC 2018, and it's been a while.
And on top of that, we've also got a brand new voice to the stream in Sayo. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm Sayo. I play a lot of maps and get on a bunch of leaderboards, and I'm new to the map pooling staff this year.
Yeah, and speaking of that, actually, so there's actually kind of a big change in map pooling staff this year. We only kept, I believe, 3 of the 11 people that were pooling last year, including testers and stuff like that. That being Mordred, Nissan, and myself. And so there's a lot of change that happened in just the people that are involved. At least till this time, we have significantly more people involved. So far, I think, including testers, we have 23 people on the pooling. So hope we can provide some good stuff for you guys. Before we get to the actual map pool showcase, there's a couple of changes that I think are pretty important to talk about, just in terms of how the pool is going to change this year. It's not going to last too long. I just intend on spending around 5 minutes on this. Not all of it is going to concern qualifiers, but one thing will. One change that we're doing for qualifiers this year is that we are adding a 3rd DT map. So now we have a little bit more of the speed representation. We felt that, you know, considering the DT pool is a little bit bigger than the other pools, and it's a pretty common skill set among teams, we felt it was right to add some other type of speed in the pool, so we opted to add a DT3. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, before the DTs used to be like very condensed in qualifiers, where like both maps would try to do a lot at the same time, and that didn't always used to turn out well. So I think adding one more DT, especially given the fact that there's no mod 5 in qualifiers, so you can have a little bit more speed without like forcing it onto another map, that would be fine.
Alright, and then I think that can kind of lead into, I've briefly talked about this before on my own channels, but one of the main goals that we have with pooling this year, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of players, not just players actually, but viewers alike, a lot of people involved in mapping staff are kind of tired of the tournament mapping meta. A lot of maps feel very samey, they feel very soulless, they feel very, created for a purpose, created for this slot or this tournament or whatever. And honestly, our biggest goal this year is just trying to eliminate that feeling. We really just want maps to be fun. We want every single map in the pool to just be something that you'll enjoy playing in and out of the tournament, right? So I think, Sayo, you had a nice way of putting that before. Like you had a way of wording it that was just, we wanted to make maps like real maps.
Yeah, so I'm actually completely forgetting what you brought up, what I said about it. Anyways, I think players, they want to play OSU before they want to play tournaments, and people want to play fun when they play video games, and we're kind of trying to target that here with some of our maps.
Yeah, just to do a brief addendum here. A lot of the custom maps before would feel like they are specifically created to fit a skill set rather than to be a map standing on its own. So just having a little bit more of a realistic expectation with some of the customs and just in pooling in general, we can actually have a lot of fun and make fun maps while not doing customs that are just very clearly tourney core kind of stuff, where it's not really fun to play otherwise in contexts that aren't in a tourney.
Yeah, and that isn't to say that every map is going to be super special or anything, so...
Yeah, I think the end result of that is we're kind of just removing the skill set isolation that a lot of maps have. So, you might find some other skill sets in maps that usually previously we would try to restrict what skill sets were there a little bit, right? So like a Nomad 1, for example, which is known to just be like a pure mechanics aim test or whatever, we would just try to remove any sort of finger control or rhythm complexity or anything like that. That's just no longer a thing. You know, if the map appropriately has that and the mapper wants to put them in, why not? You know, we'll try to balance it out elsewhere. So that's our main goal with the pool this year. This kind of compromises balance a little bit, but I think in the end it's going to be a lot more fun to play. Two more changes that are not concerning qualifiers, but I thought they're pretty funny to mention now. So this is only changes that is going to start. One of them is going to start in round 32. One of them is going to start in quarterfinals when the pools expand. So one specific map pool like slot that tends to be pretty problematic is Nomad 5, which if you're not familiar with it is just usually the speed pick, the Nomad speed pick. We had a pretty different way of approaching that. Instead of just leaving it as it is, and you know, last year was kind of hard to watch. It was just like 8-way FCs for the first 3 rounds. It was really easy. It was very hard to make maps, and mappers didn't really want to make maps like that. We are taking Nomad 5 and slapping free mods on it. So what that means is there's one less Nomad map in the pools and one more free mod map in the pool. The map itself is not going to change that much, but now you're going to have to find someone to play Hidden on it. You're going to have to find someone to play Hard Rock on it. And on top of that, because we're removing skill set isolations, you're also going to find a lot more aim and stuff like that. You know, you can have slider aim on there, you can have deck on there. You're gonna find a lot more interesting things in that pick. Now it's in free mods. Last thing, Nomad 6, which I guess is now Nomad 5. So you're gonna have to get used to calling Nomad 5 a gimmick map, because that's what it is now. So Nomad 6, which is now Nomad 5, is just gonna be purely restricted to a gimmick / experimentation kind of thing. You know, any weird ideas that we want to do, like CS7 or something, just any weird flow that doesn't really fit anywhere else. That's like our goofy slot. We'll call it that. So you'll find a lot of weird maps in there. What that means for...
Okay, let me just quick... It's not as silly as some other tournaments that would try to do something like this, but like, we are no longer just making a Nomad 6, now Nomad 5, into like the permanent rhythm slot, like nothing else can be in here. Like, gimmicks will be very different, and they will feel very different between stages. So, expect that.
And then just to finish that point off, the rhythm part of that is not gone. We have also similarly moved the rhythm part of the usual Nomad 6 into a free mod slot as well, similarly to the speed pick. So that's going to slot in at free mod 4. It's not going to start until quarterfinals. And so what that means is you'll also have to find a hidden player for, you know, like your rhythm maps, and a Hard Rock player for your rhythm maps, which is actually, from my experience playing in teams and stuff like that and talking to other players, it's actually not that hard to do, because a lot of players want to play with those things anyway. At least myself personally, I would prefer playing them with hidden. So, you know, if you're a player like that, now you can. And I also know a lot of players who would prefer a Hard Rock approach to make the approach rate high. You know, it's easier to read for some people. So I don't think it's going to be that different. It's just that you're going to have a lot more options on what you can play in those picks.
One thing also that is a direct consequence of that is that the rhythm picks are not going to be stupidly hard anymore. Like, they will be balanced around the free mod balancing, like difficulty balancing, which is like a slight step below the actual pool because of the way you need to mod. So the rhythm picks are not going to be like stupidly hard that only like 2 or 3 people can play, hopefully. So this will be good, I think.
All right, I think we're done rambling. All that being said, I think we're ready to get started with the pool. So let's start seeing the 11 maps. Let's go with the first one. It's going to be a comfy pick, but a little bit unusual. It's going to be a Dis Ixalos by Calicube.
Yeah. You might find it weird that Calicube is mapping the Nomad 1, like the traditionally comfortable slot, but this is also like a direct consequence of just trying to make the maps feel a little bit less like completely tourney core, like mapped specifically for the skill set, and just that. Like, the map isn't necessarily super uncomfortable, but just the mapper choice itself, like Calicube is not 100% like comfortable aim no mod one like mapper. They're more of an all-around mapper that has like experience in multiple styles, and it does show in a lot of this map.
With that being said, though, I do think this map is pretty comfortable to play despite all the strange angles that Calicube might choose to map. Not only that, the map is also a lot of fun, so hopefully we'll be having a lot more fun playing the Mod 1s this year.
It's something that I now think about. I've been casting these map pool showcases for a while now, and I'm always very against anime no mod 1s. I think that may be reflected in the pool. I just thought about that. Yeah, my bad.
There's a couple. And this is like, you know, it's J-Rock. It's not fully not anime. Like, I would consider this anime adjacent.
That's fine. That's fine. We've just had so many years of anime no mod 1, man. I can't be the only one tired of it.
No, I think people are a little bit tired of it. I think we could probably pull the same kind of conclusion from DT1 as well. A little bit less anime for DT1s.
Yeah, they're still there, but yeah, we have the goal of replacing the Mod 1 with swag, and we have officially tried to do that.
Oh yeah, the diff name is the cube, but there are two cubes in the background. What's going on here?
It's kind of a flop, honestly. I'm not sure what's wrong with this.
Yeah, I think it should be the cubes. I don't know, I think this is a mistake on Cali's part.
Actually, I have one more thing to mention that I forgot to talk about. This isn't new. We did the same thing last year as well, but every single map in qualifiers will be custom and FA. We're slowly but surely taking steps into trying to make OWC full FA. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. I would say, so far as it stands in the entire pool, there's about a 50% FA presence or so. So that's pretty good. That's definitely a lot higher than previous years.
Yeah, it's not yet possible, I think, to do a FA only pool. If it is, it's like very, very hard to balance. It would feel a little bit sour to play. But yeah, just it like last year it wasn't full FA on qualifiers. This time it is. But like yeah, we're prioritizing a couple of featured artists just because, you know, they're there, they're cool. They're cool with them. They're cool with us using their music, and that's really important. I think moving forward, just legitimizing Osu as a not only like a fun game that's not like in potential like gray areas, but also just legitimizing Osu as a cool sport to watch and play. I think that's an important step. The cube.
Oh, that's the cube. Okay, I see.
I'm not sure if the hit sounds were loud enough on stream, but
there's a funny hit sound there also.
All right, our streamer died, so I will act as a streamer now. And Dada, you can talk about this next pick because you're quite involved with it.
Oh yeah, this was a funny pick. Comparing this to last year, I remember in qualifiers last year we had a very funny Nomachu in qualifiers, and that ended up giving us beautiful copy pastas, just like the I don't know, there's 1-3 in my Nomad 1. So I tried to find a featured artist song that would like give me a bit of freedom in stream shapes while also not being rhythmically that like complex, I guess. Even though the last one wasn't really complex, but players felt that way. So yeah, I tried to make a Nomachu that would be fun to play and wouldn't be just everyone's favorite Nomachu type, which is just making infinity signs across the screen over and over again. And I think I did a decent job, based on playtester feedback currently, but you're free to disagree with me in the Mapple feedback channel. So,
no,
yeah.
All the playtesters, we included, really like this Nomad 2 in terms of gameplay. Like, normally you'd think these angles would be pretty, volatile in a sense, but I don't quite find them to be that volatile. They're actually kind of fun to hit, and they require you to keep a little bit of focus going forward in the map. You gotta keep your eyes trained on all the curves here and there. And I just realized the diff name is Pepsi, and all the combo colors are Pepsi colors.
Yes, this was a change requested by our good guy Azer here.
Wait, I requested this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
you mentioned it in
I'm glad I
passing.
did.
And I was like, okay.
I'm glad I had this brilliant idea I don't remember having. But I'm pretty surprised. This was one of the maps from playtesters that they enjoyed the most out of this pool. Which I think usually that map does not end up being on 2, just from experience. It's not typically one of the favorites. So hopefully that means this is a big success. This map might be a good opportunity to talk. It's not really showing correctly on stream, I think. But this map is a good example of us not really following star rating much, which might be obvious to some, but we're just really not paying any attention to star rating because some of the star rating differences just in this pool alone are quite extreme. I think in the new star rating, this map's actually over 7 stars, whereas most of the pool is going to be averaging at around 6.6 or something like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, the star rating, when it comes to tapping maps especially, it's gotten to a point where everything is very scary in, like, numbers-wise. Everything got buffed omega hard, and the old, like, pool balancing philosophy where you would look at maps and just, like, determine their difficulty, it kind of went out the window because, like, you're looking at maps that are now, like, 7.5 stars, and they would be maps that you would back then put in, like, a 6.9 star pool. Like, it's a tough place for map pullers around every tournament, but especially, like, with the new star ratings, like, constantly getting updated, it's getting even worse in some aspects, even though the PP might be properly weighted.
Crazy replay by Thieves, by the way. Couple hundreds.
I'm sure we'll see a lot more of these No Mod 2 replays. No one's really challenging challenging these plays.
Dr. Thieves.
Yeah.
Alright, let's move on now to No Mod 3, Under the Moon by Eliu. And yeah, I mean, this is a fairly standard flow aim alt pick. It's quite comfortable. There's a couple of pretty tricky snap patterns, but yeah, I think overall we're pretty satisfied with this one.
Yeah, it's a lot of distance snap at points. Like, it feels a little bit, like, structured, like dare I say, a Monstrata alt map, even though that's, like, not what this is at all. But it feels like a little bit when you look at it, and when you play it, sometimes some of the patterns kind of, like, reminisce you of that. But yeah, this is quite fun. Maybe simple, but it's nice to play. It flows well. And I think it's a decent difficulty for the qualifiers pool. Also, the song is pretty nice. Colon 3.
Colon 3. Yeah, so my experience playing this map, it's a lot of flow aim, and it also feels a bit rigid at the same time. So it actually requires a little bit more control than just kind of, following the pattern with your cursor.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can't really play, like, idle, I guess. Sometimes with all maps you can do that, like, they just flow so smoothly that you don't even have to pay attention to what you're doing. You'll kind of just follow along and hit stuff. You can't do that with this map. You have to pay a lot of attention to where things are.
Yeah,
I don't think there's many diff spikes or anything on this as well. It's pretty consistent in difficulty. Although I believe this is fairly long, though. This is clocking into 3.5 minutes as well, and it's quite consistent over the whole thing.
I think, like, unfortunately, we kind of had a bad length spread for the start of this pool, just because, like, they're like, unfortunately placed together. Like, they're all 3 minutes and 30 to 4 minutes. Like, they're all within that length range. It doesn't really matter because qualifiers you know, you want to have a decently long map just to like not have one of those times where you just like play qualifiers and you have a one bad run or you miss on like one really bad section for you, and then you get like 400k instead of your usual like 700 or 800k or even FC. So just having longer maps and qualifiers would be a little bit better, I think, just to really help consistency. So if you miss once, it's not 100% the end of the world. But yeah, you can't really auto this map the way you could like a couple of like similar alt maps where it's like very flow aimy, not at all snappy. And like it does hit you with some snaps at some points. Like there's a couple of like rhombus patterns, like they're a little bit of a zigzag and a little bit of like a back and forth at points. But yeah, it's a nice map. It's cool. It plays pretty well. It flows pretty well. And it's by Felicia, which is a sick artist.
Yeah, I love Felicia.
I really like Felicia personally.
I just realized the BPM is actually quite high, 155.
I think we should just put more Felicia songs in the pool.
That's true.
Let's just do that. Let's just do that right now. Let's do that right now.
Oh, okay,
Let's put more Felicia songs in the pool.
Wow, this map just spawned out of nowhere.
Wait,
Alright,
who's
so
this by?
it's by Felicia.
Wow.
It's a map by Captain One.
Hypnos Metropolis. Latin.
So maybe you also had the moment that we had halfway in pooling this, where we kind of just didn't realize that the previous song was by Felicia. It's such a different song from his genre, like his usual genre. We just accidentally had two Felicia songs back to back, but that's okay because they're very, very, very different songs.
Yeah, the map
It's just a bit of an unfortunate thing.
they picked these songs and we didn't even realize that they're both the same artist.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
What multi-talented artist Felicia is.
Well, yeah, this map though, this map is really just going to be testing a lot of your slider aim. There are some odd groupings of circles in this that I think alt players are going to be pretty comfy on, but might be a little bit of a finger control challenge if you're a single tap player. Can't confirm that myself because I am not, but I would just imagine because there's a lot of like text streams with like 3 notes or 5 notes. You'll see more of those later. But yeah, this is also the shortest no-mod map so far. It's a little bit under 2 minutes, I think, whereas most of the other ones were over 3 minutes. So, whereas the other picks are really there to test your consistency, I think they reward that really well. This one, not so much. I think it's just a nice, short and sweet map.
It's a quick banger. The odd groupings aren't necessarily awkward when you play it through again. That slow slider, you know, remember that. People will break on that.
Alright.
Yeah, it's fun. It's cool.
Okay, those are all the no mods. Let's move on to the hidden pool now with a map from Toybot on a Chroma song, and I like to describe this one as the everything hidden pick because it's kind of got a little bit of everything. This is gonna have a little bit of streams. It's clocking it at 194 BPM. It's not too fast. Very playable. Lots of aim control. A few tricky rhythm sections. And I think for me, actually, the combination of all that kind of makes this one of the harder maps in the pool. There's also a decent aim requirement in some sections, so you need to be pretty well-rounded to play this, I think.
Yeah, like some of these sections are pretty hard to be consistent on if you're just like good at one thing. Like you really just need to be like fluent at hidden, fluent at just like doing a couple of techie sections, a couple of rhythm sections. It's quite a well-rounded song played by our good friend Miles here. Officially, how you pronounce that man's name? Yeah, this is quite hard. I think it's not harder than the rest of the pool, but it is extremely tough to be consistent on. You can really miss just kind of anywhere on these kind of not drops. The song's quite peaceful. I wouldn't call those drops, but like they're pretty hard. Just very diverse. I'm glad we by doing something like this, we can actually do like shine a light on featured artist songs that are a little bit like under the radar.
Yeah, I never quite realized how diverse the featured artist listing is.
I don't think many people have. There's a lot of songs in there that I haven't really seen used too much. Yeah, so I mean, shoutouts to the featured artist listing. You guys should check it out. Map some more stuff from there. But I think as a callback to what you were talking about, that like this has so much diversity. I think different players are going to struggle on different parts of this. For me, my aim is not so good, so I struggle on the aim parts of this a lot. Some other people are going to struggle on AC on some of the more reading heavy parts. Some other players are going to struggle on some of the 194 BPM streams. Can't be me, but yeah, I mean, you got a little bit of everything for everyone on this. I think the only thing that we specifically tried not to have was intense reading. Like, this should be quite sight readable, other than a couple of sections that just might have some weird snaps. The worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to get 100, so it's essentially just sight readable on this.
This map had a bit of reading before, like it was like legitimately just a short tiebreaker on Hidden, but I don't think we completely nuked that, but we did make it a lot more bearable. Also, it's mapped by the wonderful Toybot, which is always a pleasure to play any of his maps.
Not gonna lie, when I was playing this, I couldn't tell what was going on because I don't play Hidden, so definitely have to be good at Hidden to be able to touch this map, in my opinion.
Me when I am a Hidden player. Strongest Hidden player versus weakest Hard Rock Enjoyer.
Let's go, Miles! Let's go!
He was shaking so bad at the end. Oh no.
There it is. We had that. We needed to have that in there. Would be a Miles replay without that. Let's see. Let's move on to the other Hidden now. So this is basically everything that map was not. It's clocking in at Air 8. It's a very slow song at 165 BPM. And I think this was quite successful as a reading map, somewhat. It is sight readable. There's somehow no memory elements in this, like whatsoever, which is really hard to do for this type of pick, in my opinion. So I think the mapper did an excellent job at doing that. This is a little bit of a callback to a couple of other similar maps we've seen in OWC before around this stage. A lot of like Band-Aid songs, or Band-Aid songs. A lot of like Denkare songs and stuff like that. So, I mean, this is a pick that was kind of inspired by that, and I think it does a pretty good job of that. So it's got a lot of misleading spacing, but it all makes a lot of sense. You can kind of logically approach this map, and maybe your first play is not going to be so good, but trust me, once you learn it, it's very, very comfortable.
We tried to make this map like a reading slash like a couple of flow aim challenges. The first one didn't really have a big 1-4 presence, like it had a couple of bursts, but not much flow aim, I think, in that aspect. But this one, like, you'll see that even like the usual AR8 players are gonna struggle a bit on being consistent at some of the like verse like wiggly streams. They're not really wiggle streams, but these zigzag a lot, and that's quite hard to be consistent on.
Yeah, this section here with the streams, probably the hardest part of the map. I believe they happen 3 or 4 times. Just generally in testing, this is where we found the most amount of misses and stuff. So even though the map is quite comfortable, that part is still easily going to catch you. So.
This map. Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
This map, despite the starting, it isn't really that hard. Like, if you like just look at the map, it might feel a little bit daunting. A couple of the like doubles that aren't actually doubles, it's just true singles. It might look daunting, but when you play it, it's like very, very intuitive, and it's quite fun. I think, as someone who is old-pilled and enjoys playing reading and low AR maps, this is very up my alley.
Yeah, I actually didn't find this too like I guess player hostile when playing the map. I don't play hidden, but I didn't find this actually way too annoying or difficult to play. It's mainly just the expanding or decelerating streams that pretty much caught me off guard, and I got like 90 misses on all of it. Anyways, yeah.
Don't worry, me too. I think this isn't that much of a hot take, but this would probably have the lowest average scoring qualifiers. As usual with this second hidden map, you know, anytime you put this kind of thing, I think it's got the most amount of like unfamiliarity. It's kind of hard to field 4 players that are going to be able to play this, but most importantly, to play it for 4 minutes. This is pretty long. So I think this is probably going to be the lowest score.
It's always like that. Like, no matter how hard you make the DTs, they're always going to be the highest score. And no matter how easy you make the area hidden, they're always going to be the lowest. So.
Alright, so 2 hidden maps out of the way for the qualifiers. Let's take a look at Hard Rock now. We've got a collab by 2 Brazilians. Is that right?
I think so, yeah. Maud and Nisa.
This map's actually fairly comfortable to play, in my experience. Although it being comfortable to play doesn't mean it's easy per se. It's actually very hard to be consistent on this map in particular. I recall Steve's having some difficulty getting this play. Anyways, this does include pretty much all the aspects you would expect of a normal Hard Rock 1 map. I think it's the most normal map in the pool. You know, you got your aim, you got your bursts, you got your aim to your bursts. And I think a lot of the bursts are kind of expanding as well, so you have to pay attention to your aim control and all that.
Yeah, a couple of the streams are accelerating or decelerating, it makes it a little bit harder to be like 100% consistent on. You can't just like do the same thing or whatever. But yeah, this is a little bit more conventional than the Nomad 1 we saw earlier. Like, this is very much a lot more in the vein of a conventional turny aim map, but it just has a lot more bursts than usual. Even though they're not really speedy, or they don't really give that much of a difficulty in aim. Like, they aren't really that spaced, but they make the map a little bit more complex.
Yeah, I think the fact they have to snap to the bursts and then play the acceleration gives it that little bit of control aspect to it.
Yeah, and this is the first song which I would, despite not being anime, call outright anime. Like, I don't think we have any anime songs in FA like actually used in anime, but like, this is the closest we will get for sure.
I guess that's true. We have an excuse. There's no anime in FA.
Actually, there's like Namarin, there's
Nah.
there's this artist as well, like Yusuke Risa. And there's a couple of other, especially like idol type vocalists instead of anime, like Natsume Itsuki and like La Prière, Naperu. Like, it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to have it's pretty nice to have a more normal map like this. I don't think this map has anything unconventional going for it. It's very standard, which is good, because I know we probably have a lot of weird stuff piled up on other picks sometimes. So I think it's good for the players who prefer the more standard gameplay. Here's your pick. Well, yeah, I guess they don't really pick this, but here's your map.
You just join the qualifier lobby, be like, I banned Hidden Shoe.
Yeah, so probably the most comfortable map, I would say, so far. Now let's get into probably the least comfortable map so far. So we've got a pretty
Certified
intense
slapper.
finger control pick from Fartovnik. And yeah, this one's hard. This one, I think, is probably the hardest map in qualifiers. We had to nerf this a couple times. It might not be too hard to FC, but you're not going to see a lot of 99s on this, I think. This has quite a lot of finger control, and OD10 with Hard Rock, it's pretty tricky, so... Since you got the replay site, what do you have to say about this map?
I think the map's a blast to play, and it might be a little bit strange not seeing CS 6.5 on this, but CS 6.5 on this is absolutely brutal. And so, despite it not being CS 6.5, it does still require tons of precision to play a lot of these patterns. Not to mention, the rhythm on this is crazy. It's really hard to ag.
A little heads up, I don't think this is CS 6.5 anymore.
No, I was saying it's not.
Yeah.
Because
it was initially, but it was way too
initially.
hard.
Like,
I mean, it's another example of, like, you don't necessarily need the CS to be high for a map to count as a precision map. I think just the mapping can kind of speak for itself here. So while this is a lot more of a normal CS, it kind of just has to be, or else this would just be way too hard. Yeah, I agree. This is really fun though. But you're probably gonna get like 96 on this. It's gonna be hard to find players that have good act on this. This is probably one of the picks you should practice the most, because it just has a lot of pretty peculiar snaps that aren't that predictable. They're there in the song, so if you're familiar with the song enough, you can hit them just fine. But first couple of plays gonna be rough on this.
yeah, it's awkward when you're first playing it. Like, the rhythms are not going to be 100% intuitive. You're going to have a little bit of tough time snapping to the start of the other groupings. Like, there's a couple of, like, very small jumps in, like, 1-4 jumps, jump streams, etc. But once you get the hang of this, it's a very nice map to play. It feels very fun, and yeah.
Alright, so here's when we get into the silly part of star rating that we were talking about earlier. Let's get into the DT pool, and all of them are quite absurd. Obviously, DT players are quite good at the game, so we wanted to kind of balance around that. So here is DT1 by Selena. Again, I'll say this one more time. We have 3 DT maps in DT qualifiers now, so this is more of your conventional, aim pick. And just look at the star rating on that. Actually, I think that's even... I think that's actually even higher than that. I think it's supposed to be 7.35 or something like that. It's really high. But the map
this is local star rating, I think. So, like, if in local star rating the map is 7.2, but it is like an aimey side of the map, so like it's an aimey map, so it might get nerfed when it gets uploaded. I think, maybe not, but it's one of the subsets of maps that got nerfed a little bit in the latest star rating. But yeah, this is a funny little aim map with Senzai. Nice. I love Senzai. Just heads up. Like I love her vocals. It's so nice. And it's
very pretty different like song genre. I think that you would do find this is kind of like relaxing. Pretty enjoyable to play.
Oh yeah, I prefer this to an anime though. DT1 personally. This map is fantastically comfortable to play. I think it's a really good time.
Yes. Also, what do you mean? This is anime. It is a Japanese female vocalist.
Oh. I see.
Alright, I guess Yoko Ono's anime.
So true? The like Diogenes moment, like behold a featherless biped.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty standard map. It's got very similar looking sections repeating over and over again. So this is a pretty good consistency check.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of quite confused by the starting Zide High, and there's not that many bursts.
Works in mysterious ways.
It's the repeating like big aim patterns, like because they happen so much, it ends up bringing the like normal difficulty of the map like a lot higher.
Oh right, the consistency factor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, also funny thing to notice is that this is our first non-US replayer. I think intercamming. After 3 mod pools, we finally got the first guy that's not from the United States of America. So
We do have a couple people that are not from the USA, but it kind of just so happens that most of the non-American players that are really good at the game are playing in OWC, so obviously they can't do the replays for us. And yeah, let's move on to some more star rating confusion with Frozen World by Kawari, and this one's even worse. This one is, I believe, 7. Actually, wait, no, this was just nerfed to 7 flat, I think. Before the rework this week, this was 7.4 stars or something like that. So I believe now this lands in 7 flat or something like that. But anyway, here's your stamina pick, and it's got a lot of that. This is gonna be pretty tough, I think. The map is very, very easy to play, but playing it for that long might not be so easy.
Very easy to play is relative.
Yeah. I think the most difficult part about this map is that it slowly builds in difficulty and it starts to get pretty hard near the ends. And on top of all that, you have to maintain your nerf control, and I think that's also an aspect of DT2 that's not really talked about much is nerf control, because there's a lot of reading, I think, inside maps these that have a lot of finger control patterns, and also stamina and aim control at the same time, because you do have these streams. So yeah, there's a lot of blue tick rhythm in this, lots of doubles. So if you love finger control, you'll love this map. And if you find 210 as a comfortable BPM, you won't have too much of a difficult time playing this map. It's mainly just going to be the aim for you.
Yeah, also something to note, just as a PSA to players, I think Kawari uploaded this with 2 other diffs of their old grave diffs of different mappers. So be careful to play the Insane. We would not make you play an 8-star DT map or like a 9.5-star DT map from Kevin Chella in qualifiers, I think. So,
yeah, if it says extra, don't play it. Maybe one day we'll get there. I don't think players are that good yet, though.
I think I should mention that the stamina on this map doesn't entirely come into play, but I think it requires you to have stamina in order to. You don't really feel tired, but you need to be very fluid at this BPM in order to be able to comfortably play this.
The ending of this gets very intense, both musically and like spacing wise.
Yeah, this just got a lot of flow aim real fast. It's pretty nice to see some older songs in Osu terms. You know, this song had a couple popular maps like 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even longer than that by now. Get some new life. I always enjoy doing that whenever we're pulling anything.
Yeah,
maybe we'll see more things like that. Just reusing old music.
it's crazy to think this is a featured artist song.
Yeah.
All right, and the new edition. It's DT3. It's a DNB DT map, and this one slaps.
Mapped by no other than Strategus, however it's pronounced.
The one and only DNB mapper.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
This was really hard to get right though. We had to do so many iterations on this. This map was so good, and we had to we had to nerf it. I think like 5 times, if not more,
Yeah.
to fit it for qualifiers. But I think it landed in a good place. This is probably still the hardest map in qualifiers, but at the same time, this is also a skill set that most teams will have kind of an abundance of. This is probably the most common skill set in OWC. It's not too hard to play. But yeah, I mean, maybe you can talk to us about it a little bit more because you were really involved with the balancing of this map and stuff, right? So
Yeah, so when we were talking about making some of the picks, or allowing some of the picks to be more spicy, this, for a DT3, this has quite a significant amount of finger control. And that's not something you generally see people be very adept at high BPMs. And so I think when you start trying to raise the difficulty and balance the DT3 slot, you're kind of balancing on a really fine line of like, how do you actually make this harder? And I think invoking other skill sets into this slot can help create that sort of buffer to make the maps a little bit harder, without just like artificially just creating a burst here or there.
Yeah, people just like when making DT3s harder or like increasing the difficulty throughout the tournament, people usually just either go BPM like scaling, like you just go from like a 250 DT3 to like a 290 DT3 eventually, which is, it's occasionally fine, but occasionally also it brings you some funny interactions, like people just trying to double tap the whole map, like happened last time in OWC Grand Finals, I think, last year, or yeah, the mall map. But like, what people don't realize is that you don't just need to like increase burst length or increase BPM to make a speed pick harder. There are other ways that like feel very natural and nice to play, while also not being like that elementary, I guess.
I think you'll see more of that. Sometimes, you know, it's just gotta be straining. That's kind of an approach that we're going to be having a little bit more of later as well. It's not going to be exclusively that, you're still going to find your traditional picks, but it kind of accomplishes the same thing, you know. Oh yeah, this map looks this map looks really mean.
It's a blast to play either way.
I think it's, well, emphasis on I think, because I can't play this. But I think from what I hear from testers and stuff like that, it's actually a lot easier to play than it looks. It looks really intimidating, but it's pretty natural to play. That's going to be it, though, for the qualifier map pool. So there's all of your 11 maps. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's quite hard. We raised the average star rating, I think, by 0.3 compared to last year. Obviously, part of that is from changes and stuff like that, and obviously it should be a little bit higher, but I think the end result is that it's going to be a little bit more difficult than last year. There is a couple maps that might be outliers, but I think it's going to give a good chance for teams who really specify in those maps to try a little bit more qualifiers. So I hope everyone has a fantastic time playing on that stuff. Welcome to OWC, everyone. Hope your qualification lobbies go well. No misses. And yeah, any closing thoughts?
None really. Just have a good time playing some of these maps, I hope.
Yeah, enjoy. As always, the OWC server has a feedback channel where you can voice your displeasure or pleasure with the maps, and we will be active in there trying to either justify or acknowledge either errors or like good parts of the pool that we might want to like expand on. Obviously, because there's custom maps, these maps are made like a while in advance, so like it's hard to change pools immediately, but fear not, like your feedback will be implemented if we like 100% agree with it. Like your feedback will be implemented as the tourney goes along, like towards the later stages.
Something completely slipped past me. One thing we did not talk whatsoever at all. There's going to be, we intended for there to be around a 50-50 split of existing maps against custom maps. It's not close to that anymore. But you're still gonna find, obviously the qualifier pool is all custom, but you're still gonna find plenty of existing maps. We found a lot of maps that we really liked from this year and from older years like that, and so you're gonna be finding a lot more of those. So don't worry if you're not someone who prefers playing custom maps. There's a little bit for everybody, and we made sure that all of the maps that we chose are not maps that have been used anywhere else, or at least not too often. Yeah.
Yep.
Also, banners, is that a thing? Or donations?
Yes.
Are those a thing yet?
Yes, they are. So we started this for the Mania World Cup, who just ended, but it's now fully present. If you look in chat, there's a link to donate to the pool, and it just completely adds to the prize pool. So it's a brand new thing we're having. If you were looking for extra ways to support, obviously it's not mandatory, but it just goes all in the prize pool for the players. So feel free to go ahead and help out your teams, your friends that are playing out in the World Cup. There are ways to do that now, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll hear us show those those avenues to support a lot more throughout the stream, as we always do. But I think that's gonna wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for joining me, you two. That was a really fun time, and yeah, and I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Good luck to the teams playing next weekend, and we'll see you for the qualifier results next week, as well as the Runner 32 showcase. Bye bye.
See ya.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another year of the OS World Cup. We started off last weekend with our qualifiers map pool showcase, and we are officially back. They have been run through and completed. All 53 teams appearing for qualifiers this year, playing their 2 runs, ranging from Thursday all the way until 19 UTC today. They are now completed, and we have our top 32 seeded teams, as well as our non-qualifying teams. I am Chili Repair, one of your organizers for the OS World Cup this year. I will be joined for this showcase by Azer and Demarsh. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a good time to go through the seed reveals. There's always a bunch of surprises in there, so I think there's at least one major surprise in here for everybody.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing just the reactions really on some of these teams, because there is some good performances and there are some phenomenal performances from certain teams. But again, those will be later on. But we have quite a few teams to go through, don't we, Chilia?
Yes, we do. So we're going to run through the non-qualifying teams first. As usual, we'll run through 53 through 33 first. These are the teams that played qualifiers and unfortunately will not be joining us in the bracket stage this year. We're going to run through them relatively quickly. Nothing against the teams down here, but we do want to have a little bit of extra time to cover the teams that did qualify. So without further ado, we are going to be starting off the showcase this year with our 53rd qualifying team. It's going to be Switzerland. A little bit worse than last year, 42nd in terms of qualifying teams. We did have 3 more teams this year than last year, by the way, so we went from 50 teams to 53rd. Switzerland going to be bringing up the 53rd spot this year. Next up, going to be Team Croatia, placed 45th last year. They'll be taking the 52nd spot this year. Lost a couple of players from the previous year. Going to be going rebuilding next time. That is our 52nd seeded team. Slovakia up next, number 51. Placed 40th last year. Again, a little bit of a downgrade from that time. We have a 1.3 million team score average for Slovakia this year. We'll run over those as well. Next up, going to be our 50th seeded team, placing the exact same spot as last year, Colombia, with a 1.347 million team average on the board. No plus or minus for them this year. Next up, in our 49th spot is going to be Austria. A pretty decent drop for them this year, losing a lot of their top end of the roster, falling out of the qualifying teams from 30th all the way to the 49th seeded spot. Unfortunate to see them go this year. 1.49 million team score average. Next up, a new team returning from 2016, Team Greece. They did not pass group stage back in 2016. This is their first time joining us for the World Cup in qualifiers. Placing 48th, not going to be making it through this year. Wish them luck in next year should they come back out this time around. They didn't have Riven for qualifiers. Very unfortunate for them, one of their better players. Next up, 47 seeded team Belarus. This is their first time appearing in OWC, so big congratulations. Yes. Very true. So their first time coming out, 47 seed. A little bit of a push for next year. It's going to be next up with a Konam DTFC as well. But Azer was mentioning, don't want to skim over that. Their number 672 ranked player putting up an FC on the double time. Not very impressive from them.
It's a pretty noteworthy performance considering most players on the teams that are placing around this time that just don't have a single FC. So good job for at least one.
Big recognition for that. It's always good to see a player with a lot of potential here. Maybe enough potential to push them up a little bit higher for next year. Next up, going to be Team 45, Latvia. Most notably, Akolabed on this roster, putting up some pretty serious performances for them in qualifiers. Unfortunately, not quite enough to bring them to a qualifying spot. They placed 48th last year. A little bit of an improvement from them. Maybe a little bit more improvement next year. Going to push them up into a qualifying spot. 44th place is next up. It is Team Hungary, another team exactly the same as Team Colombia, placing in the same place from last year. 44th. We are up to a 1.8 million team score now on these teams right here with Team Hungary. That is 44. Next up, 43, another team that is one of our new showings for this year. It's Kazakhstan. This is their first time playing the OS World Cup ever. They are not a returnee from the group stage years. And Kamenshik with some pretty impressive performances.
Yeah, no, seriously. For again, similar thing. Kamenchik putting up 3 separate full combos: Nomad 2, Nomad 4, and DT1. I'm pretty impressed by that, considering I think it's their first time in OWC as well. I think also technically Kazakhstan signed up last year but did not play or something like, or could not schedule a match or something like that. So, technically the first time.
Yeah, technically their first time with a placement in the tournament, not being able to show up to qualifiers last year. A little bit of an unfortunate situation. But yeah, Nomad 2, Nomad 4, and a DT1 FC from Kamenshik. A very impressive performance again from a non-qualifying team player. Next up in 42nd is going to be a fairly old returning team here, Bulgaria, 42nd seed. Their last appearance in the World Cup was in group stages in 2013. So we're actually looking at a pretty significant 9-year time difference between their last appearance in the World Cup. So very impressive and very good to see them returning again for the tournament this year. Unfortunately, not joining the bracket stage, but a good showing from them. Number 41 is next up. It's Team Lithuania. They placed 37th last year, so they've dropped just a little bit. Some good players on this team. Have to note players like Shinaru and BZE and Nitrem, and a lot of, Fibeth even too, ZDef, a lot of known tournament players on this team. Unfortunately, just not enough to push them to a qualifying spot. Some very, very stringent competition this year in order to make the top 8 teams. And unfortunately, no Azer 8 for Lithuania as well. So pretty rough go for them this year. Next up is our 40th seeded team. It's Team Vietnam. They placed 39th last year, relatively similar this year, just dropping a little bit. Some notable FCs from this team as well. Mizumi putting up a Hard Rock 1 FC and Realshin with a DT1 full combo. So some good performances from them on 2 of their players. Not going to be able to strut their stuff in the bracket stage as well, but coming pretty close. Maybe next year. Team 39 next up in qualifying spots is Team Uruguay. Very unfortunate. Again, another team that qualified last year that was unable to put up a similar performance to make it to the bracket stage this year. They will be falling 7 places. Very important, Kazuki K putting up a DT1 and DT3 FC for them, as well as El Milanga putting up a Nomad 2 full combo for them. So some pretty good performances from those players on Team Uruguay. Next up is Team 38, Argentina, our first of the non-qualifying teams to surpass the 2 million plus team average score marker at 2.122 million. Another team that is unfortunately not qualifying from last year. They placed 29th. Pretty comfortably within the qualifying teams, going to fall out of it this year. Consistent as a team overall through their performances here. Richo with a Hard Rock 2 FC, Zeta with a DT1 FC, and Bomilk with an MVP of a 535,000 score average for their team. So a very good, consistent player on that roster, and some decent performances. But again, competition very, very strict between these teams this year.
Something to note here, actually, is just how much of a jump there is in average scores from 39 to 38. Here is when it gets really close, actually. There is a pretty clear gap. There's like a 200k gap in average score from that point onward. So every single one of these next couple teams, it's been really close.
Yeah, very true. You are not incorrect there. Uruguay, the team immediately before this at 1.997 million average score, jumping up quite a bit there. Next up, our 37th seeded team, just barely falling from last year from 36, unfortunately will not be qualifying again. It's Team Peru here. Something that absolutely has to be noted every single year, Mr. MG Hatsune Miku on this roster, also known as Arnold 24x24, full comboing Nomad 2, Hidden 2, Hard Rock 1, Hard Rock 2, Double Time 1, Double Time 2, Double Time 3. That is right, the FC'd 7 out of the 11 maps in these qualifiers this year. An absolutely ridiculous player, unfortunately not going to get to join the bracket stage once again.
The fourth highest on average score across all players, and unfortunately not qualifying. So
I don't know if I'm remembering incorrectly, but was Arnold the top performing player in qualifiers last year? I feel like I remember his name coming.
Yeah, I think it was a similar story.
Yeah, so Arnold's consistently one of the best players in this tournament, unfortunately not able to play a bracket stage match once again. We will continue to send our thoughts for Peru, and hopefully they are able to pull it forward in a future year. Next up, a team with a pretty notable improvement is Team Estonia. 36th place, unfortunately not qualifying, again, not making the top 32, but 43rd last year, a pretty decent improvement. Abyssal with a DT1 and DT3 FC, Cedru putting up a DT2 FC as well, both of them performing very well together across all of qualifiers this year. Good teamwork between the two of them, but they needed a little bit more from the rest of the roster to push them up those last 4 spots, and unfortunately, not going to be the year for them. Next up, in 35th, it's Team Malaysia. They placed 26th last year, a team, again, falling out of a qualifying spot. Very much have to note RAM packs for the roster this year. A Nomad 1, DT 1, 2, and 3 FCs. Pretty major MVP on their roster this year. Their highest ranked player by a pretty decent margin as well, ranked 157. A good baseline for next year, potentially, for them to make some improvements on that performance. Looking forward to seeing them back in future years again, maybe with some returning players. Next up, Team 34. Unfortunately, it's going to be Team Belgium. 2 spaces out. These 34th and 33rd slots are always very painful to see every single year, just barely not making qualifying placement. 41 last year, though, for Belgium, so a pretty decent improvement from them this year. Some notable scores: Hanori with a Double Time 1 FC, iBlue with a DT2 FC, and Hanori with an almost 600,000 score average across every single map. Hanori played every map for the team this year. Big MVP on them, but a little unfortunate. Again, 34th spot for them, just barely missing it this year.
And
next
the
up,
last one.
Oh, this is painful. 33rd. It is the Team Netherlands. Oh, it's tragic. You really do hate to see it every single year. They placed 22nd last year. They lost a lot of good talent, especially not having Vivilium this year. They did gain a lot of players like Luciano and Skyrovania, still playing very well. Knight, with a Nomad 4 almost FC, and Aheo with a DT2 FC, but man, this hurts to look at every time. The 33rd spot.
And now for probably the most improved team, and the first time in OWC in a while, seed number 32, to Israel. They've managed to recover, man. Some of these players just really popped off. Mr. Potato, Painted Koala, and Chip just doing really well. Last year's placing at 47, and now they're in OWC. Congratulations.
Yeah, this is outstanding from them, really. 15 placement improvement is not something you see too often. We had a couple other teams this year, that improved by, like 11, 8 places, some pretty big margins, but this is almost double every other team's placement. So very good for them to get to 32 this year. 31 is going to be up next. It's Team Turkey. They fell a little bit from last year, but they're still going to put up a qualifying placement.
Yeah, Turkey, some fantastic scores from them this year. Hey Roni with some incredible FCs on Nomad 4 and DT1. And Gaheen Foil as well with the DT1 FC. So really strong overall DT1 performance. Look at that, 17, one of their highest alongside Hard Rock 2. As well as Nomad 2 as well. They've had some pop-off performances on some of these maps that have really managed to keep them in contention this year. So some good stuff from Turkey.
Good to see from them. Moving up to 30 next is going to be the Czech Republic. 27th place last year out of qualifiers. We saw some pretty decent performances from Villazi this year. Looks like the only FC on the team on Hard Rock 2 from them. However, the team performance and the backing scores from them enough to give them a solid qualifying spot this year. And they are secured in their placement.
The Hard Rock average is pretty high considering their seed 30 at the average of 15. Quite good, so be careful if you're up against them.
Yeah, very much so, honestly. You don't normally see, we talk about these lower seeded teams with higher averages like that. So it's good to know that there are teams down here that are putting up, top 20 performances on mods. Next up, it's going to be 29th, Team Chile. If you looked at prediction streams and the roster releases, you'll know that this team lost a pretty significant part of their roster from last year to this year. They had a fantastic performance with number 4th in qualifiers. They're placing 29th this year. They actually had the biggest change in placement of any team this year, changing by 25 spots. They had some good performances from number 37, had a hidden 2 FC. Suntan put up a double time 3 FC. They actually almost had top 10 on hidden 2 as well.
I think it's pretty tragic to look at this, but honestly, it's not that bad. I think they're still a very, very good team. You can still say the same things we were saying about them last year when they're number 4. Number 37, Gonza and Suntan are still gonna be pretty scary to go against. So I think they're still okay.
Yeah, they're gonna have a decent time this year. They have a very good early stage roster. A lot of this roster is some very high skilled 4-digit tournament players that will be able to hold their own on these first few stages. So best of luck to them and their upper half of the bracket opponents that we will be taking a look at a little later. Next up, it's Team 28. It is Spain. An improvement from last year. They barely qualified in 31st. They're going to be pushing up to 28th with some pretty impressive scores this year, actually.
I like that they've got that name synergy now. Very nice. But a lot of I don't think if you had to give a specific MVP for this, it's probably Antonio, who played every single map, average 650k. But there's a lot of FCs, especially on DTs, by pretty much everyone on the team. So pretty well rounded. I'd be very careful of their DTs. Very strong potential, and like I said, it's on like 4 different players, so you never know who's going to show up.
Yeah, some good DT performances overall is very, very cool to see. The Hard Rock performance from the earlier teams we looked at, very impressive, but DT's had quite a bit of competition at the upper end this year, so it is very impressive to see them in top 20 for DT 1 and 2 in this placement. So watch out for Spain's speed this year. Next up, going to be Team 27th place. It is Thailand with a massive improvement from last year. 11 place difference to go from not qualifying to qualifying in 27th. And we had a couple really big performances here too. Phantasma playing 9 out of 11 maps for them, averaging over 600,000.
Yeah, there was some lovely scores here. Phantasma, with the No Mod 2 FC. We had Minecrafter as well with the Hard Rock 2 FC. Tripuk Chet with the DT3 FC. Phantasma got to be the MVP on this. Played 9 out of 11 maps with a 626k average across all maps. So incredible job from Thailand to come from 30th to 27th. I'm looking forward to this team this year.
Yeah, this will be pretty cool from them to see with this much improvement. Phantasma, absolutely outstanding player in this tournament, going to be kind of good for them to see. So I think that with their improvement and the kind of roster that they have here, we mentioned with Phantasma a big performance, and then you mentioned Minecrafter and Taifuk Chep going to be another team with some more command over the map pool than people would give them credit for. They have a pretty good range. So good to see them. Next up, it's going to be Team Sweden in our 26th place, a team that had a pretty massive step up from Silla this year. 10 out of 11 maps played with a 740,000 score average from them. That is stellar.
That is some great scores from Silla there. Norts as well with the Hard Rock 1 FC for Sweden was incredible. We also had some good with both Silla and Blue coming in with Nomad 1 FCs. But again, Silla just playing absolutely insane this year is crazy good to see. And, even though they don't have Reed this year, I've got high hopes. I've got really high hopes for this team. You've got to be careful on some of those maps. That Nomad 1 is deadly.
Yeah. Big aim for this roster this year. Nomad 1 and Hard Rock 1 FCs, Blue and Nots and Silla, all putting up those scores. Like you mentioned, missing Reedcat and even Couch this year is a pretty decent hit for them as a roster as a whole. I actually think if they had them, they might have been able to improve their qualifiers performance this year, but unfortunately they're working with what they got, and they did a pretty good job of it this year. So like you said, I'm excited to see what they're able to do in the bracket stage this time around. Next up in 25th place, another team moving from non-qualifying to qualifying is Team New Zealand. They went from 33rd to 25th this year. Not only did they not miss it this time around, but they pushed well into things this year. We had some pretty good performances from multiple players on this time. Obviously, Zoomer, the big name on this roster, 11 out of 11 maps played, a 700,000 average score. But we also had some good performances from, supporting roles on this team. Saiku on this roster, Nomad 2, Hard Rock 1, DT1 and 2 FCs. It's going down with a Nomad 2 and a DT2 FC. Zoomer FC, Nomad 3, Hidden 2, and DT3. So we've got quite a bit of impressive scores across the board here. We did mention before Sweden with a top 8 placement on Nomad 1. New Zealand's going to be a top 8 placement on Hard Rock 1 in that 8th spot there.
Yeah, I'm looking at this team, and you start to see the sort of performances you need going forward to get into this, top 24 position. You need multiple players pulling out multiple FCs on runs, just have a chance. But this team they've got certain maps that they have gone absolutely insane on. Like I mentioned, the Hard Rock 1, Nomad 2 as well as some of their DT. DT for them is really strong this year. It's great to see.
Love to go from the non-qualifying to qualifying. It is great to see every single time. Speaking of non-qualifying to qualifying, next up is going to be Team Denmark from 34th to 24th. Another 10-place improvement. Serious MVP shoutouts to Polye and IMA Lover this year. They absolutely brought it home for this team. A Hard Rock 2 8th place finish from them, as well as some pretty solid performances on Hard Rock 1 and Nomad 2. This roster did a good job of working with what they had. The roster improvements, everyone has made some significant gameplay, upgrades from last time around. So we love to see the non-qualifying to qualifying placements here.
Yeah, IMA Lover actually honestly just really impressive performance. When you look at the performance scores of all the players, I think they rank at 24th, above a lot of pretty significant players. So I think it's a wonderful achievement for them to play this well.
Yeah, this is a very cool thing to see. IMA Lover actually one of the more impressive tournament plays as of recently. I believe placed 3rd in the Osu event 1v1 tournament, succumbing to some of the best tournament players in the world. So really, really cool to see them performing in a World Cup setting as well. Next up, it's going to be a team that plays the exact same this year as they did last year. It's Finland, once again, in your 23rd seeded spot with some stellar performances on DT3 and Nomad 2. Top 8 finishes in both of them.
Just looking forward to see Freeze snipe the MVP on all the free mods with HDHR one more year, like he usually does.
Yeah. Freezed and Amasthetic, I think, kind of every year, really going at things in here. Expect to see some pretty good performances from players like Kodzox and Bracket Stage as well. I think that having kind of that team diversity and, what they can play is going to be something that they have a good time with. Next up, going to be 22nd seed Mexico, improving 6 places from 28th last year all the way into 22nd this time around with an absolutely hellish Nomad 2 performance. I really didn't know what to say about this when the qualifiers results were kind of shifting in. You expect to see seeds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the top 4 placements on maps. You really don't normally expect to see a sub 16 place team with a performance like that. So if you go up against Mexico this year, ban streams, you will lose them very handedly against them. Riot, the MVP for them this year, 11 out of 11 maps played, 650,000 score average across all maps. Absolutely crazy performance from their top ranked player. But Mexico making the improvements we needed to see from them. See how they go in the bracket stage. Next up, another improvement is Team Ukraine, going from 24th to 21st this year. We had some pretty good team synergy on the roster this year from Ukraine.
Yeah, I think the story with Ukraine is kind of the same as last year, actually. You just saw Criterion, Dench, and NetWhyNot just do super well on all of the maps together. I think it's a really good core for them. So it's good to see that they're still at it, and they've even managed to improve a little bit and managed to, again, quite similar to that Mexico score from last team. They look at this Nomad 3 score from Seed 21. It's not something that you'd expect.
Yeah, that is crazy. It is really good to see. I think we're seeing a lot of teams, kind of in these bottom 16 that have single-digit placements on at least one maps, and it's really cool that, you have these lower-seeded teams that are so good at these. Hopefully that continues. Next up, it's going to be a team with a pretty different placement from last year, going from top 8 to bottom 16. It's the United Kingdom. Losing a lot of their roster from last year. They had a pretty decent amount of trouble with some of the maps in this pool compared to their previous performances. Obviously, a team a few years ago that you would have put in easily a top 3 place for the tournament as a whole. Taking their rebuilding years, they had a bit of a rough go last year, still did pretty well in the bracket stage. And this year, they've got a little bit more to prove after this qualifier's performance. A good Nomad 1 score, though. Top 10 on that.
It's kind of hard losing the greatest tournament player of all time. We gotta say it.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things that, with the UK, that they're a team that sometimes they have a rough patch every now and then. But I still think that this is a team that definitely has the potential to go a decent way into the bracket. Yes, they don't have the star power of Bubble Man, but a lot of this team is very well balanced. They've got a lot of players that like to target specific maps and specific areas. So with the right combination on the day, they can still be quite a danger to any team, really.
Absolutely agree. They completed the hard part, which is qualifying for the tournament. Now they just have to outplace their seeding. They did have some good performances on maps. I mean, you look down at, DT and even Hard Rock, 2.5 million, 3 million plus team scores on these. It's really just stuff when you look up at like Nomad 3 and Nomad 2 compared to other scores where they really just dropped the ball a little bit on some maps, and that made a bit of a difference for them. So, maybe better in the bracket stage. Like you said, we'll wait to see what happens there. And of course, we'll get to see their opponent once we enter the top 16 teams. But next up, it's our 19th seeded team, Team Taiwan, dropped just barely from 18th seed last time. This is a team that I think definitely underperformed their qualifiers just a little bit from what everyone was expecting. If you looked at pick'ems and the amount of people that placed this team potentially in the top 8 teams, it was quite a few. You see some good performances overall, 6th and 9th on DT 2 and 3, and a very impressive roster overall. To put into perspective, 30% of pick'ems put Taiwan in the top 8 placing teams this year. So I'm very excited to see what they do in the bracket stage this year, as I imagine a lot of other people are.
Listen, I have to pull from my own personal experiences here from all the World Cups that I've played and the amount of times that we got matched up against Taiwan in the first 2 rounds, and they still managed to find tiebreakers out of nowhere. Taiwan is really scary. Yeah. So good luck to whoever's unfortunate enough to actually face them in the first round.
Yeah, really. That 13th seed spot going to be facing off against Taiwan. We'll see who the unfortunate team is. Most notable performance from Taiwan this year on Dazzlewind. 9 out of 11 maps played, and across those 9 maps, an average of almost 700,000. So really good performance from the captain of Taiwan this year. Good for them. We'll move on to number 18th. I know some people are going to be excited about this one. It's Team Italy.
What the?
35th to 18. That's not something you see too often. I know we mentioned earlier a team with the most improvement being 15. Apparently that was incorrect. I didn't realize 17 placement change on Italy from 35th to 18. Shadow Modico playing 11 out of 11 maps, averaging 650,000 score. Wow.
It's kind of nice to see a return of Italy being quite a strong team here. I feel like it's been a couple of years for them. But yeah, I mean, some pretty crazy performances. I think there's a lot of unknown with this team, so I'm pretty excited to see how they end up doing.
Some very notable players on this roster that are good for late stage skill cap as well. You're running with returning players like Ryuzaki and Kirochi. Most notably for Italy this year, actually gaining Arj from San Marino. I know in previous years, Arj was unable to participate for Team Italy, but this year they're gaining a pretty solid tournament player in him, so it's very much reflected in their qualifiers performance. So they'll be facing off against our 14th seeded team when we get to the top 16. Finally, last of the bottom 16 teams, the top of the bottom 16 is our 17th seeded spot, Team Singapore. They placed 25th last year. They're going to make that improvement to 17 this time around. 8 placement improvement. They placed top 8 on 3 different maps. Nomad 4, DT1, and DT2, with Megamic FCing DTs 2 and 3 for the roster this year. There's a lot of tournament experience across this as a whole, especially not having Emilia on the roster this year for Singapore. That's I think a loss that a lot of people expected to affect them a little bit this year, and apparently didn't as much as they thought.
Yeah, you're really seeing the years start to stack up on some of these players. Demonacle starting to stack up a few. GS Blank, I think now this is like the 8th World Cup, I think, that they're playing in, or some really high number like that. So Seal as well, I think, starting to stack up a little bit. So I think at this point we're pretty familiar with these players, but it's nice to see, I think, mostly Megamic really stepping up, I think, and kind of just getting some really good MVP plays on this team.
Yeah, this will be good to see from them as well. So a lot of good standout performances from Megamic. Hopefully it continues with some team performances into the bracket stage. That's going to do it for our bottom 16 teams. Now we move on to the top 16. Averages shifting well into the mid 2.5 million plus scores. It's Japan in 16th, most notably dropping down from the top 8 last year, losing a few big players this year. Obviously, no Varvalian for Japan this time around. Really, really unfortunate to not see him for them this year, but they still did a good job making that top 16 placements. Notable performances from Tichi and Iger going to be Teachy FCing 3 out of 3 of the DTs, every single one of them. And of course, La Plus One, Iger FCing 3 out of 4 of the Nomads. So good tandem performance from them this year, pushing to an 8th place on Nomad 3 and top 6 on DT3. That was a map with some pretty significant competition. So.
Yeah. I think it's great to see Japan still being able to. I know obviously their last year placing is, it's still quite a drop, but at the same time they've still got a solid team here, and that DT3 is just it's insane considering how competitive DT was this time around. So they have got some really really strong maps in their pool that hopefully they can take advantage of in the bracket stage.
Yeah, gotta be able to move on with the performances despite having, some of your star players missing, and Japan has done a good job of, kind of recovering from the loss of Varvalian this year with some very impressive players on this roster as well. I don't want to detract from the players that they have this year. There are some insanely impressive names still up for Japan this time around, so good on them bringing up the bottom of the top 16. Next up, they brought up the bottom of the top 16 this year. They've made a slight improvement. It's Team Brazil moving from 16th to 15th, despite losing some of their name brand players this year, most notably both Mistia and Nissan missing from the roster this time around, as well as Mouse Easy not making an appearance. But we are running with an impressive roster nonetheless. Still, we had some pretty star performances. MVP for Team Brazil this time around is actually going to be Luis, setting some ridiculous scores across every single mod category. Brazil going to be taking 4th place on Hard Rock 2, 6th place on Nomad 2, and 8th on Hidden 2.
Okay, but considering that this is basically the same placement for them without those players that you mentioned is pretty crazy. Like if you think about it, they lost all of their star players and they just replaced all of them, and they're apparently just still as good. So Brazil actually quite scary. Oh, I will say.
Yeah, they've had some serious improvement over their roster over the past year. Obviously, players like Zubs and Defons coming back and continuing to perform year after year. Checha, a good addition to the roster this time around, has proven to be a ridiculous tournament player, as well as Korean Maluko continuing to go for them. Xkirito, the only player in OWC that is not within the rank range of the tournament at the present time, was of course at registrations, but is not now actually ranked up to play this tournament specifically, and is now back on his way down. But Brazil, 15th place this year, they'll be facing off against your 17th place team, which is going to be Singapore. Next up, going to be number 14, the Philippines. They placed 17th last year. They made an improvement from last time around. There's really not much to say about this roster other than Enri's performance was something to behold. I think everyone was kind of expecting that star performance out of the basically top 20 player, absolute spawn for tournament in terms of their performance over the past couple of months, and it is reflected very much in these qualifiers results here. The Hidden 1 going to be one of their better placements here in 7th place, but Nomad, can't forget the Nomad 1 and 2, 5th place in both of those slots there.
Yeah, these scores, outside of like DT's probably their area, they've got a bit of improvement to work on, but their Nomad is ridiculously solid. That Hidden 1 7th place was probably a very tricky map. So top 7 on that map is really really good to see from them. So you can really see we're starting to get to those teams that are just pretty much good on everything, and able to pull good performances on everything, and have got specific areas where they're just absolutely ridiculous. Their Nomad in particular is really really good.
Yeah, you're really looking for some improvements from these teams in the top 16 here. You occasionally see a single digit placement from some of the bottom 16 teams, but once you move up to these top 16, you're really looking for some consistent performances across the board, and they are only going to get better as we continue moving through. Next up on the seedings, it's going to be 13th, Norway. They are moving from 19th place last year with some very good roster additions. Obviously have to make mention of additions of players like Nindrake, Nineric. Penguinsy is stellar on the speed this year as well, but MVPs for this roster this time around is going to be Jompa Tormen and GN. Jompa Tormen top scoring every single Hard Rock for Norway this year, and GN top scoring the hidden pool for the team this time around, as well as some good supporting performances from returning players like Marcus Melver and Yokespie. So Norway, big improvement. Good to see.
You know, all I really wish for when it comes to Team Norway is that they make it far enough so that they can play the later pools. I just want to see what Yokespie and GN can do on those, man. It's always a treat.
Yeah, really, you know, you do see them performing on the later stage stuff so much so it's always surprising. You see them in qualifiers, you know, not barely placing top 10 on these hidden maps. You're always, you know, kind of expecting, but it is the nature of the 4v4 and the backing team scores that are necessary sometimes. But next up, a team with some solid improvement as well. 12th seeded Team China this year, moving up 8 places from 20th last year. We've got a serious roster on our hands for China this time around. You know, some pretty linear switches for the roster this time around, but really, really cool to see China making improvements with this roster. Obviously, notable returnees. We've got players like Crystal on here, Milk Tea, Kurumi, David. I mean, this is a star roster, and they have, you know, kind of come out to prove that this year. 4th place and 9th place on Nomads 3 and 4. Notably, Crystal and Fia, the 2 MVPs for China this time around, they did a fantastic job of kind of bouncing back and forth for top scores for the team this time around. So you're almost ranked 5,000 player, and one of your oldest players on your roster being the top 2 performers really gives you some sense of the depth of this Chinese team.
Yeah, I love some of the names that are coming out from this Chinese team as well. They're really starting to coordinate those those lovely names. But yeah, just ridiculous good scores across the board for the Chinese team. But yeah, Crystal and Fia just absolutely you know, head and shoulders above the rest, and it's wicked to see. China, they are dangerous this year. Very, very scary stuff.
Yeah, really. This team could have had a seriously good qualifiers placements if actually not for that Nomad 2 performance. Is kind of tragic from them here. Really not a favorite of the streams here. A pretty stark contrast to a team like Mexico at the bottom end of teams with that 4th place team compared to China going on to the 43rd. So we've got them kind of switching things up a bit. Next up, we are going to move to the team just outside of the top 10 this year. It is 11th seeded Romania, improving from 15th last time around. It's going to be stellar performances, MVPs out of Eternum and Badu this year as a whole for the team, both of them bouncing back and forth for good placements this time around. Satono Diamond most notably jumping into the top performers for the team this time around, taking the MVP for the Nomad pool, giving them some, you know, kind of the majority of their qualifiers placements here, 6th, 5th, and 3rd respectively on Nomads 1, 3, and 4.
Honestly, I think this placement might be a little bit of a fluke. I'm pretty sure this team is way better than Seed 11, so it's going to be pretty rough, I think, in terms of brackets if you end up meeting them. We all know the Romanian OWC incidents. We'll call it that.
The Grim Reapers.
But I mean, no, they've stepped up their game so much, and I think if they can manage to reach some of the later pools and unlock Badu a little bit, I think it's going to be really scary.
I 100% agree with you. Funny enough, actually, Romania was the first team this year to play their qualifiers all the way back on Thursday, and they maintained first place qualifiers until midway through Saturday. So this is a team that's, you know, still up there despite this 11th place seeding. They are a runner in this year for a much higher placement. I mean, we saw last year 15th, they well outplaced that qualifier seeding. So really moving up with the 11th place. I expect them to do much better this year. We're going to move into the top 10 now. It's your 10th seeded team, Team Indonesia. They are going to be dropping from 5th seed last year off of what was one of their most impressive qualifiers performance they have ever had. Still very respectable for 10th seed on Indonesia this time around. You love to see it from them. Good placements overall from their rosters. Newest notable MVP is going to be Roe, and that noob guy actually bringing up the team this year. Very notably, Indonesia with the number 1 team score on Nomad 4.
Look at how stark the strengths and weaknesses of this team are just by looking at this. You just, depending on what you're playing, you're either getting like the USA or like a team that really doesn't qualify, right? So I think, you know, watch your picks and bans, I think, because they seem to be able to do some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I would not touch Hidden against this roster, really. Unless you're a top 3 team. I want to avoid that one. Indonesia, very good for them. Moving slightly down, but still very respectable placement for them. Next up, it's going to be our 9th seeded team, Team Hong Kong, making improvements from the 12th seed that they had last year. This is another team I think that quite a few people potentially placed either in their top 8 qualifying teams or close to it, and they certainly made it close. Just 1 spot out of the top 8 this time around, improving themselves. You know, not too many standout performances, kind of like we saw in Indonesia with, you know, top 4 placements on a few maps, even number 1s, but you know, the team consistency all around here is absolutely stellar. Top 20 on every single map, single-digit placements on 3 different picks in this pool. This is a roster that knows exactly what they're doing and exactly what they're good at, and they are going to be a force to be reckoned with in this 9th seeded spot here. Notably, MCY, Force, Sawagi, and RLSC, top 3 performers for this roster this time around.
Yeah, just some great stuff from Hong Kong this year. They have everyone on this team is, you know, pulling their weight, and they played so many maps and had so many interchanges between maps, and yet still pulled out some incredible scores. You know, particularly, you know, that Hard Rock 1 score is really, really good. I definitely avoid playing Hong Kong on that unless you're, again, a top 3 team. Kind of a theme going on here, isn't there, really?
Yeah, very much so. All right. Now, something about the 8th seeded spot we should kind of go over. This is almost a cursed spot in previous OWCs, because if anyone knows anything about bracket stages of tournaments, while the 8th seeded placement in a tournament does not necessarily have a the worst bracket, they do end up facing the number 1 seeded team very much so earlier than most other teams in the tournament. So generally, this spot has a little bit of a rough go of things sometimes. And the team this time around that's going to be filling that spot, moving into the top 8, is Team France. They're going to be bringing up the coveted 8th place position in the tournament this year, improving from 10th seed from last time around. The luckiest spot in the tournament. Absolutely stellar Hidden 2 from them this time around. A 3.3 million team score, setting the number 1 placement on the map. Notable score from Justman as well. One of the highest performing players on their team, SSing the Nomad 2 to give them an improvement on their performance on that map, pushing them to 16th on that, and a 4th place on DT2 as well. So this is not just a roster that is good at one skill set. Again, they're pretty confident across the board. Only placement they had out of the top 20 was on Nomad 1, and even then just missing by 1 spot here. Obviously, returning veterans to the tournament here. Musty repeating for the 11th time, I believe, in OWC, continuing to come back. Ikoro making his return once again. Fils Delama and Vroom Sivivit coming back for France this year as well. Some amazing roster additions.
Musty, my fellow grandpa. Always nice to see.
Yeah, the roster additions for France this year really making a difference for them. They have so many high performers this year, and it's very much so reflected in their performance. So cool to see new teams taking up these top 8 spots. Funny enough, actually, of the top 8 placements this year, there is, I believe, half of them were not top 8 last year. So if that gives, I don't know how many spoilers that gives, hopefully not too many, but we'll continue moving through them. Next up, our first team with a 3 million plus team score. Every team after this has 3 million plus team average. It's going to be Russia, moving from 13th to 7th. Crazy improvement from them this year. We have 2nd place overall on the double time pool. Every single double time map Russia took 2nd place on. That is a performance that not a lot of teams can show for themselves on here. That is absolutely great from them. Vacman playing 10 out of 11 maps in their counted runs, most notably. So not just all of the maps played, but almost all maps played in their run that is what is counted for their qualifiers performance. So Vacman, going to be big for them this year, as well as Chikuni. Good addition from previous years, has really proven to be a great tournament player over the past year.
Yeah, something that's pretty noteworthy about this is most of the teams that are going to be around this placement will always have like one giant carry, or maybe like 2 or 3. But I mean, in the case of Russia, it kind of wasn't a one-person job. You know, it's kind of just everyone pulled their weight. Obviously, like you said, Chikuni and Vacman were up there in terms of player averages, but kind of everyone is up there. So it's a pretty scary, well-rounded team, I feel like.
Well, I am exceptionally excited to see Russia kind of, I think there's been a lot of jokes about Russia in previous years because, I think for the longest time, Russia was almost that team that they looked so good in this tournament. And then they would almost hit semifinals every year and almost hit like the brick wall where they would always lose in semis every single time. And I think this is, a pretty good chance that they have this year to, maybe make an improvement on that consistent performance from them. Next up,
let's talk about carries.
Yeah, really. It's Australia. Oh, one of you can ring this one off because this is too much.
Okay, so there's a screenshot of the of the match costs of their qualifier runs, and Emrek just has twice as much as anyone else on the team, sitting in qualifiers as the highest average score of all maps, and that sits at over 1 million. Emrek has an average of over 1 million score on all maps, all 11, both runs actually, all 22 maps. But that's not to discount anybody else on the team, really. Like they really showed up on. Obviously, the team is not just Emrek. It's good that there's a lot of support around him. I think they really built a roster that plays to his strengths. And every damn year we say it's like, where's Australia? They're gonna do good. And then I think this is the first time where they actually do place really well. So, people have been talking about that in chat as well. They finally avoided the 8th place curse, so that's really good on them.
The bracket advantage for them this year, no longer facing the number 1 seeded team so early in here, really is good to see. You mentioned a team built around helping Emrek this year, kind of playing to the team's strengths overall, have to mention, a player like Doomy coming out, pretty much getting the second highest performance on the roster this year. One of the oldest returning Australian players for this roster. Every single year comes back and performs exceptionally for them. So great to see. And then, of course, we can't really say it enough. Emrek FCing 11 out of 11 maps. That's really not something you see in this tournament very often. So, good on them. Very much good on them. And Australia going to be taking the 6th spot this year. Last up is our last of the teams that made their push into the top 8 this year. I mentioned half the top 8 teams are different this time around. The 5th seeded team is no different. Moving up from 9th to 5th is going to be South Korea, despite missing Flying Tuna this year. You really have to mention Karcher and Worst HR player. This is a roster with some absolutely exceptional, team synergy overall. They have ridiculous placements. They place 2nd and 3rd on Hidden and Hard Rock, respectively. But Karcher playing 10 out of 11 maps with an 800,000 score average, as well as Worst HR player with 8 out of 11 maps played in a 750,000 score average. South Korea, as a team as well, I talk about the team performance being a big indicator of their success this year without a player like Flying Tuna. They have the most second place map finishes of any team. At 5 out of 11 maps, they have the second place finish on, the next closest being 3. So this is a team that is good at multiple categories across their entire roster. I expect good performance.
I don't know how this happens every year. South Korea just comes up and brings up like 3 or 4 new players that we haven't really heard of too much, and then they just turned out to be insanely good. We've talked about Karcher a little bit, but I mean, Worst HR player actually placing in the top 10 of all players, sitting at number 9 for his score contributions. And also someone we haven't really mentioned at all is Amamiya Kokoro, which is also right next to Karcher at 23 of all players. So really solid performances, honestly. I'd be pretty scared. I mean, I've seen that about a lot of teams, but I mean, seriously, for this one, there's not a lot of precedent. I feel like some of these players we've seen in recent tournaments. I think most notably they did a good run in Course Ace, right? But that's other than that, we haven't really heard much from them. So maybe some new beginnings happening here.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of uncertainty going into this year's qualifiers, because I think there were, more teams than usual that made larger switches to their rosters as a whole. And because of that, it was a little bit more difficult to predict where teams were going to place. So it's good to see that these new, players on these rosters are really backing up the existing teams to push them to new heights. And South Korea did it this time around. Now, the 4 most coveted spots in the tournament, well, I should say the 4 most coveted. Top 3 is obviously the most coveted placements here, but the 4 teams this time around, we're going to start it off with our 4th seed, falling from 2nd, but still top 4. It's Team Canada. They had single-digit placements on every single map. You're going to see that for all of these top 4 teams here. 4th, 6th, 5th, and 5th from Nomad all the way down to Double Time. Again, cutting their placement or doubling their placement from last year, moving from 2nd to 4th, but still a very respectable performance from them this year, placing only out of the top 10 on Nomad 2 and Nomad 4. Very, very outstanding performance from Ryuk this year, playing 8 out of 11 maps with an 850,000 score average, including a Double Time 1 SS for the team this year. I believe that was actually the only double S on the map this year, or this time around. I'm going to fact check myself on that before I tell everyone that is the case. Yes, it was 2 double S's on that map. I will get to the other one later, but there was 2 double S's on D2, but one of them was Ryuk. Notably, Ryuk did not play Double Time 2 for this roster, and that was actually their worst double time map placement of the three of them. So, a good performance overall. Xylus, 971k on Hidden 1 as well, I should mention, the captain.
Yeah, Ryuke, Zudi, and Xylus placing fairly high up there in the player averages. I think Ryuke at 6, Zudi at 13, Xylus at 17. You know, you'd kind of expect them to be up there. And I think, I don't think, you know, it's weird looking at this, going from second place to fourth place. I don't think they got worse. I think the other teams that we haven't talked about yet just got a hell of a lot better. I mean, it's not hard to guess which ones are ahead, but I mean, we'll talk about them once we get there. It's worth talking about.
Most certainly so. I think once we go over that third place team, it's gonna be pretty evident who the top two are. So, if you've been keeping track of teams, there are only 3 teams left, and it is going to be the third place team, Germany, placing in the exact same spot as last year. They're going to bring back the third place. They took number 1 on the Nomad pool this year, despite placing 14th on Nomad 4. They were able to take numbers 1, 2, and 3 on Nomads 1, 2, and 3 respectively, and top 8 performances on almost every other map besides Double Time 1. White Cat, once again, popping off in the World Cups, the 5th best player overall in qualifiers this time around, playing 10 out of 11 maps, averaging 834,000 overall in qualifiers this time around, as well as Kriller. You know, we've seen performances in Corsace this year and multiple other tournaments. It is very much reflected in this as well.
Yep, Kriller, top 3 of all players. I mean, it's not like it's not expected. We all know by now that Kriller's kind of insane, but yeah, I think it was pretty interesting today if you were following the player streams when they were playing the qualifiers and all that. I think the qualifier schedule was pretty like late heavy, I guess. Like all the top teams are playing near the end, so you're watching the Germany lobby and they're like, damn, they're doing pretty good. and then suddenly an hour later you hear about the results from the second place team, and it is Poland. And I just want to say that Malashevsky's average accuracy over all 11 maps is 99.7. How?
That is not normal.
And how many SSs does he have? I think he has 4 SSs, right?
It was either 4 or 3. I should let me roll through really quickly for everyone here just to let you know. So a 99.9% FC on DT2, almost a double S, had the second double S on DT1, had an SS on Hidden 2, an SS on Nomad 4, and an SS on Nomad 2.
So somehow, after seeing Emmerich with the crazy match cost on that one, well, turns out Malashevsky's actually a little bit ahead. So congratulations to him for being the MVP of all the qualifiers. I mean, it's well deserved. These scores are kind of crazy, but I mean, that's just one player, right? One player is not enough to just shoot up a team and have them place top 2. There's so much more that went into that, and I think a lot of really good shared performances from a lot of players we haven't seen too much of. I think most notably Bartek returning from pooling, I think did pretty well. Expecting a lot of great things, I think, from most of the people on this roster, but a lot of relatively new names.
Yeah, definitely so. You know, you got to mention players like even Mustache and Rafis. You know, I think Mustache, obviously a player who, you know, has been here before. Rafis, of course, as well. Both of them coming out and doing exactly what they needed to do this year. They have both made some significant improvements. Rafis just continues to get better and better over time. And Mustache has, unironically, you know, not been talked about as much, but has struck me with some pretty significant improvement over the past few years. So, you know, or the past few months, even most notably. So, really, really cool to see Poland making their push for a top 3 spot this year. We haven't really seen them with a notable OWC performance since 2017 when they won the tournament. So maybe their biggest shot since then this year, qualifiers, if that's anything to go off of. Obviously missing Wubwolf as well. We should mention the first time that they are missing him for the roster this year. But that's going to be your second place spot. Pretty sure that narrows it down. I don't want to kill the hype or anything, but very unsurprisingly, and a very big congratulations once again to the United States. They will be your number 1 seeded team in the tournament. Something I should note that I don't think has been noted every other year we've done these seeding showcases. The United States has been the number 1 qualifying team for the OSU World Cup every single year that qualifiers has been instated in this tournament. I feel like that gives some ridiculous perspective to things. But again, they performed well across all maps. Number 1 in Hidden and Hard Rock. Number 3 in Nomad and Double Time. And unironically, the biggest roster changes that this team has had in a very long time. Normally, you don't see the United States switching out a whole lot of players. I believe 4 different players on this roster from last year. So some big shifts for them.
I think one quick thing I wanna point out is that there's a pretty significant difference in score or like seeding results between all of these teams. Usually it gets a little close, but once you get to Australia, every team after that, so between Australia, South Korea, Canada, Germany, Poland, USA, there are some quite large differences in score. So I think it's pretty interesting that there's kind of like a clear top-down view. You know, there was not really any question of how close maybe some of the seeding were, or if there was maybe a difference. You know, if I didn't find that miss, the seeding would have changed. No, there are like over 100k differences in score from all of these top placing teams, which is pretty interesting, I think. But that maybe says something about how dominant the USA still is, considering the crazy stuff we just talked about with Poland and Germany. So.
Seriously, these are some good teams, and that really is just not saying enough. These, I really think all of the top 4 this year, everyone can be excited for what these 4 teams are going to be able to put up with performances this time around. And even all the top 8 teams, I think we're expecting some pretty impressive stuff out of them this year. As usual, all amazing rosters. Congratulations! That is going to conclude the team's showcase from qualifiers. The challenge bracket will be updated relatively soon, as well as our pick'ems, HaloWatchers pick'ems, rather, I should say. They are not ours. HaloWatcher runs them. Make sure to submit your picks into those for the round of 32 match-ups that will be happening next weekend. We will also have team country banners up as usual for all of the top 32 qualifying teams sometime either this weekend or next weekend. We will also have donations open for our Open Collective page, so we are accepting viewer donations to the prize pool this time around. So if you would like to donate and support the teams placing in this tournament, we are now accepting those through the Open Collective page. You can find more information about that in the Twitch chat. But again, as always, congratulations to our top 32 place teams. Best of luck to them in the bracket stage. They will all be facing off starting next weekend all the way through grand finals. But with the round of 32 starting, there's only one thing left that we need, and that's a map pool. And that's exactly what's going to be coming up next. We're going to take a very, very, very short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be switching out our casters, getting everything switched over to that. And we'll start our round of 32 map pool showcase in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere.
All right, welcome back. It was indeed a very, very quick break. We've had a bit of a caster change, but unfortunately I'm still here. And I'm joined, again, by Dada. Welcome back.
Hi, can you believe this guy is still here?
Unbelievable.
I
The guy
can't.
that works on the map
Unbelievable,
pool is
man.
still here on the map pool showcase. But we do have yet another new voice on the stream. We've got one of our test players. We've got Miles here.
Hello. Unfortunately, now I am here in Sayo's place to do this map pool showcase.
A lot of unfortunate things going on here. But yeah, so quick recap actually, because I completely forgot to mention this on the seed reveal. But in terms of map pool, I think the difficulty of that map pool landed in a pretty good place. The average score across all maps, all plays, was around 600k, which is pretty healthy. The highest score and most FC'd of any maps was DT1. And I mean, that was kind of expected, even though we made it very hard. And then also kind of expected, Hidden One being the lowest, and with the lowest amount of FCs at only 9, relatively to the DT1, which had around like 50. So yeah, I mean, a lot of differences in the maps. Hopefully, I think it evens out a little bit more for this round of 32 pool. I'm pretty excited to show it off. You guys ready?
Yep.
Let's go.
Okay. Mr. Streamer, let's get started with Nomad 1. It is Katamari on the Wings by Melon Boy. And oh man, this slaps.
I love this song, man. Like, when Melon Boy, aka Fucho, I guess, if you remember one of his old names, they linked this song. We didn't really think that was like 100% Nomad winnable. But then, like, we look at this map, and, like, just everything just feels so nice. The song feels nice, the map feels nice. Like, this is just a joy to play. I know every time when, like, a top-tier team tries to play Nomad 1 in early stages, they always go like, this is a boring map, we can all see it, we can just ignore it or ban it or do whatever. But this one, I think they're really going to want to play through at least once or twice, because this is just a joy to play.
Yeah, and I think in stark contrast to the qualifiers Nomad 1, this one is going to be pretty comfortable to play. I think not many people are going to be very uncomfortable on the jumps of this map. Pretty easy to flow to.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that, the contrast. I think a lot of people did not, well, maybe not a lot of people, but some people were not fans of Nomad 1 not being super conventional. That's all fixed. So this is a pretty conventional Nomad 1. Just the song, I think, is a little bit different. And,
We'll
I
see.
think we're good.
We'll see in a bit. The solo kind of deviates a little bit. Like, it has a couple of weird snaps, a couple of like maybe a little bit unconventional patterns, but the aim on this map is a lot more conventional. I feel it's very sharp. Not many like wide angles or spacing changes between like circles of the same pattern. But yeah, like. I can't get over how much I like this song. Like it's so
good.
Nice.
It's so good. Finally, we have some Nomad 1s with good song choice. No flame.
I love anime, Alex. Please.
I guess this is a characteristic of Alex being one of our main poolers. No anime Nomad 1. It's gone. You'll never see it again.
You will see it again eventually.
Not factual. Can't confirm.
Trust. Anime is not over. Anime is not cancelled.
No, it is. Kanye West said it.
That guy has been saying some not good things lately, so let's just ignore that one.
Okay, here's the part that Dada was mentioning earlier. Like, it's a little bit less conventional. You've got some sliders here. Might be tripped up if you are sight reading, but this is OWC. You probably shouldn't be sight reading, even if it is round of 32.
It's still pretty comfy to play. I think it's. I don't think it's too much to trip anyone up. This is round of 32 as well, so I mean, there's quite a significant step down in difficulty from qualifiers. I think this should be immediately obvious when you just compare this map to the last couple of them that we've seen.
Yeah, it's a step down. Like every qualifier pool eventually ends up being a step down from qualifiers. I think ever since we began the format. But there's still like this has been a step up from previous round of 32 pools by a decent amount. So it's no longer like 4 ways. I think. Oh, I hope it's not 4 ways.
Really,
Because-
I think it's gonna be pretty common to see 4 ways on at least some of these maps.
For a couple of teams, yes, but I think for the mid tier, like the 15 versus 17, or the 16 versus 17, or the 15 versus 18.
Actually, I think to expand on that point, I'll say this again. We're not at that map yet, but I said this last week. But in case you missed that, Nomad 5, which is normally the speed pick, is now in free mods, and obviously that means you'll need modded players to play it. So it's going to be a lot harder to have your score on that. And Nomad 5 notoriously the last like 2 years has been kind of 4-way central in early stages. So I think that's one less map to have as almost like a guarantee high score on. But yeah.
I believe Nomad 5 was actually 8-weight in quarterfinals last year by USA and UK, and that's it's a little bit much for quarterfinals. So once again, another reason to move that speed map down to free mod.
Alright, moving on now to Nomad 2. It's an Undead Corpse song. Yeah.
You want to say anything about this map, Alex?
Yeah, I guess I can. I mean, it's an Undead Corpse song. I think this is a little bit of a more unconventional Nomad 2. This kind of stems from us wanting to diversify that slot a little bit. So this has, I wouldn't say it has some like crazy outlandish like tech elements or anything, but I think some of the patterning in this is something that you might not usually find in Nomad 2. I think there's a little bit of slider aim here and there. There was at one point a little bit of a kind of rhythm section in the middle, but it's been cut down a little bit for it to be more reasonable. But yeah, I mean it's a little bit more of a like a linear aim map with maybe a little bit of finger control, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, like oh god, no, not my dog again. Okay.
No, what the dog has to say? No.
My dog likes this map apparently because he's really vocal about it. That's because he likes the map, right? But yeah, there used to be a 1-9 section of this map that got cut down to just simplify the rhythms a little bit. Yeah, this is a cool map. I think like as an early stage Nomad 2, they usually all tended to be like a little bit more of a very simple map. You'd see a lot of people just like trying to do some sort of act battle. It would always be decided by who would miss on essentially nothing and ruin their team score. I think this one, like, you can miss on a lot more places. Like the streams aren't 100% comfortable, but like they aren't super whack. So I think like it's just like a lot more of a difficult Nomad 2 to be consistent on, even though it's still pretty fun.
Oh,
as
I
far as
will
we've
say, I'm not the best person to comment on this because I can't play Nomad 2, but I think this is a little bit on the higher end of stamina requirements, at least in terms of this stage. So maybe more so than usual for your round of 32 Nomad 2s, this maybe has a little bit more stamina. I can't confirm that myself because I'm a snail.
I can sort of confirm it, but it is 185, so for people who struggled with stamina last week, I think it would be a little bit of a step down. I think it would be a good for
I'd just like to mention, we are segueing from a Dota Nomad 2 to an Azer Nomad 2, so I hope you guys are happy.
I can't believe these poolers are using the OWC tool, the OWC pool to actually push their maps onto like the public. This is so like lame.
I didn't really want to do this. This was kind of done as a last minute thing.
Neither of us wanted to do this. Really.
It's kind of hard to have that many Nomad 2 mappers. I think it's not a style that people like to do. But don't worry, the ones that do are here. You'll find them later. But yeah, for now, unfortunately, you have to deal with my mapping. So.
Born to map pool, forced to Nomad 2.
Oh boy.
Also, just a little comment before you segue into the next map. The start of this pool is a little bit like on the long side, but that is like very front loaded. You'll see the pool gets a lot more normal size, even a little bit shorter as it goes on.
All right, not
So
quite
don't
yet though.
panic.
This one's pretty long. Nomad 3, and I mean it's a K-Kip Hatsuki Yura alt pick. And yeah, I think this is quite a banger.
I think anyone who's ever heard of KKIP and his mapping knows that it's synonymous with Hatsukiura. And
Yeah, half of that statement was a little bit redundant to say. It's a KKIP map, you know the
yeah,
artist.
like this is yet another one, but I think everyone will enjoy this style of Nomad 3. It's very, it's a style that people have gotten used to a little bit, but I think it's still very pleasant to play. Like all of the changes in spacing and the changes in direction feel very comfortable, and nothing really feels like it's really pushing you that hard, even though it, like, because of the way they happen, it feels like very fitting to the song, but it doesn't feel like you're making some like super sharp turn to the right to actually like hit a note. It's more like just you play along with the song. It's very nice. I think the person here who is like heavily involved in playtesting can attest to, like, we had a couple of different choices for this slot, but we ended up landing on this. These used to be a Rana 16 map, but like because of the difficulty of the last one and this one combined, we kind of shifted it across.
Yeah, well, I guess the raw difficulty of this and the aforementioned one from round of 16 are pretty similar. I think that this style of mapping is just a little bit friendlier for round of 32, so we ended up sticking with this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a very safe map. I don't think you're going to find much to complain about or anything that's unconventional with this. I think it's a pretty good pick for just about everybody. I think also in early stages, I think Nomad 3 lately has been one of the more popular picks, so we think you'll like this one a lot. Also, not that related, but speaking of doing things out of necessity, relating to my previous pick, I think this is one of like 12 maps I've hit sounded in the World Cup. So, yeah.
Yeah, something we found out is that KKIP is like colorblind, which doesn't have anything to do with hit sounds, but he used that as one of the reasons why he couldn't hit sound this map.
Oh, I think that was for combo colors.
No, he put it in the same sentence, so we just kind of assumed it was
Could be both.
But yeah, this is yet again, I'm about to reiterate this, but since there was a common complaint with the qualifiers pool, this is the front-loaded like length of the pool. It's very, it's lengthy just at the start, and then we'll see like a lot more of a regression to the mean by the end.
This is the last 4-minute map you're seeing. Even the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is actually TV size.
So true.
Finally.
We actually put in Kickback by Kenshi Yonezu as a tiebreaker because we all love like seasonal anime and Chainsaw Man, and it's all TV size, not player form. It's right there.
Thank God, OWC Pool is finally reflecting the songs that I want to see in the map pool.
I love anime. I regret saying that already.
Holding that to you.
That's a clip it, chat. Clip it.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see how much this test consistency this kind of drags on. It's a lot of the same obligatory Fairy Rage smoke replay. But yeah, it's gonna be the last one of the lengthy maps.
It's the last one where we run out of words.
I've got words, trust. Okay, I think we're going to be seeing 3 score brackets for this map. You're either going to be seeing FCs from people who are good at this type of map, you're going to see 600Ks from people who can play this but will miss once, and you're going to be seeing 350K from people who can't play this type of map. I don't know if it will deviate from that much, honestly.
Safe bet, Miles. Thank you.
No problem. The map finished.
Wow.
Thanks. All right, so for Nomad 4, this was actually different until I think last week or something. Some slight changes we were doing with this, so we ended up going with an existing Jazag map. So technically, this is the first non-custom in OWC. You're gonna see plenty more of those. But yeah, this is a really pretty graveyarded map. I believe. Actually, maybe this was ranked recently.
This was ranked.
It was ranked.
Yeah. At the time, it was graveyarded. But yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a treat to play with. This is just an example of like, why custom something when you have something this good that fits perfectly. This is gonna be a really fun time.
Yeah, the first non-custom map in LWC officially for this iteration. But then another map by Jeremy Zag, Mr. Zag here. Common and like very appreciated force in the like community tournament scene for Nomad 4s and tech maps in general. His maps are just very nice, very coherent, and like this is like kind of like a new-ish age tech mapper where they've really been getting more and more representation over community tournaments, so we decided to put him in. This map might be a little bit more on the harder side of the pool, like just a smidge, but it simultaneously is a very fun map, very engaging to play, unlike some of the earlier Nomad 4s and some previous iterations where they perhaps were a little bit like very easy, like very automatic for you to combo. This one gives you a very ample possibility to miss, like in a lot of patterns here.
Especially in this section coming up that has a lot of very long and fast sliders that will probably trip some people up on their first attempts on this map. But another thing I'd like to mention is that this map has been used a lot recently in some community tournaments, so our players who are very active in those are probably going to be familiar with this map. I believe it was in Perennial earlier this year, along with a few others. OCL if you're into that, and ADT, it was in Hard Rock recently.
I don't think it was in Perennial, but I do think it was represented in both the other times you mentioned. Yeah,
It's definitely in Perennial.
It's time for some drain snakes.
No, because I did the replay for it in Perennial.
Whoa.
Snakes.
Pretzel.
Small
Nice.
intestine.
Hell. Yeah, remember when you play this map that the section has a lot of slider aim, including the less conventional side of slider aim, where you actually have to aim the whole slider instead of just like aiming the body and kind of half-assing the slider in. So, yeah, very tricky section there. I think we'll see a lot of breaks for the people who aren't 100% in tune with the map.
And I'll say this a third time in case you missed it. Another time, there's Nomad 5 does exist, but it is in free mods. So we're gonna go straight to Hidden. So Hidden 1, Paradigm by Moth and Flake, which is a pretty interesting collab. Yeah, Floth or Flop H.
Flow Philippines.
This
They
is
are
not,
making it
this
all
is
back?
not Flop though. This is pretty enjoyable to play.
Yeah, this is a map that's gone through a couple of iterations. I believe we had a part of the pooling process was kind of dedicated to like sort of fixing the middle section here, because it used to be a lot worse. It used to be very uncomfortable, very like unintuitive. But we fixed it a little bit, so now I think this map is just one of the.
I think we'll leave that version of the map to like the Iceberg World Cup lore.
I mean, maybe they'll like put it in the description or something, just so you can experience what it's like to be very int for like 30 seconds in the solo.
Yeah, the
it's
test
one of-
player lobby. Everyone just missed there. Like, if you looked at the leaderboard, it was just all red at this one part at like the 2/3 mark.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most well-received maps in the pool after we changed it. Like, it's just a pleasure to play, really. Like, we've seen Moth a lot over previous OWCs, and I think for good reason. The guy just doesn't really miss. He's just very consistent, provides very cool, like gameplay, dynamic gameplay, which is also like not horse hockey essentially. Like, you can hit it very well.
This is the section that was heavily nerfed, so I don't know if you can loosely imagine what it was like before then, but maybe one day we'll have to show that one.
It'll be next year in Hard Rock, don't worry.
Oh boy.
Long choice for the Nomad 1 Hidden 1 aims this year. For this pool in particular, very nice, I think.
Yeah, honestly, we talk about that a lot. I just want to clarify that it's kind of we're kind of joking when we talk about like, oh, like not having anime or it's pure banter. Like these mappers pick the songs that they want, and if they're good, which they always are, evidently, because these are pretty good. You know, we just do something with them. So
We'll see.
I just wanted to clarify that because we haven't yet.
In due time, we will see the anime.
Oh yeah, it's there. But I think again with this pool we landed in a pretty good mix of song genre variety. Obviously we've only seen 5 maps, but yeah.
That comes to a close here. I just want to point out that the hidden one last week was the lowest average by far. This one, I think, will be very different. I think this map will see a lot of FCs.
Absolutely.
Comfortable. Alright, we're going back to some old tourney maps, actually. If I'm not wrong, this was an old tourney map by Nissan, I think for Coffee Hispanic?
I have no clue.
One of
Honestly.
those.
Been around though.
Yeah, but this is not a custom. You probably know this one. It's actually ranked by now.
It is. I think all of the existing maps we have in this pool are ranked. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure.
I swear this was a tourney custom, and I can't find it in the tags anywhere. But anyway, maybe I'm just wrong. It's something that we're doing a little bit of. We intend on reusing some tourney customs that were more local tourneys, so any like regional tourneys or closed rank tourneys, or anything that like the vast majority of players just did not get to play. You know, someone already did the custom mapping, so we might as well present it to a larger audience. I can't fully confirm whether this is actually a tourney pick or not. I just have the memory.
I don't think so. I think this is just a map you wanted to map.
Yeah, well, regardless, you should probably be familiar with this one. It's one of the best A-rate maps we've seen in a little bit. It's very consistent, very enjoyable to play.
Very comfortable. The streams, unlike the qualifier map, where we saw a lot of breaks on the streams, like the aim was just very intense and it shifted around a lot. This one is like, the streams are very basic, with one turn at most, and it's very intuitive. So people won't be missing on the streams that much. I think this is primarily a map we'll see misses on aim, with a couple of misses on triples maybe at the end also, but that's a little bit tougher.
I think this is kind of your quintessential area hidden tourney map that is probably going to be picked by any team that is competent on this.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't really get the tourney feeling from playing this. This doesn't feel like tourney core, as Dada calls it. I like the term, I'm going to coin it, so... This feels like a really good, solid A-rate map.
Yeah, there's not really much to say. Like, again, this is an existing map. It's not a map we specifically requested for this. Like, for AR8s, especially, I think that's very important, because a lot of the time you just, like, kind of make an AR8, and eventually it becomes a map you're wanting to use in your tourney, but it's not always that case at the start, so you kind of end up forcing a lot of things into it that it doesn't necessarily like take well, so it ends up feeling a little bit forced. I don't think this is the case here. I think this is just a map that's very nice, very consistent, and naturally maps the song without anything kind of forcing its way onto it.
Here are the streams aforementioned. They show up here at this end section.
Very basic streams, you can see, very like, one turn, solid, like normal gradient, doesn't shift. Yeah. The ending is a little bit tougher than the rest of the map, but it's not by a huge amount.
That's okay. I think you're gonna see that a little bit often. I think it's funny when the ending is hard. It's very entertaining to watch.
It's more fun when you miss than when you don't.
Exactly.
For
Alright,
us, not for you. Screw
so
you.
the Hard Rock pool. Let's take a look at Hard Rock 1, which was actually made as the Nomad 4 for this round. But we took a look at this and we're like, hold on, this is actually really fun to play with Hard Rock. So I think we managed to fit it in the pool a little bit. We had a little bit of like Hard Rock balance issues with the other Hard Rock map in the pool. So you kind of get a streamy tech pick as Hard Rock 1, and it's really fun. But yeah, this is just full blown tech. It was intended as a tech pick. It was reworked a little bit to fit this slot. But yeah, I mean, it's also I think Eli's first OWC map as well.
His first OWC map used to be a little bit more techy. We kind of cut back on that as we transitioned into Hard Rock, but it's still very. You can feel the tech. Like that's such a blanket term, but you can feel it. You look at this map, you're like tech. I love tech. But yeah, this is a very fun Hard Rock. I think unlike a lot of people kind of complain about qualifiers Hard Rock 1, where it just felt like a little bit too streamy, maybe a little bit too conventional even. Like this one is a lot more like it encompasses a lot more skill sets, but it doesn't try to force it. I think it's again a map where it just feels very natural, very very nice with the song.
Most importantly, this does not really have aim. This was not intended to be an aim pick. It's something that's going to be pretty common with Hard Rock pools. There's not necessarily always going to be like an aim Hard Rock. Precision kind of fits that, we feel like, so this is just not at all the focus of this map. But don't worry, if you like Hard Rock game, there's going to be some other things to play that you'll see soon.
Yet again, this might feel a little bit tougher than the rest of the pool because it just has like a little bit more of more skill sets that it tests essentially. But those skill sets are pretty like well balanced around the difficulty of the pool. It just might feel a little bit tough because it tests so many. So yeah, hopefully you just have fun playing this map because I think that's the first thing you try to prioritize when balancing it.
Yeah, moving on to the other Hard Rock now, and it's something a lot more comfy, I think, for everybody. Let's take a look at Outer Science, and here's your precision pick, CS5. It's got very standard, structured CS5 aim. I think people will enjoy this one.
Yeah, we took the aim pick and we combined it with the precision pick. So our Hard Rock 2 Outer Science, custom by Aistre. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, Aistre, also known as Alphabet, I believe. Another mapper that does a lot of customs. He has a very versatile skill set map-wise, and he wanted to do this precision pick, so we let him. And as discussed before, we had a little bit of a balance issue when it got done. Like, this map ended up a little bit too aimy, but that was kind of a happy accident as we moved the Ellie map to Hard Rock 1. So this ended up being like a more aimy version, like the aim, where the aim concentrates essentially in Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, it is fairly comfortable. Most of the playtesters have much issue playing this map. I think it's going to be something we see picked a lot.
Yeah, in spite of the star rating, the starting of this ended up looking kind of scary, but the map felt very comfortable.
Star rating is just spooky when map pulling nowadays. So many changes just make so many slots seem super inflated. Don't even ask me about DT1.
Oh dude, it was very fun to see the star rating we were kind of like looking at for the whole like pulling process just end up completely shifted in the last rework. That was very fun.
Like two reworks ago when speed became like the highest star rating in your pool when it used to be kind of in the middle. Suddenly you had quarterfinals DT maps being like 7.3 stars. Like what?
Star rating.
Pretty funny that that map had the highest average score as well. So you know, you could say it's the easiest map in the pool, even though it's highest star rating.
Yeah, this is a nice song. Like, Outer Science, I think this is technically anime, if you want to count Mekaku City factors as anime, which you could. But, yeah, so here's sort of anime in your pool. Congrats. It is a cover, though, by Matsuki, so not fully.
Anime, no. Pretend.
I like this map a lot. It's kind of reminiscent of a lot of older picks that used to be like this, like a lot of like old like 2013 like Vocaloid maps. I kind of get the same vibes when I play this.
Yeah, there's a couple of maps of this where they're a little bit older. Like I believe there's the old like Sky Surgers. There's I wanna say the Hello SCV as well. That's one mapper that comes to mind when this song comes up. Yeah,
Yeah,
we like anime.
All right.
yes we do.
I think this double time pool has undergone a couple of changes. I think this DT1 is also quite a recent change, but here's another existing map for your DT1. And yes, it's 10.3. Look at it, it's 10.3.
Oh, in its glorious form, the AR is 10.33 in the bottom of your screen. Yes, for the
Players
first time,
rejoice.
I think ever, we have a 10.3 pick in the first round. And is that good or bad? We have no idea. We'll let you decide.
It's not like we're scaling up from here, it's just that like the AR on this just kind of feels like it's right. It is a very high BPM pick. There's not really much bursts in this. It's 270 BPM map. The thing is, this type of map, we've just talked about this in qualifiers, this type of map teams are really comfortable on. So I think in order to compensate for that, you kind of have to make it a little bit harder. So while yeah, some people will probably not like the fact that it's 10.3 so early on, we also have picks later that are not. So no worries there, and you're not going to see anything higher than 10.3 over the whole tourney as well. So
Yeah.
it's important details to add here. Map is still fun. It's pretty much exactly what you want the DT map to be in this slot. So
Playtesters liked it. Also, just keeping in mind that because this is a 10.3 map, we are going to do some more older like mapping styles in the following maps, I think. So yeah, it will be balanced, just maybe a little bit more towards the extremities. So like one map swings a little bit more to the extremity that way, and then we'll bring it back with another map being a little bit more extreme the other way.
Yeah, this is just like an AR 10.3 competence test, I think, in its purest form. Got very simple aim throughout the map. I think if you're able to play AR 10.3 at 270 BPM on short jumps, you're gonna do well on this map.
Yeah, and you might say, oh, this is like a speed map, this is really a T1, it's 270 and 10.3 with bursts, but just wait a little bit.
yeah, funnily enough, actually, just to extend the starting thing, you'd expect this to be the highest. It's actually not. There's even a worse offender that we'll see later, which I have no idea how it's even that high, but yeah, we'll see that pretty soon. I think, Dada, you should probably talk about the next two maps, huh?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Funny story. I used to have a map here, and then I killed it. Like I took it out back and just took it to the farm upstate because the pool was unbalanced, and we received a lot of qualifier complaints, specifically about DT2 and DT3 feeling very similar. And this was a pool where that felt exactly like on brand. Like it was very clear that it didn't really work. So I decided to kill my map with tears in my eyes, but it did happen. So instead, we have here Old Core. We have a very old map. I believe this is from 2008, not from 2009. If I ignore this, from a V2B set. And it's an alt map at CS6, the Air 8.
It's a good example of maps that you won't really see much in pools. We wanted to have some of that, and the DT pool in full context kind of allows us to do that, so here we go. This is also kind of a direct result from feedback, right? This wasn't planned, like this was just originally going to be an entirely different map. So
Yeah, we had a panic attack on Thursday. We switched the map on Friday, and then we made the replay, I think, on like Saturday very early. So
Yeah, I checked the pool before this, and I saw this map got changed, and I saw it was an ignore this map on a V2B set, and I was like, oh my god, only Dada would do this.
it wasn't me. Okay, I suggested a change, but the person who actually found this map was Sayo. So if you like the map, you dislike the map, you can go to sayo@gmail.com, which is not his email, but and just leave your complaints there.
also, this is probably easier for the DTs, but there are so many odd patterns here that I think if you're not really paying attention, you can very easily miss. So
Yeah, no, this is a really easy map, but you can miss anywhere. Like, you take your focus off the screen for like 1 second, 1 microsecond, you miss on an overlap, you miss on like a weird kind of like wiggle pattern. Like, you can really just flop on this map very hard if you just take a little like break on your focus. So yeah.
Alright, now for a little more full context on the DT pool, the DT3, the map by Mo. It's almost a Senya song. It's an Autobahn remix. And I mean, this map is kind of doing everything. This clocks in at 240, so it's not quite a crazy speed pick, but you know, there's a decent amount of finger control in this. There's a decent amount of just overall speed in this, maybe a little bit of stamina. So having a traditional DT2 in context with this map, I think, created exactly the type of like feedback problem that was given to us. So that's why we made the change. So we have this map here that's kind of meant to fill both slots, and I think it does so quite successfully.
Yeah, this map went through like a lot of iterations. Maybe you don't know this, Miles, because you don't have access to the actual mapping like channels, but this used to be the DT1, and then it got like remapped into a DT3, and then it got like tweaked a little bit more into like being more bursty. Like, this map has gone through a plethora of changes, and it ended up in a place where playtesters liked it. Like, it's quite fun. It's been a cool speed test, and yeah, and it's also sort of the reason why the pool ended up like very extremely balanced, because this kind of like mixes very specific elements of DT2 and DT3. So it's kind of like a stamina test, but it's not really. But it's like it drains your stamina a lot, so you didn't really feel comfortable putting like a proper like stamina DT in the pool as well as this. So that's how the pool ended up as it was.
I think the contrast between all the maps in the DT pool is really good this week. You have the DT1 that is AR 10.3 without many bursts. You have the DT2 that is CS6 AR8 alt from 2008, and here you have your, I think, more typical speed pick in the DT3 that, as you said, kind of combines some of the elements that you see from the DT2 and DT3 slots into one map.
Yeah, so you see a lot of bursts here. Bursts you didn't see in DT2, obviously, because the whole map is like sort of 150 BPM, if you're counting, or the DT1 you saw a couple of streams, but this one has a lot of the bursts, so you'll see that here. If you're not a speed team, you will maybe try to ban this. If you're a speed pilled tap cell like some of the other teams we have in this tournament, you will try to prioritize this as a pick.
All right, let's
So-
get into free mods. Free mod 1 here. It's a custom by Alden on a pretty interesting Vocaloid song. I think this is quite similar to the Hard Rock 2 map that we have, both in music choice and mapping style. But here's more of your, I guess, like, aimier pick, I suppose.
Yeah.
We didn't change the diff name. I don't know if we needed to do that, but
It's still I'm in your walls. Oh no!
I'm pretty sure it was uploaded like that. It's fine. It fits the song. It's thematic.
Yeah,
It really is.
So this is a free mod where like you'll see a lot of the patterns here are balanced towards like giving hidden players a little bit of a challenge, because generally this type of map is like
real quick, because this is a Hard Rock replay, the AR on this is 9.
Yeah,
And the stacks are perfect on Hidden.
that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit tougher. Also, there's a couple sections at the start, I believe, have like a really weird, not weird necessarily, but like it's a perfectly stacked different rhythm kind of deal, where you'll kind of need to read under your cursor, which is always a little bit of a challenge for some Hidden players who aren't really super fluent with the mod. But despite the perfect stacks, I know a lot of people have issues with those. This is a really fun map, I think. Unlike a lot of maps that are like free mod 1, a lot of aim, kind of like in round of 32, maybe the aim isn't really challenging, so you don't really have fun. This one is very fun, I believe.
For mod's sake, in the test player lobbies, at least the ones that I played, the Hidden and the Hard Rock scores on this were very balanced. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more variance, I guess, between who's actually comfortable on the map, rather than what mod is more comfortable.
I want to briefly talk about this because we didn't get a chance to, and this is the first free mod pick of the World Cup. So there's something I think it doesn't really concern this pool. This pool, I think the free mod is well balanced. Something that we talk about a lot, or historically have talked about a lot for free mods, is whether one mod is balanced with the other. I think we kind of just stepped away from that being a necessity sometimes because of the free mod rules in OWC, where you kind of necessitate one Hidden and one Hard Rock anyway. Kind of feel like it doesn't really matter if one of them is harder than the other because both teams have to make the same sacrifice. So you might see some picks in free mods that are not exactly balanced in terms of, you know, is it easier on Hidden or is it easier on Hard Rock. There are definitely some picks that will swing in one way or the other. This one doesn't. I don't think any of the picks in this pool do, but it's just a warning for later on because it's just a philosophy change that we didn't really get to talk about yet.
Yeah, you will try to see, like, we'll try to make it so that the free mods, like, any mod isn't, like, specifically outside of the difficulty range of the pool, like, too much, but some mods will be tougher than others at points.
Alright, this is where NoMod 5 goes. So if you've been following for the 4th time, NoMod 5 is now a free mod pick. So you are going to need to play Hidden and Hard Rock on this. So here's free mod 2, Golden Days by Fergus. And oh my god, this is fun. This is so fun.
Playtester favorite right here.
Putting speed maps in free mod allows us to do some things like this. And this is like everybody's favorite map. It's so much fun. Again, this is a Hard Rock. We played the NoMod AR, and this is 9.1. It's a little bit low, but it's not too dense. The CS is also quite low on this at NoMod. I think it's CS3. So this somehow actually is, I would say, even easier on Hard Rock than it is on Hidden, which is kind of weird.
I don't agree with you because I'm not a Hard Rock player, but I do think that this on Hard Rock, as you're seeing it right here, makes it feel like it's very, very hard. I think it's a little bit of a misleading kind of thing where it's not actually this hard, it's just very, very fast.
Yeah, so this kind of solves a problem that I've been talking about a lot, where early NoMod 5 is kind of just, do you have the speed to play these relatively low BPM bursts? Yes? Okay. Have an SS. This map just... Not just this map in general, this entire speed slot will kind of just attempt to throw that out, adding a lot more gameplay elements. Obviously adding mods is pretty big. You know, I don't think you're going to see 8 ways on speed maps anymore. It's going to be pretty rough. You'll need to find some players that are maybe more specialized, you know, like not... So some of these picks might be pretty tough on Hidden. I mean, this one is not too bad because the CS is so low, but I mean... You know, for a speed pick, the AR being AR 9.1 can maybe feel a little bit low. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit harder. This also, we mentioned this is a Hard Rock replay, so the aim looks a lot worse than it really is. But even then, it feels pretty natural. I would say even with Hard Rock, this kind of just ends up feeling like a normal map.
Yeah. Keep in mind that you can still no-mod this. You just need a couple of players on your team to take the plunge into the mods. So, like... You can still treat this as a NoMod 5, but your team in general, as an average, is going to have a tougher time, and they're going to need to be a little bit more flexible and
have a couple more modded players or players that are fluent with mods and also at speed. So
I think the Air 10 Pref players might actually prefer to go HR on this actually, because you guys mentioned that the hidden wasn't really too bad, but at least personally in my playthroughs, I found that it gets a little bit dense sometimes during some of the more bursty sections. The aim on that can't really be understated, I think. So teams with AR10 Pref players might try to overmod, even though they will still have to have a hidden player at least.
Yeah, there's a lot of valid ways to approach this as a team. I think just depending on who you have. You can also just run 2 no mods on this, and it's pretty free. It's not too hard. But if you want to have that AR10 and you want to have Hard Rock, then you also now have to aim. So that's a pretty big difference. And now there's one more map. Again, there's going to be one more map in the free mod pool because we moved that one to free mod. So here's free mod 3. And here's your pretty typical anti-mod, free mod, funny mod numbers, Into the Unknown by Alviaria. And here's your CS5 AR8 map. It's relatively low BPM. Yeah. This went through a couple of iterations as well, but I guess this also has a little bit of rhythm complexity, but not too much. It's pretty straightforward to play.
I think you will see a lot of flow aim on this map specifically. Like, there's a couple of streams, a couple of cut streams, a couple of like weirdly turning streams, wiggles. Like, overall, this kind of feels like a little bit hard rock favorite, I want to say, but like the turns are very very tricky regardless of what mod you play. And yeah, maybe the only thing that's a little bit uncommon for a free mod of this type is how it's very very low BPM, like 148. Basically an alt map, but it doesn't really feel like one because of the spacing of the streams, how the rhythms kind of get constructed. But it's an interesting map to try and figure out.
I was gonna say, if you think about it, this is kind of just the opposite of the last map.
That's true. Last map was fast, low CS, maybe a little bit higher AR. This one is very slow, aimy, small circles, AR8 kind of deal. Also, the song is very nice.
Cursor control, especially with those cuts, can be pretty brutal. If you miss one of those cuts, you are likely going to miss the rest of the pattern, at least if you're on hidden.
I remember, this is the last map in the pool before the tiebreaker.
Here's some guesses in the chat for what tiebreaker we're using. I think it's United.
Again?
I would never.
I'm
gonna stop that bit right now. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, come on!
Dude, no!
All right. Well,
Just
here's your
play.
round of 32 tiebreaker by Iljaz and Kawari. Here's a pretty interesting song. This was actually a completely different tiebreaker at one point, and didn't really work out. So
one point.
Iljaz just went, "It's
I miss
okay. I'll map another one," and they did. So I feel like this one fits a lot better. I think this is quite a traditional tiebreaker in terms of aim. Not too much in terms of speed on this, but it is 200 BPM in some parts, so yeah.
Can someone enlighten me as to why the nickname is called Collaboration?
Probably a song thing.
That doesn't sound like a very fun thing to collab.
Maybe Iljaz forgot that he had mapped the tiebreaker and decided to map another, and that's why it's Dementia.
Anyway, yeah, as Alex said before, this used to be a very different map. We kind of ended up bidding that in playtesting. Like, people really didn't like it, so Iljaz, the kind soul he is, decided to map just another tiebreaker just from scratch, and it ended up on this. It's nice. It's nice. It's pretty good.
Yeah, this map's pretty good.
I don't know if this map or this song has been mapped in standard before.
I can check really quickly.
Yeah. When I first heard this, I immediately thought of another remix of the song in other rhythm games. I don't think we've actually gotten to play this song on standard yet, if I'm not wrong.
This is not mapped in standard, at least not in ranked.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we kind of just we can just kind of let this play out. We talked about this map, pretty much everything that there is to say about this map. It's pretty good, so just enjoy the treat. While you're watching that, though, I mean, I think the pool as a whole, this being the first complete pool, I think might have some, or like the first hint of changes that we've been talking about a lot this year. Notably, I think the DC pool and the speed slot, pretty drastic changes. So I don't know. We'll see how people like it. A lot of these are going to be a little bit more experimental, right? So just feel free to let us know if you think it works out, if you think it doesn't. We do listen. So yeah.
Yeah, like as usual, I think round 32 is a little bit more of a conventional, like a little bit easier pool in general. Like you can't really explore too many like weird aspects or like try to change things too much. But I think the direction is very clear. Like, we tried some changes that are very specific, like the speed not being shifted, or like even a couple of the funnier like DT balancing decisions. And yeah, I think going forward with the tournament, like it'll be very exciting to see how people react to some of the changes if we make to like the slots, or maybe like the changes we make to the maps that exist in certain slots. I think would be very interesting to see the reaction to that, and consider this like a little bit of an appetizer, I suppose. How crazy would it have been if intercambing types were smoked Chile in the break and they didn't qualify? That would be sad.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I have dead air to fill.
Okay.
Miles, how's it going, man? How's your day?
I mean, it was pretty good. I got a lab done before this. I'm just sitting here watching intercamping. Not assess this map, unfortunately. He would have gotten even lower AC if it were the older tiebreaker, actually, because that map was
much lower.
That map was something, and I look forward to seeing that one in the rank section sometime soon. But this one's pretty nice too. Boom, air filled.
Let's go. We did it. All right, but that's it's gonna be the whole pool though. So here's your round of 32 pool. Should be pretty interesting, I think.
And as always, we value your feedback. If you're playing in this tournament and you have to play this pool, go into the Maple feedback section of the OWC Discord and leave your thoughts on it. We value every single thought. We've changed things in this pool to accommodate some of the feedback we got for qualifiers, and we'll do it again if it needed. So,
I
yeah.
also think this has a healthy mix of like traditional stuff that isn't changed too much. So if you like the tourney meta, or if you like existing maps or whatever, you have a lot of that, and it has a little bit of changes. Not too much that it's so off-putting. It's not all different. It's still familiar. So I think this should be a nice way to approach the pool this week. But yeah, that's gonna do it for us. We've been here for a while. It's been a long stream. So yeah, I mean, any closing thoughts on the pool, guys?
I like it. I think the poll was nice. I think I wouldn't have had a clear conscience if I put my map in this pool. I think it would have been like I would have felt guilty of being like making the pool unbalanced. So I'm glad I committed murder, I guess, on my own map.
Yeah, I think a lot of this pool is a bit of a breath of fresh air. I mentioned earlier, there are going to be changes this year. You guys have all heard that a lot, but here I think is really the first time you're going to be seeing it in action. We've got the speedier map down in free mod. Got some more alternative choices like the techier styled map in Hard Rock 1, the DT2 being from 2008. I'm sure there might be people in this chat who weren't even born then, but yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of different thoughts on this. I think overall, though, it should be quite positive.
All right, well, that about wraps it up. Thanks for joining me, and thanks as well to all the viewers who stopped by and took a look at the seed reveal and the Maple Showcase. We hope to see you again next week when the matches start in round of 32. Matchups should already be available, I believe, on that bracket link, so make sure you show up and enjoy the matches next week, guys. Bye-bye.
See ya.
When I might go rip up the bass.
Force.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's finally time. OWC is here with the round of 32. And what an excellent match we've got to start off this weekend. We have got France versus New Zealand. Should be an absolutely fantastic match to open up what is essentially a really stacked weekend. We have got some fantastic matches coming up for you this weekend, but we're starting off with this one. France versus New Zealand should be a fantastic match. Of course, joining me on for this cast is the ever so lovely, for his very first one, it's Mavs. How you doing, Mavs?
Yeah, how's it going? I'm doing good, Dimash. Thank you for that beautiful intro. I'm a little bit nervous. We're coming in for my first OWC cast, so I'm excited to be here, excited to cast this one for you all today and over the weekend with a few more matches. But yeah, it's a good one to start us off. France versus New Zealand, like you said, and I'm pretty pumped for this one. Being an Australian myself, a little bit more knowledgeable on this New Zealand roster than maybe some would be. So, kind of keen to get into this one, talk about some of the players and, some of those players on that New Zealand roster that have really stepped it up big time this year. And, the team's looking a lot stronger than they have these last couple of years. So this might be a closer match than maybe some would anticipate.
Yeah, I think definitely. I think there is the massive potential. I mean, there is the elephant in the room of the fact that they are going up against the the 8th seed in France on this one.
Yeah, the 8th seed.
So that we can't deny the fact that the New Zealand roster, they're going to be up against some tough competition today. But hopefully we're in for some big surprises. I suppose we probably want to start. I suppose we'll start with New Zealand. In fact, if you want to. If you want to give us a bit of a background on this team and how they've managed to get through from the qualifiers, really.
Yeah, sure. So New Zealand, of course, they've been a team that have just barely been able to qualify the past couple of years in OWC. Just I think last year seeding 33rd, which was an absolute heartbreak, and I think the year before it's coming a couple seeds off that top 32 spot. So it's good to see them finally qualify this year, and I mean, I'm not particularly surprised by it, just because this New Zealand squad, like I said, they've really stepped things up this year. A few of their players in particular have shown up big time in some of the Australia-New Zealand tournaments that have been held this year. Players like Psyche and Zuma specifically, I want to talk about, where, Psyche coming second in ANZT this year. So really stepping things up, raised his skill cap, and they've got, other players on this roster like Zuma, who they just set ridiculous scores on any map. Zuma actually coming in at the 19th best player in the qualifiers round. So that's nothing to scoff at when you've got countries like USA, Germany, South Korea, etc. in this tournament. Top 19 is an insane performance. And I'd like to also note that they qualified and they did all this, increased their seeding rank by 7 positions or 8 positions with only 6 players. They were missing 2 players in their qualifier lobbies and still managed to qualify at the 25th seed, which is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to consider the fact they didn't have their entire roster going in. To be able to actually pull that out is pretty spectacular, especially when you've got, because if I remember, it was Short Potato and Big Z that didn't play the qualifiers.
Yeah, it was.
That is massive, to say the least, because Short Potato is someone who really kind of just dips their bread and butter in everything, really. Will play pretty much anything that you throw at them. So to have such a member that's lacking in, to not have that consistency in your roster is, and still do as well as they did, is pretty impressive. I mean, one player down in qualifiers, not the end of the world, but 2 players down, that's something to discuss.
Yeah, especially a player such as Short Potato, like you said. I'd argue this guy is their 2nd or 3rd best player on their roster, and he plays everything. There's nothing this guy can't play except for like super high BPM maps, like very high BPM speed. So yeah, that's a big hit for them to not have him in qualifiers. And Big Z as well, very, very competent stream player. I haven't seen too much of him in tournaments, especially over these past couple years, but some very good solo scores. He's about rank 400, so low 3-digit player, very good solo player. Excited to see him come into the tournament scene. I haven't seen too much of him in it. But for Potato, very, very solid, well-rounded player. And I'd argue that if he were there during qualifiers, I think these guys would have, been in that next bracket, in that top 24. So, there's a lot to discuss with this team. And I think they're in the spot to take a couple points off of France. I don't think this is going to be a 5-0, which I feel like may have been a lot of the pick'ems. We're going to have to see, but France, of course, you can't underestimate this team, and that's why they're going into this one as the favorites, as the 8th seed. Ridiculous roster this year. Dimash, if you want to maybe run us through France a little bit.
Yeah, so France has just had a massive glow up this year. I don't quite know where it came from, because if you look at their roster between this year and last year, not massive changes. They've mainly kept the same lineup, apart from having a couple of players in, a couple of old players switch out, but more or less the same. The big ones, from what I remember, are players like Nero, the Poon stepping down as well. But they have had some excellent fills. Fils de Lama coming back is just, it'll be such a glow up for France. If anybody remembers Fils de Lama from the earlier days of Osu, especially around the sort of 2015, 2017 mark, knows just how good Fils de Lama is, especially around the DT picks. But he's also been shown to be a very good no-mod player as well. Can pretty much play anything in no-mod. Very dangerous on sort of, the alt and tech maps, especially in early stages. Very consistent player. Justman as well can't hide away from that no-mod to SS in qualifiers in their first run. And from what I remember in the second run as well, just absolutely ridiculous stuff from Justman on that no-mod too. So a very interesting addition to the team, as well as a very strong speed player as well. Just overall really good mechanical player. Should provide a lot of depth for this team. Flaster, if you're not familiar with this player, again, very strong DT player. France is really coming in with a strong DT roster this year. Just overall, the players that they're going to be putting on these maps, outside of the ones Musty and Okoro, their DT roster is super strong this year. But Flaster, again, is a very strong DT player. Tends to stick to more of the regional tournaments for France, mainly playing in their regional as well as official France tournament, which is of course their 1v1 session. Tends to sort of get around, losers round 6 in both years, but still very impressive, and is definitely on their way onto this roster. And same with the qualifiers, really. If you look at their qualifier scores, very strong on any DT map that Flaster was put in for. So, it's something that New Zealand have got to watch out for, or expect going into this, that they might not have the advantage on DT maps in particular, and maybe want to try and play around the fact that they don't have it. So definitely something to watch out for. But again, what do you do if you're New Zealand? Because playing anything else outside of sort of DT, you're going to go up against players like Musty and Okoro especially. Very dangerous players on anything that isn't sort of speed related. Can't really rely on gimmick. It's going to be tough for New Zealand to take some of these points, but I do believe they have the potential.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of sucks for New Zealand as well, because they came into these qualifiers with some pretty solid DT scores. I'd say on average, higher than a lot of their other scores. So it is kind of unfortunate that France is looking like such a strong DT roster this year. you know, they don't have any sort of fourth player syndrome on these speedier maps. This DT3 and DT2, they didn't have a single player get under 500k, which is always a good sign, and no one really lacking heavily on the accuracy. So a bit scary for New Zealand. And overall at these qualifier statistics, the Hard Rock 1 is the only map that it seems like New Zealand has really outscored France on. So, you know, maybe that's something to look towards. A little bit of an unfortunate performance, I believe, on the Hard Rock 2 from New Zealand. Yeah, unable to even hit that 2 million mark, which I think was an underperformance from them. So I think Hard Rocks might be an angle for New Zealand this match, but we will have to see as we are getting into our roles. And captains now will be opting for those picks and or bans. Zuma opting for the second pick for New Zealand.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. If you look at the qualifier statistics, they do not paint a very good picture for New Zealand. But again, you have to remember, they weren't coming in with the full roster on the qualifiers. They were down 2 players. So there is a bit of unknown, especially if, depending on how well France have done their research. I assume they've done it, so they will know about Short Potato and Big Z and what they're capable of. But again, it's how well do they perform on the big stage? Can they actually make a difference for their team? Or are we looking at those players that already played the qualifiers and that we know to rely on? That's going to be the big unknown, the big decider in this one, is how do those 2 players add to New Zealand's lineup? You know, this is the full showing of what they're capable of in reality.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Short Potato is going to be a very nice addition to these Hard Rock picks as well. So, you know, why I seem to think that they might try to pick into those, and it's just generally because I think New Zealand is a very strong Hard Rock roster. You've got players like Psyche, one of their best players, who is extremely good at Hard Rock. Zuma, who can play anything. Short Potato is a really good Hard Rock player. So, you know, pretty damn solid Hard Rock roster. And on a round of 32 pool, you know, there are the lower seeded teams that can absolutely pull out 2 ways, 3 ways on these maps just because it is round of 32. Mind you, this pool isn't extremely easy, but yeah, it's going to be our first pick anyway. Moving in, France going to be picking Free Mod 3 straight up. Now, Free Mod 3 into the unknown. So this map is our AR8 free mod slot for the week. So, you know, there's no modern hidden players gonna have to cop that AR8, which is a smart pick for France because of that hidden 2 ban, obviously. And it's gonna be 6.5 with the Hard Rock. This is pretty gimmicky, low BPM cut streams for the most part, but some, you know, very low BPM sort of spaced jumps that can be easy to miss on, especially on that low AR on the hidden. So we'll have to see the lineups here. I don't doubt New Zealand. New Zealand should have a player or 2 that should be comfortable on this low approach rate, but good pick for France, I would say, trying to get straight into that low approach rate just because of how good they did on that hidden 2 in qualifiers. They did so well on the hidden 2. Had one of the top scores, I believe, in the whole tournament.
And just a bit of information on Free Mod for those of you that are a little bit new to tournaments. Just to explain how Free Mod works. Free Mod is essentially where players are allowed to choose a specific set of mods, which is limited to hidden, Hard Rock, or hidden and Hard Rock together. When playing a Free Mod beat map, we must have at least 1 player with hidden, 1 player with Hard Rock or hidden and Hard Rock. And for the remaining players on each team, the mods are completely optional from then on. But we must have at least 1 player with only hidden, and 1 player must take Hard Rock. That is essentially what Free Mod boils down to. So it'll be interesting to see which players are taking the hidden only on their teams. And like you mentioned, that AR8 is a pretty decisive thing for France. It on paper appears to be a good, solid pick, especially how dominant they were on the hidden 2 in qualifiers.
It looks like we're going to be getting into our first map of OWC 2022. Here we go. It's going to be Thunder on the Hidden for France. Justman on that Hard Rock. Blaster and Okoro taking the Nomad. Side of New Zealand. It's going to be Zoomer on the Hidden only. Psyche with the Hard Rock. And Pigsay Moo and Yoon, my beloved, on the Nomad. Here we go, Dimash. First map of OWC 2022.
Yeah, very interesting start. No overmodding, which is interesting. You see a lot of the higher seeded teams, in particular, try and overmod on these sort of maps to kind of try and put pressure on the lower seeded teams. But we see a couple of trade ups actually. We see Thunder dropping as well as Zoomer early on. So both hidden players not off to the best of starts on this map. Thunder had that second break as well, so they are training slightly behind. Justman's going to go as well on the Hard Rock. Yoon, my beloved, and Zoomer are going to be finding resets as well. So we've still got 2 full combos. One of them being the Hard Rock for New Zealand. But again, Pigsay Moo is really struggling on the Ak on this map.
Trades going back and forth, and yeah, it's impressive that Pigsay Moo was even able to hold on to this full combo with the accuracy, but there's going to be 2 full combos to 2 nonetheless. Oh, but make that... Oh no, that was not a full combo. Still 2 full combos to 2 here. But it is such a huge score lead for France, just partially because of that accuracy from Pigsay Moo is not doing him any favors whatsoever. But just overall, these supporting combos and supporting scores from France are looking a lot stronger. And we're already about 3/4 through the map here. Zoomer will be finding another drop.
Yeah, the break from Zoomer there. Zoomer's is got the highest accuracy on New Zealand at the moment. Everyone else is kind of struggling around the 93 or below mark for them. Whereas you just see France, they're so much more comfortable on this. 97, 96, 98, 99. They got one of everything here. And that is making the biggest difference here. Thunder will drop that recovery combo that he was building up, but it really doesn't matter at this stage. There's just too much from France for New Zealand to do anything. Very solid first pick for France, as we expected.
Yeah, very well played by them. Some huge scores on their side. No one really dropping below that 600k mark, ever so slightly at least. New Zealand showing a little bit of their lower AR weakness, I think there. Zoomer with, I'd say, an unfortunate score from him, uncharacteristic. As you can see from his accuracy, he definitely was comfortable on that map, but just unable to string much of a combo together. 299 max combo, so... But yeah, Pigsay Moo getting a huge combo there, but you can kind of see the discomfort with that 86% B rank. So France doing their research and picking very well. Winning that one convincingly by about 700k or so.
But we did have 2 FCs on either team, both New Zealand and France, pulling in FCs for that one. So, you know, it does show that they do have the potential. But they, obviously, it was never going to be a tough... It was never going to be an easy victory on a map like that. It's very, very similar to Hidden 2. In terms of the ARA elements and the aim focus, so it was always going to be a tough ask against France, who just looked so much more comfortable on the AR8 in general.
Not a bad showing though from New Zealand, all things aside. Wasn't too bad, like you said, 2 FCs on the board, so curious to see where they're going to go after that first pick from France. And it's actually going to be the free mod 2. We're staying right in the free mod pool early on in this match, and if you're noticing something different about this pool, something a little off, it's that, hey, there's no mod 5. What's going on there? Why is there no mod speed map? And well, that's because our speed map is actually going to be in the free mod slot. So what usually would be a no mod 5 is pretty much being thrown into this free mod 2 slot now. So players who are comfortable on this kind of speed now have the option to take mods at their comfort. So we're going to have to wait and see, but this does of course add another element of players having to take these mods on these speed maps. So a little different from having that speed map in the no mod 5 slot, but a welcomed change, I would say, to most. And yeah, this map's about what you'd expect out of a no mod 5 or a free mod 2 now, which is a lot of bursts, a lot of 5-note bursts, and 232 BPM speed and stamina for the most part. consistent bursts throughout the whole map. It just doesn't let up. And for some reason, it's 7.12 stars. And I don't know why, Dimash, because it does not feel like a 7-star map when you play it, but here we are.
Yeah, I don't know. The star rating's kind of having a bit of a weird day on that one. I assume it's due to the fact that the CS is very low on this map, and yet the BPM is ridiculously high. That tends to mess with star rating a little bit. But it is an interesting note that anyone with Hard Rock should feel really comfortable on this. With only an OD8 on a map like this, and a CS of 3 standard before adding Hard Rock, that's going to feel right at home as a standard, speed map for... It's actually going to feel more comfortable at AR 10 than it would, I think, on 9.1 at CS3. So I wouldn't be surprised if players overmod just to put Hard Rock on, just to actually feel like a normal map, over having a CS3. So it might be a bit interesting to see the hidden players on this one, as they do have to contend with that CS3. That it really does throw players off sometimes. The bigger circle sizes on a map like this makes very dense circle overlaps.
Yeah, that is something definitely worth mentioning. The hidden only on this map might be a little bit of a struggle. And yeah, as you mentioned, we are going to be seeing double Hard Rock from France on Phil's Dilemma and Hifkill. Flaster on that hidden only, Akari with the no mod. And on New Zealand, we're actually seeing a triple Hard Rock. Zuma, Pixemu, and Psyche all taking that Hard Rock. Zuma with the hidden to boot. And Yun My Beloved on that hidden only. So yeah, big overmods on this free mod too, and for reasons I think you've already mentioned, Dimash, is that CS, and the approach rate. I think Hard Rock is probably just very comfortable on this type of map.
Yeah, and that's the way we're looking at things. So early breaks coming in from a lot of players. Yeah, Phil's Dilemma, Akora, and Flaster all finding breaks for France, but New Zealand holding strong with a couple. Yun My Beloved did have an early break and now follows up the second one, and Pixemu has had a break as well. But still, the score remains quite close to start this out.
Yeah, and this is just over 3 minutes of practically this. So hope you're feeling consistent, because yeah, it's pretty easy to trip up on any one of these bursts, especially with that hidden, man. Like, got to give it to these hidden players. They are struggling a bit, but it makes sense as to why. Still got 2 FCs on the side of New Zealand, and France actually with no full combos on the board, so lead is going to go over to New Zealand, albeit pretty early in the map. Still, we're only about a third of the way through. A strong supporting combo from Yun My Beloved as Pixemu drops the other supporting combo.
Yeah, New Zealand in a strong position. Zuma and Psyche really going to be able to hold down the fort. There goes Psyche, though. Not going to be having a second FC in this match. But that is a big jump as the supporting combos start to do their work for France. They're all holding big combo at the moment. Yun My Beloved drops that supporting combo for New Zealand. It's just Zuma out on their own. They're going to need to see some breaks from France in this last third of this map. If they have any chance. They've still got a chance. That's the main thing. Zuma is still holding big combo. But it's going to come down to these breaks.
I don't think I've ever seen a score lead evaporate that quickly. For what was looking so strong for New Zealand, it's just completely gone. And look how fast that score lead is flying towards France. Just because they're all holding insane combos now. None of them are on FCs, but it doesn't matter when you've got over, you've got over 3,000 combo worth on your team. And New Zealand has only got about 1,500. So what are you really going to do? The chance for New Zealand is just slipping away quicker and quicker now, as no one on France wants to break. They refuse to. Zuma holding onto the FC, but it's just not even close to enough.
Yeah, it's the team versus the player. Unfortunately, those breaks, they were so early on for France that they were just able to really rally again and recover as if nothing had happened. It was just bad timing for New Zealand when those breaks came in, especially for Psyche, was really holding on with the combo, but once it dropped, it just couldn't be recovered.
Oh my god, Akoro's accuracy.
Yeah, Yeah, we need to talk about that, Akoro. That's not okay. But I mean, it's Akoro. It's Akoro. What do you expect?
2 100s and 150. And I can't believe a map that was so tight ended up being about a 1 million score difference there in the end. Crazy scores from France, and unfortunate for New Zealand. It seemed like players definitely weren't feeling as comfortable on that as France is. At a very low score from Pixemu. Unfortunately, a little bit of fourth player syndrome on that one, but regardless, it wouldn't have mattered, even if there was an FC in his slot. So, France looking crazy, and that act from Akoro, man, what do you even say to that? That's insane.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary part. I mean, it all comes down to France as a sort of speed team this year. Their speed roster is solid this year. And I think we'll see more of that here as they pick DT3.
Yeah. Quick pivot into the DT after picking very gimmicky low BPM. We've gone from one side of the map pool to the other. Off the back of that free mod 2 win, I would say. That convincing free mod 2 win. I think France kind of just saw there that New Zealand didn't seem to have a strong 4 for speed. And they've just gone, yep, let's immediately go into this DT3, which it's going to be 240 BPM, stamina, and speed, if you can consider 240 BPM speed. I think some players would maybe laugh at that, but, you know, for Snail like myself, definitely pretty speedy and quite stamina intensive with how long some of these streams are. Kind of a bit of a hybrid from the usual DT2s and DT3s we see. That speed and stamina slot. This is kind of the slot that's kind of been joined into one. It's a bit of both on this map. It's pretty standard as far as things go though. Just some longer streams and bursts all throughout. Decently similar to the free mod 2, but a bit speedier and a bit more stamina intensive.
Yeah, so again, I'm looking to see those speed rosters come in for both teams. You know, I'm looking at Akoro, I'm looking at, you know, Phil's Dalama especially pop off on this one. Faroum Civivite had great scores on DT, so big expectations there for him. But we'll have to see how New Zealand respond. They've got Zuma, they've got Saikyu, who have been performing well so far. But it's going to be a big ask against this France lineup.
Yeah, this French lineup is ridiculous to just even look at. But this is going to be the first break from Phil Salama. Seems he heard me and just decided to tell me I'm wrong. I don't know. Phil Salama with the only break in the lobby so far. Actually, Pixemu going to be trading that one back shortly after. So 6 FCs still on the board, 3 each way as we get into this first KI. Blaster gonna drop for France as well. Now 2 FCs to 3. New Zealand though still got a bit of score to make up, mainly from that accuracy difference. We can see some struggles on the side of New Zealand, but holding onto that combo, Phil Salama finds another break now.
These are quite significant breaks actually from France. They need to kind of just hold on to the accuracy now and not try and force the combo too much, because it's the only thing that's keeping them in the lead at the moment. But it is starting to go the other way. Another break from Phil Dalama here. This is unprecedented as we still have 3 FCs from New Zealand and they flip it halfway through the map. They've still got a ways to go, but they're in a stronger position now than they were at the start. But they need these combos desperately. The AK will not help them through. Yoon, my beloved, finally finds a drop, and he was a big accuracy lead for New Zealand, so it might start to pull the other way. Saikyu going to be finding a break as well. I think this might be a repeat of earlier.
What happened? New Zealand just collapsed. You, my beloved, and Saikyu both missed on nothing. They had FCs, and you, my beloved, missed on the last jump of that previous section. Saikyu missing on a slow slider, I think. And it's just fallen to pieces for New Zealand. It was looking so good for them. Zuma gonna bring it home, but So is the rest of Team France. Oh, that's heartbreaking for New Zealand. My soul would shatter watching the VOD back at that one. That is really unfortunate for them, and they still got some solid scores there, man, but you can't give an inch to France. This team is crazy good.
Yeah, but they didn't have the performance that I think people would expect. Don't get me wrong, amazing scores, but it was very dicey. They were relying on New Zealand falling apart. And to be honest, I'm amazed that it actually happened, because I thought that, you know, New Zealand were going to take that one. They had solid players, but Yoon, my beloved, kind of started the domino effect for New Zealand there, which was a shame because it had amazing accuracy. I think it was like 98, 99% accuracy on that one. So,
yeah,
you know, to drop that it is tragic. It is tragic to see.
Yeah, Yoon, my beloved, the DT specialist for New Zealand, very, very comfortable in those types of maps, but just unfortunate misses from Yoon, my beloved, and followed by Psyche. It's going to tip the scales over to France, and of course Okoro again with just like a 1/100 score, and I don't know why he's doing this back to back. And he got 150 again as well. For some reason, he's just thrown in that 150 on both plays. I don't know how or why. I wonder if it's on purpose. But crazy act from him, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, currently right now, 99.7% is Okoro's lowest accuracy. So Okoro is in a good place today. And something else to point out as well is Okoro didn't actually FC that map, and yet he still got the highest score in the lobby because of his accuracy.
Wow. I didn't even notice that. That's crazy. Oh man, we're loving this free mod pool today though. New Zealand back into the free mods. It's free mod 1. No one wants anything to do with these Hard Rocks Hiddens or no mods, I guess. So we are going to be moving into free mod 1, and well, I guess they're pivoting here. They're going into a bit of aim. You know, consider this one a little bit of reading as well, especially for those hidden players. But yeah, just in general, a bit of awkward aim consistency all throughout this map. Some squares, some overlaps. I think hidden players, like I mentioned, we might see some struggles there, maybe a few misreads if you're not really focused on a couple sections in this map. I think Hard Rock probably going to make this one bit tougher to aim, but not as difficult on the reading side of things, of course, because you're going to be moving up to that AR-10, so interesting pick from New Zealand, but I think warranted. They're going to pivot into a bit of aim and change things up a bit, as obviously their strategy of picking that speed map did not work out at all.
Yeah, I think New Zealand would be much more solid, you know, team comp wise on the mechanically intensive maps. I think they've got a much better chance fighting France on that front, rather than trying to fight them on the you know, on speed in general. I think speed for France is it's always going to be a tough ask to battle any sort of DT, especially with that performance, which, you know, you saw France dropped 2 full combos, and yet they still absolutely rolled New Zealand by the end. And again, knowing that France has got a player like Okoro on their team, who you just expect a really high score from, puts a bit of pressure on you. Especially with this being potentially New Zealand's last pick. If they're not able to win this one, they won't get another shot at another map pick. And that could be, you know, that can add a bit of pressure to your team.
Getting into this free mod 1, we're actually seeing overmod from both sides. Justman and Vroom taking that Hard Rock for France. Thunder on the hidden only, Okoro with the no mod. It's going to be Yoon, my beloved, and Psyche with the Hard Rock for New Zealand. Rumi with the no mod, and Zuma with the hidden only. So overmods on both sides, but we do have no mod advantage for either teams as we move into this map. No one with any early trip ups.
Yeah, first appearance for Rumi actually in this matchup, as Saikyu again will have an early break, but it is on the Hard Rocks. That's okay, and a double break from France is going to help them out and make up that difference. So New Zealand looking to catch up here as they hold strong. But it's been the same story for New Zealand so far. They always start off strong, but it's whether they can hold it till the end. Only time will tell on that front. But still 2 full combos for France. Just Man and Okoro, the ones you want. Never mind. There goes Just Man. Never mind.
Yes, I mean, the question of this one is, we've seen this twice before already. I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, but can New Zealand close this time? That is the important question. Are they closers? We're going to have to find out, as Okoro holds the sole left seat for France. The 3-way from New Zealand, and a big supporting combo from Saikyu, above all the combos on France besides Okoro.
I'm glad you brought up Okoro, because I was not going to touch that. After making Just Man break, I'm not interested in anymore today. But yeah, New Zealand off on a solid run on this map. There goes Zuma. That's big, though. That's big. I feel like that was my fault, but it's okay. It's okay. There goes Rumi. No. Oh, no. You know what? Take it away. Take it away.
I think... Please don't do it again, New Zealand. We're 2/3 through. The score is now going over to France. Oh, no. It is crucial, Saikyu. And you, my beloved, hold on to these combos. Just Man misses. That's a start for New Zealand, as things now start to equalize a little bit. But the combo advantage is in favor of France and the AC lead as well. So this is going to slowly go over to them, but if these combos, if Saikyu and Yoon can hold on to these combos, I think it'll be enough to pull them over the line here.
Yeah,
it's about 180k.
Zuma's starting to build up that supporting combo as well, which is going to help them out and help maintain. As long as they don't have any major drops that France doesn't match, they should be okay. There's very little of this map left. I think New Zealand are going to hold on to this. And they're going to get on the board.
I think they've done it. They finally closed. A huge miss from Yoon, but it doesn't matter. It's too late for France. They finally closed. New Zealand, they get a point on the board against the 8th seed in the tournament. Great scores from them. 3 million, man. Good stuff. Finally, they're going to feel good about that one, getting on the board after a couple choke points. Very, very good stuff from New Zealand. I'm sure they'll be happy to even get a point in this match. You're coming up against a team like France. It's definitely something to be proud of, I think. Okoro again with inhuman accuracy, but Zuma as well. The single-digit 100s. So that was on the hidden too. So crazy accuracy from Zuma as well.
Yeah, crazy good stuff on that one. Just sort of looking at that. Yoon, my beloved, coming in with the only 1 million score on that map was just crazy. It was nice to see after what has really been a bit of a struggle in certain areas for Yoon not being able, always having good accuracy, but not quite being able to pull in the full combo. Finally kind of brings that in and is able to really just hold off Okoro for the longest time because of the hard rock. So, really good stuff from there. Very unfortunate break though for Thunder. You kind of had a break almost like halfway through and then just did not recover on that. But Hard Rock won here. We've got a very a bit of a unique Hard Rock than I think most people will be used to. If you watch tournaments, you can typically consider Hard Rock 1 to be a sort of aim focused map with Hard Rock, but it's a bit different this time. We have a much more streamy tech pick for Hard Rock 1. It's more about testing a variety of skill sets within this Hard Rock. It's very what's the word I'm looking for? Unconventional, that's the word. I knew I added in there. So it's a bit different than what you'd expect, and that's exciting for me because it means that the the statistics that we've been running on mean absolutely nothing. And we could see some very interesting results because of this. So getting into this one, You and My Beloved, though, will have the first reset very early on, though. So that's okay. Zuma and Emilbus will also find resets.
Yeah, actually going to be seeing Emilbus come in for his first map of the match, I believe. But France off to a strong start, 4-way FC. Only one FC for New Zealand, but Yoon and Zuma not too far behind, and we are still very early on into this extremely techy Hard Rock 1. We weren't kidding much. This is definitely unconventional. But I think it's warranted, considering how generic the Hard Rock 2 is this week. There's going to be Justman finding a miss for France, alongside Musty a little bit earlier there. So, combo advantage now in favor of New Zealand, ever so slightly.
But it's accuracy again. It's the one thing that's holding them back, and this Hard Rock is brutal on the accuracy. Those Hit Kill and Yoon My Beloved. But that benefits New Zealand more, as Yoon was not on a full combo. These supporting combos starting to come up for New Zealand, start to be major players. They could hold on to it into this second half.
Oh, Zuma!
That's big, though. Big reset for New Zealand. Musty will go, though, for France, so they're only relying on the big combo from Vroom. But there goes Psyche, which is a massive reset for New Zealand in the last quarter of this map. And I don't think they have the combo to battle this against France.
Yeah, that break from Psyche, I think, is going to seal it for France. And it's unfortunate for them because New Zealand was actually taking the lead at one point there. It was going over to them, but miss from Zuma, miss from Psyche, it was just all too much. And then they've now 4-way reset. No one above 200 combo in New Zealand, and that score lead is flying over to France as Vroom. No! No, Vroom! No! He dropped CFC on the last slider.
Oh dear.
Oh no, why have you done this? I swear we're getting so many near FCs this match, but people just getting weird slider breaks or one misses right at the start or at the end.
Yeah, it does appear to be that sort of match, but it could come down to nerves, but I think it's just one of those matches, isn't it, that doesn't quite add up. But yeah, still very solid play from Vroom. Definitely the MVP on that one. Really brought home that high combo that otherwise France didn't really have much else. New Zealand, they did have big drops at the end, but without Vroom, I think that could have quite easily gone over to New Zealand.
Yeah, not a bad showing from New Zealand on that Hard Rock 1, and I mean, yeah, we talked about how they are a pretty competent Hard Rock team, but unfortunately, when you're going up against the 8th seed, it can be tough to really take any point from them. So I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about the one they've already gotten, and they've got a chance now to take a second. Pick is to New Zealand, and I'm curious what they're going to opt for here. I think, is it worth swinging into something that we maybe haven't tried? Maybe going into these no mods might be an option. This no mod 2 is potentially an option for New Zealand. They are a pretty solid stamina stream team. It's an option, but
I think that if New Zealand are looking anywhere, I'd look at Outer Science Hard Rock 2. It's a precision focused map, but a lot of the focus is on the aim itself within that map. So definitely more mechanically demanding potential. But other than that, I can only recommend potentially No Mod 3, but that's going to be tough against the France lineup. I think France will have a very solid ult team. And considering it's not, there's no unconventional sort of stuff, it's very, very comfortable No Mod 3. It's going to be tough for them to, I think, win that, especially when you factor in players like Okoro, who could probably SS No Mod 3.
Oh, it's actually hidden 1, which is fairly surprising. I was going to agree with you and say that Hard Rock 2 is probably looking like a decent option. Just get into that Hard Rock aim. The Hard Rock aim was the only map that New Zealand outscored France on in the qualifiers, so you know, it was looking like a decent option, and the No Mod 2 as well maybe could have been something they picked up, like I mentioned, because I think this New Zealand roster is pretty strong on streams, but it's going to be Hidden 1, which I think is unexpected. France are very strong on Hidden, and this map isn't as generic as they get for Hidden 1s. There's a couple patterns in here that can trip you up, a couple streams as well, which if you're not super comfortable on Hidden and you're holding a big combo, you can easily fall off due to nerves.
Yeah, I definitely think, though, that this isn't necessarily an awful pick for New Zealand. I think they've got very much... they've got a decent chance. If you look at the second run from France and the first run from qualifiers from New Zealand, they're actually very similar on the Hidden 1. And I think with this being, you know, an aim-focused pick as well, you know, it's still relying on that aim, and I think that is New Zealand's best chance. But again, there are some the middle section of this map in particular is very tricky to hit consistently. So I think I'm expecting to see big drops, but as for which side it'll be on, I don't know at this stage.
Yeah, but praying, if you're a New Zealand fan, that they're able to take another point at least in this matchup. And it's going to be a tall task on the Hidden 1. Oh, and I was going to see who was going to be claimed. Who was claimed the victim to the first Hidden stream, and it was Emilbus, the only one in the lobby, who just chain misses the entire thing. But Blaster trades back a miss of his own. 3 FCs to 3 now. Emilbus follows it up with another break, but everyone else looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, so far things looking good outside of Emilbus, but again, it's the accuracy is just massively in favor of France here. Unfortunately, on this one, they are storming ahead. We see another break from France. There's not really a lot New Zealand can do, and Rumi going to be finding a break now for New Zealand. That is going to sting. You know, third of the way through the map, that's a big break. And again, as we get into this next section, it's going to be even tougher to hold on to those combos, as I think this is probably the most tricky part of the map coming up right now.
Yeah.
Just claiming everyone here on the side of New Zealand.
It's so easy to slide a break on some of these. And it's going to be claiming a few players, like you mentioned. Decora is going to fall, Emilbus, Yun My Beloved as well, Zuma. Lusty as well, breaks on a little bit of aim afterwards. But combos, we've really only got Thunder and Flaster for France. And they're just going to run away with this one as we're about 2/3 through the map. There's not really any combo on New Zealand. Rumi pretty much got the only notable combo on their side with a pretty good accuracy, 98%, but I mean, you can't really combat these combos from France right now, and that score lead is just already 600k.
Yeah, it was already looking bleak going into that tricky section, but coming out the other side, you can just see that Thunder is just going to run away with this in the last quarter as his score will rocket up towards the top. Flaster as well should bring in some decent score, and there's just nothing, unfortunately, that New Zealand can do. But watch as this match storms towards its end.
Oh, everyone in the lobby hit that.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That's the hardest pattern in the map. How did everyone in the lobby hit it? There's no way.
Gotta finish strong. But unfortunately, New Zealand not strong enough to stay in this match, as France are the dominant force in this one. They will take the victory. in fairly dominant fashion, but New Zealand, they did manage to get that point. So credit to them where it is due. They had a very good match here, a very good try. But again, it's the 8th seed in the tournament. There's not a lot you can do.
Yeah. New Zealand putting up some good team scores, I think, throughout this match. And they took the 1 point, like you said, and were very close to taking another 2 points, potentially even 3, where they were in a position where they could have taken things over, or they were in the lead. And just unfortunately got some really unlucky breaks in really unfortunate moments and unfortunate spots. But it is going to be what it is. And New Zealand taking 1 point against France. France proceeding on through the winner bracket into the round of 16. Congratulations to your winners. And yeah, New Zealand going to be dropping on down to the loser bracket. Best of luck to them, and best of luck to France moving forward in the tournament.
Yeah, I think France, they might not be too pleased with that performance. I think there's a couple of areas they were probably a little bit sloppy with their performances. Still, obviously, incredible scores, but definitely feel like they were expecting to come into this a bit more FCs, a bit more consistency. But, you know, it's progress. They got the win at the end of the day, and that's the main thing. That's what matters. And they can always do better next week. So as for the schedule now, we do have a couple of hours of a break. So of course we'll be dropping the stream here, but we will be back at 13 UTC to bring you a lovely match. It'll be Indonesia versus Finland, and then we have a bit of a block really. We have Indonesia and Finland followed straight by Japan and Singapore. So some excellent matches coming up there, and I look forward to seeing the results of those. Some interesting players within both of those matches to watch out for. But again, thank you, Musty, for joining me. It was a pleasure.
Musty? Wait.
No, you're Mavs. Oh my god. I'm still in
He's
match
on the
mode.
French roster.
He's on the French roster. God. Oh, it's too early. I'm going back to bed. But yes, thank you all so much for joining us, and we will see you very, very soon at 13 UTC. But until then, bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the OS World Cup 2022. Still again, we're in the round of 32. We've had a bit of our break, you know, good two-hour rest for our eyes and our ears. But now it's time to get back on with our next matchup. It is Indonesia versus Finland. Wow, this should be great. I'm really looking forward to this one. Both these teams have got some star players, and it should be an excellent matchup. Of course, joining me in for this epic one is Mavs once again. How are you doing, Mavs?
Doing pretty good. Glad to be back again for the second match. Second match of our OC World Cup 2022, and yeah, pretty good one, like you said. I think here, Indonesia versus Finland. We got seed number 10 being Indonesia going up against Finland, seed number 23. So, you know, some pretty insane players on both of these rosters and star players as well. Standing out to me specifically, I think Finland coming into this OWC, I think with some unfortunate losses from their roster, if I recall correctly. But, you know, they've still got a pretty solid core there. And when you've got players like Freeze and Anesthetic on your side, you got some pretty damn good players still going into this round of 32. And I think they've still got a pretty good chance to maybe get a few points here off of Indonesia. We'll have to see how this higher seeded team, being Indonesia, performs today, as is always the case on the easier pools, you know?
Yeah, I think losing players like Sampo, you know, more commonly referred to as Ataraxia, has been a major loss for Finland. But despite that, they've still got players like Zepe and Anesthetic who played last year. Of course, losing Hades as well is a big one for Finland. But again, they've still got Freezed, you know, solid player, and this team is still pretty solid. They've got some excellent players to come in for fill slots. Tikkanen in particular is very good sort of aim focused player. So expect to see him on, you know, some of the Nomad ones or the Hard Rock ones. You know, definitely more mechanics focused. And yeah, some interesting players that we've still not seen a lot from yet. Jamin and Isaac in particular have not truly made their proper debut, only coming in for a couple of maps in the qualifiers. But again, some really good stuff from them. But of course, on the side of Indonesia, you've got the high seed. You know, they are one of the top 10 seeds of the tournament, so you're expecting big things from these guys in the first round, and they've got the roster to prove it.
Yeah, roster on the side of Indonesia that I think many would be familiar with if you've watched 3WC, even some of these players in 4WC. Incredibly good players for their rank, some of them. Definitely some of them are underranked. And, you know, if you've seen some of the stuff these guys can do, people like Ro, people like Ryuto, people like Dito, Rexy, some of these players in these other tournaments, 3WC, 4WC, putting up monstrous scores, monstrous performances, FCs on tiebreakers, things like this. This Indonesian roster is pretty damn scary. And it's why they've seeded in at number 10 in the World Cup. But like you said, we've got some pretty solid players on the side of Finland as well. I'm very excited to see Freezed in again this year, and because I believe he didn't play last year, but he did play the year before that. So he's come back, and very, very strong player, Finnish star. So it's great to see him in and seeing some of his scores in this qualifier lobbies, seeing an SS on the No Mod too. So yeah, pretty cracked, pretty damn cracked. So, you know, moving on to a round of 32 pool, I got no doubts that these guys are they're pretty much not gonna have many issues on a pool like this.
Yeah, the typical thing with round of 32, especially for the low-seeded teams, is they got to watch out for, you know, it's those picks that they know they're not strong on, but it's also the picks that they don't have a lot of data on. You know, a lot of the maps that we saw, especially in the last matchup, you know, in the France versus New Zealand match, we saw a lot of surprise picks that hadn't really been tested in the qualifier pool, that caught, you know, New Zealand off guard. And I think a similar thing has the potential to happen here if Finland aren't careful with their picks. They've really got to pick into their strengths more than I think necessarily into stuff that Indonesia's not strong on because of the size of the pool, you know, and the skill sets that are tested. It's much better to focus on your strengths rather than your opponent's weaknesses at this stage.
Absolutely, I'd agree. When you go from, you know, an 11 map pool being in the qualifiers into, 9 map pool in qualifiers, tiny pool, and you move into, you know, 15 maps in this round of 32. You've got some skill sets in here that weren't necessarily covered in that qualifier pool, just because the pool's not as big for, obvious reasons. And yeah, so it's gonna leave some areas open where perhaps these teams won't have as much data on the other team, as you mentioned. But enough rambling about the team's qualifier performances and how they stack up against each other. We're actually getting right into the match, and it's going to be a hidden 2 pick straight out from Indonesia. Extremely good low AR hidden team, and it's no surprise to see them pick this one straight into Finland.
Yeah, they've got some dangerous players for this one, and it's understandable. The difficulty with this hidden 2 is, it's more in the aim-focused sections of this map. The streams itself, are tricky to read on sort of AR8, shouldn't pose any problems as long as players snap to them properly. The flow isn't too demanding, but it's the actual aim, or the snappy aim to the triples that tends to trip people up. Tripped up a lot of our playtesters on occasion. So that's the sort of difficulty that the players are going to face on this map. But to be honest, considering the difficulty of the qualifiers, most of these players shouldn't have too much of an issue if they were comfortably hitting some of those patterns in the qualifiers hidden 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm just looking at this hidden 2 score from Indonesia, over 3.1 million in their qualifier lobby. Finland, not even at that 2 million mark, so, it's obvious why they've gone for this pick. Straight up, Indonesia is one of the best low AR hidden teams in this tournament. Even at seed number 10, they are just absolutely insane at stuff like this. They've just got the players for it. So yeah, we are going to be getting into this hidden 2. I have Aeon first pick for Indonesia in our second World Cup match of the year. This is going to be a good one, I think. I'm a bit keen to see if anyone's going to trip up on these streams, because I know when you get into a match on a low AR8 hidden map, especially first map of the match, it can be so easy to just leave an angle of one of these turns on the streams just a note too soon and just miss the whole thing. So I'm curious to see who the first to fall to that will be.
Yeah, again, based on the qualifiers, Indonesia, one of the hidden powerhouses of this tournament outside of the top 4. So it is going to be a skill set they're going to be heavily relying on to bag them some early points in these rounds. But Rowe is going to run into a bit of an obstacle there, along with Isaac, as we have some early breaks. But a bit of a trade up, so not too bad. Probably favours Indonesia slightly due to their better accuracy at the moment. But again, it's very minor. Only Desku really struggling on the accuracy side of things. Everyone else holding pretty solid so far, and you can see the streams themselves. They're not actually too difficult to hit once you get onto them, but it's the snapping onto them properly and avoiding those chain misses.
And everyone gets through those first set of streams. Impressive stuff from the entire lobby. Ryuto misses on a little bit of nothing right after that break, which is a bit unfortunate. Isaac going to be the first to chain miss a whole stream. There it goes. 3 FCs still to Finland's name, though. And this score is still going to be in their favor. Not with those act drops and that chain miss from Kadzaks. That's going to pull things over to Indonesia. Not super convincingly, though. The combo advantage is there as well as the act lead, so they will hold the lead.
Yeah, the recovery combo from Rowe is definitely going to help them out here, as well as Dito as well. Recovery. But it is still 2 full combos for Finland. We've still got Desku and Amasetic holding the line, so it's not going to be an easy pull for Indonesia. They could very quickly drop this. There goes the supporting combo from Rowe. That is going to swing things the other way. Amasetic will drop though. That is massive for Indonesia. They have really done out well there with Fuma and Dito still holding. Desku can't really do much. Kadzaks and Isaac's combo just isn't going to be enough to offset it. The last quarter left, it's in Indonesia's favor.
Yeah, there's not much in it though, but with that chain miss from Kadzaks, that is going to mean there is a lot in it, as this score now starting to fly over in the way of Indonesia. Everyone getting through these long streams. Isaac finds a break for Finland. Anesthetic as well. It's just Descu still on the FC for them. But it's just not enough. He finds a miss at the end. It wouldn't have mattered regardless. Finland, they're going to be taking their first pick. First point of the match. Fuma closing it out with an FC for Indonesia.
Yeah, solid stuff on that first pick for Indonesia. You expect it. But it did look a little dicey. Finland putting up some very good scores. I think what's probably most surprising is some of the big accuracy drops we saw on some of those streams. We saw Hero drop to 90, just below 95%, as well as Anesthetic. Those streams really hurt your accuracy if you chain miss or don't hit them perfectly. They can drop your accuracy so quickly and do so much damage to your score. But yeah, crazy stuff from that first pick. So we look back over to Finland now to choose their first map. And there is a couple of options open to them, but I'm not quite sure how they'll want to start this. Because anything they pick is going to be a big adjustment. They're going to go right into it, wasting no time. DT3.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of big adjustments, we go from our air raid hidden straight into the speed pick. Stamina speed pick, 240 BPM. Lots of bursts in here, lots of longer streams as well. Not as aim focused as a lot of the other maps in this pool, but very left-hand focused on a lot of these patterns in this map. Gonna see who can tap for longer, who can tap faster, who won't finger lock. We're gonna see Freeze coming into the lobby for Finland. That's what you like to see if you're a Finland fan.
Yeah, I don't see them changing much of their plan from the qualifiers. Which of course is comparable to the DT3 we had. Might be some very slight adjustments with one or two players, but overall you'd expect the same sorts of rosters to come in. Yeah, it looks like each team I think is just having one player swap out from their qualifier DT3, which it's a bit of a more gimmicky focus map, so it's understandable you might change your roster from more generic stuff. But yeah, let's see. I mean, Finland, they're a very strong double time team. They had great scores across all three of their DTs that pretty much outscale Indonesia. So you're expecting some good consistency from these players. But with the difficulty cap slightly less, there is a chance for Indonesia to take this if they're not careful. So let's see what Finland can do.
Absolutely, like you said, I think Finland 500k to over 1 million on some of these DT maps and qualifiers, so very, very strong pick for them, I think, and they're expected to take this one. We're going to see an early break from Dylan, but 7FC is still on the board regardless, in the favor of Finland, and everyone is holding relatively strong. I'd say that. Isaac, the first to drop for Finland. Dylan trades it back again, and things are going to stay relatively even as accuracies seem almost matched here. It's only about 10-15k difference, but that break from Zepe, that's going to be massive. Indonesia now in the driver's seat, almost halfway through this map, and they are going to start to pull things over with a 3FC to 2FC lead.
Yeah, it's a big accuracy deficit as well. Isaac dropping down to 96 isn't bad, but compared to the Indonesia roster, their lowest is 97. We see a big break from Freeze there. That really is going to open the door for Indonesia here. Big stuff coming out from them as they still hold 3 FCs. It's just Anesthetic for Finland as Zepe finds another reset.
This has gone completely awry for Finland. Indonesia are just tearing this up. triple FC on this one. And something I won't mention, but a triple FC and a huge supporting combo from Delon. Getting into the last quarter of this map, it is all but over for Finland on their first pick. Indonesia have just pulled something out of the bag on this one. Like you mentioned, these rounded 32 picks, you gotta be careful. Something you might think you're favored on paper. Maybe it's just easy enough. It's at that stage in the tournament where this other team can still play it. As you can see, very clearly they can play it, and Mindfrost can SS it. There it is, I didn't want to mention it. Takes home the SS for Indonesia.
That's a ridiculous team score. That's ridiculous.
What is that?
4.2 million. Good lord. Oh, wow. I mean, I don't even know how I begin to break that down. Let's give it a go. So, of course, Mindfrost ID with an SS on that map. Incredible stuff. No issues whatsoever. And yeah, just continual good stuff. Nearly 1.15 million team individual scores, as well as a good supporting recovery from Delon. I'm not sure that there was a million things Finland could really do there. Once they had that first break, Delon's was early enough that, to be honest, they were chasing from the moment they had their first break. And everything kind of just fell apart from there. That second break didn't seem to make that much of a difference because of just that massive team score from Indonesia.
That's going to be a punch in the gut for Finland, because you come out of qualifiers with beating Indonesia by like over 1 million points on the DT3, and you go for something that's decently similar for the most part, pretty similar to that DT3 in qualifiers, and Indonesia just 3-way FC it with a 730k to boot. Like, that's a 4.3 million team score almost. You got to be feeling good if you're on Indonesia right now. Like, morale is high after that break point, and they're going to be probably very confident going into their next pick now. Ooh, it's going to be Nomad 4. Vita Crush Mole coming out. Yeah, I mean, Indonesia, pretty damn solid tech roster as well. They've always been known as a pretty good one. Tends to be similar pick strategies for them in other World Cup tournaments, 3WC, 4WC. They love their Nomad 4s. They're going to be bringing out this one in round of 32 of OWC. And it's a relatively streamy Nomad 4, as well as a lot of longer high velocity slider aim towards the latter half of the map, but a lot of the first half of this map going to be looking out for those breaks on these accelerating streams. Very easy to trip up on, especially with nerves. So, to see how these players handle it.
Yeah, as well as the other thing to be careful with is this Nomad 4 is there are some very tricky fast sliders in the second half that players do need to be careful of. They are quite deadly and will trip up any player with the miss potential there.
Definitely super easy to misread those they're almost like little cut patterns, but they're kick sliders. So yeah, very easy to misread those in the second half as well. Definitely expect to see a couple misses at least on those ones. But getting into our Nomad 4, Indonesia's second pick after taking a break point against Finland. It's going to be Rexy's Dito, that noob guy in row, up against Isaac, Kadzak, Zepe, and German.
Yeah, so we kick this off. And again, Isaac with the first break alongside Zepe. Dito going to be finding a miss. It's sort of kind of the same players, unfortunately, that are finding these misses early on in these maps, but it's the recovery that can really do some damage. Isaac with the second break there. A bit more significant triple break there. Zeppe, Ro, and Rexy's Dito as well. And that noob guy gone. Big advantage for Finland here.
This is, I mean, Indonesia's falling apart on these accelerating streams. They've just misaimed them all. Like, all of their players have found at least one break on these accelerating streams, and that means a double FC for Finland now. And if they're able to hit this part, no, German finds a miss right before. A lot of free combo coming up, so Finland aren't out of the woods yet with that break from German. They've just got the 1 FC from Kadzaks and a bit of supporting combo from Zeppe, but yeah, that is not where you want to break your combo. Right before this free combo section, there is a lot here.
Yeah, Isaac going to be finding a reset as well, so with this free combo, if Zeppe drops, Indonesia are going to really pull ahead here in this section. And yeah, it's just, I'm looking at players like Dito and that noob guy to really build their combos back up with the free section. Of course, Kadzak is going to be able to hold them off, and it's Zeppe building up. There goes Dito. That's huge. Ro as well. Also going to be finding a miss. Jamin will drop, but again, the damage is still being held by Zeppe and Kadzaks, who are doing the work here for Finland, holding them in. There's starting to be very little of this map left.
An hour into the high velocity sliders. Here we go. Kadzaks holding onto that FC. Zeppe finds a drop for Finland, but it's all Kadzaks right now. All eyes on him. As he pulls Finland over 500k into the lead, he finally finds a miss at the end of this map, but he's done more than enough for the Finnish squad. And Indonesia unable to take their second pick. Dito did all he could in the ending there, hitting the whole thing. But Kadzaks and Zeppe putting up some great performances there. I mean, Kadzaks, man, almost FCing that with 98%.
Solid
stuff.
play. Yeah, that is a tough map. Definitely probably one of the toughest maps we've seen in this qualifier pool. Or sorry, in this round of 32 pool, excuse me. But it is a bit comparable to the qualifier pool in terms of difficulty. A lot of people struggling to pull through full combos on that. But it's a good enough performance for Finland. It puts them on the board. Keeps them tied up with Indonesia to start this off.
Yeah, I think Indonesia's probably not going to be too happy with that performance. Definitely an underperformance from them on the No Mod 4, but I mean, credit to Finland for, kind of stepping up to the plate. Kadzaks especially. They had a huge score, very much needed for them. And I mean, Indonesia, they had their shining moment on that DT3, pulling out that three-way, and it was Finland's turn to come straight back with it. So you move on, and we now move on to Finland's second pick. Chance here to equalize, to make things 2-2, and it's going to be the DT2. This map is very different from our qualifiers DT2. So anything you see about the results from these teams on that DT2 and qualifiers, throw it out the window, because this is completely different. This is very low BPM, kind of spaced ult patterns and streams. A little bit snappy in some sections, but for the most part, very flow heavy. DT2, very gimmicky and very difficult to act as well. I was surprised at how difficult this map was to actually act. So hard to hold a combo as well. So many of these sliders in this map, weird reverse sliders that you can so easily slider break on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, that Finland wanted to jump straight back in with this DT2. That DT3 did not go to plan, but they're not perturbed by that fact. They're just going to charge straight forward with this play, and it is understandable why they did, have considerably better scores across the DTs, like we mentioned before. So it is their area of strength. But it'll also give them the opportunity to just shake away those nerves. And level the score, hopefully.
What a map to do it on too. I think, you know, this is a type of map where nerves can really get to you with the small, the CS6, you know, small circles and some of these weird reverse sliders. It's so easy to just miss a single tick or miss the head of that reverse slider and find combo drops. That's early on, ticking in. First to drop for Finland.
Yeah, jamming going to be finding a miss as well. And with that, already Finland not off to the best of starts. It's not a terribly long map, this one, so you really feel every break as Jamin also finds a second break, but Indonesia holding strong again. It's looking dangerous if this trend continues. Anesthetic and Dito going to be tripped up.
Yeah, Dito and Anesthetic trade. I mean, yeah, this is kind of scary. This is the kind of map that Indonesia is pretty damn good at, man, even though it's DT. So, scary pick from Finland, but they're doing all that they can. Indonesia holding onto a strong three-way. Dito going to be trying to recover now. He's halfway through the map. They is hitting all of these flow patterns. Dito with another break, but that's not the one that matters for Indonesia, so they're still going to be sitting quite comfortably. Was that Anesthetic right before the break?
Yeah. Right into the break, so he's got no combo. I mean, look at the score difference already. You know, 400,000 points with a quarter of the map left. I mean, this is going to have to just implode for Indonesia here for Finland to have a chance. I mean, there goes Rowe. That's one, but it's still not going to be enough with less than a quarter of a map to go. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Reading section. Catching a couple players off on the side of Finland. Indonesia just looking so good, man. Rowe found a break there, dropping his FC, but they've still got two. And Finland don't have a single one. Indonesia with another break point. And man, this is just, this match is 3 break points so far? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's going the way of Indonesia at the moment, because I think Finland maybe they just don't think they've got strong enough picks in other sections, but it feels like they're a bit fixed at the moment with the double time, and that's 2 losses on double time now that Indonesia just let them pick into. I think they need to stay away from the sort of speed maps and try and focus more on mechanics. They've got some strong mechanical players who can pull up some big scores, and I think that's what they need right now. Especially going into the next pick, which could end up being their last. Looking at the score from Indonesia, they've had some mixed picks, but their last one in particular was very strong for them.
You know, it could be their last, Dimash, or we could see another break point.
We definitely could. Until we know what Indonesia's picking, it's too hard to say.
The pace that this match is going, you know, we're going to see break points through to the finish line, I reckon.
I mean, that is what, 3 breakpoints in a row now that we've had.
I think so. Yeah. The first pick was hidden 2 by Indonesia, which they took, and everything else has been a breakpoint so far. So it's on Finland to keep the trend, and I'm curious what Indonesia's actually going to pick here. Hidden 1 is maybe an option just because of their hidden performances overall, and it actually is going to be hidden 1 straight out from Indonesia. There it is. Paradigm 4210.
So hidden 1. If you're not sure of this sort of map, it's a very aim-focused hidden map. A lot of jumps at 188 BPM. Should feel relatively comfortable for anybody who uses hidden in general. Quite comfortable, but it does have its tricky sections, particularly in the middle. There's a lot of difficulty built up around that area, and of course, being right in the middle of the map makes it even more dangerous because of how dangerous Score V2 is. In that, if you miss right dead center of the middle of the map, you're very much score capped for the rest of it, which can be to the detriment of your team. So definitely want to put in the players that can manage that skill jump with no real issue. But the rest of the map is fairly comfortable, to be honest. Shouldn't really pose any problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you're someone who doesn't like hidden and doesn't play hidden, which, in that case, I don't see why they would be in the lobby right now on two rosters that are as good as this. But yeah, most of the map, like you said, pretty comfortable for anyone who has dabbled in a little bit of hidden. I think maybe the only thing to catch them off would be a couple of the streams. Other than that middle section, like you mentioned, it's a bit techie, and that's where it really starts to test, who is good at reading hidden. And we're going to see that probably come into play quite largely if we see a lot of full combos held up to that point. I am going to guess that we're probably going to see a lot drop.
Yeah, we will have to see. Indonesia, though, in a very strong position right now, 3 points to 1 up against Finland, who are hoping to strike back with a breakpoint of their own after dropping that second DT map. But let's see what they are capable of on this very calm intro into what is a very nice map, to be honest. A very, very nice song. Very enjoyable.
Good song, good map. Pretty fun to play all around, yeah. Love this one. Everyone getting through those intro patterns, no problems. No one getting tripped up on the stream early on. Sometimes can be a bit of an issue when you move into hidden, You haven't adapted to that AR yet on the hidden. You just butcher the whole stream, but everyone not having any issues early on. We've still got an 8-way. First quarter of this map. Everyone hitting these weird kind of flowy snap patterns and hexagons almost.
Yeah, it essentially boils down to an accuracy battle at this stage. But that doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't actually shake things up at all. It just keeps everything where it was, because those breaks were pretty much identical. Rito and Isaac, so we're still looking for that decisive break to flip this, and that might be it from Dito there. Big break, and Rowe as well. I didn't even notice that was a double break.
Rowe, right? Oh my god!
Yeah, his combo went at the same time Dito's did, and Amacetic's gone now as well. So is Isaac, but that's not a big combo. But it is one full combo to 2 as Fuma drops his.
Oh yeah. This difficult section of the map going to be tripping up Fuma, who drops some much needed FC for Indonesia. Amacetic breaks again, but that one doesn't matter. Kadzax and Dezku both get through it. Double FC for Finland into the latter half of this map. And I dare say that should be enough to pull them over the line if these players can hold on just for a little bit longer.
Yeah, they're really in a strong position here. Indonesia's kind of just holding in there because of all of their combos being around the same level. But a break from Fuma and Isaac there. Again, it's not a big combo for Finland. They have Dezku and Kadzax to hold them into it, but Ryuta dropping a massive amount of accuracy there. With a break from Fuma, I don't see a way for Indonesia back into this one.
Oh man, this is a performance from Dezku and Kadzax. Doing all they can for Team Finland and showing up on the hidden one. Not an easy map to FC ever. These longer, kind of consistency-focused maps, never easy to FC in tournament match. And they both hit the accelerating streams. Amacetic the only one to break on it. How is everyone hitting that today? Man, I'm so surprised to not see more breaks on that.
Yeah, I swear, literally, Amacetic is the only one to have broken so far.
Yeah.
on that map. So very good stuff. But yes, Finland will carry on the trend with another breakpoint here, and a pretty overall decent team score. Just pushing over the 3 million barrier, but it is a rough pick for Indonesia there. No one's having any good time with their picks at the moment, are they?
No. 4 times in a row, apparently. We've had almost every single map in this match so far be breakpointed. And not just be breakpointed, but be breakpointed by considerable margins each time. So I don't know what is going on, but we're going to have to see if Finland can break the cycle. And if you're hoping for a close match, and you definitely want them to, because this is a chance for them to take it to 3-3. They need to try and figure something out here. DT hasn't been working. What can we pick to maybe catch Indonesia off guard, pick something into them where, you know, maybe go into their weakness. Maybe that's an idea for Finland, but we'll have to see what they're thinking about.
Again, it's just, you've got to look at what's been working for Finland. It's been those aim-focused picks that they've been able to pick up. You know, it's not been the speed that's kept them in this. You know, they won on the sort of technical mechanical Nomad 4, and then they won on Hidden 1. So those are the areas I'd be looking to try and focus on. So Nomad 1 is always an option. There is also some free mod. Hard Rock 1 in particular is quite focused on the technical aspect. So again, that could be a strong pick if they're feeling confident on Hard Rock. Those are the maps I'd be looking at. Something from Hard Rock or Nomad 1. But they're going to ignore me and go free mod 1.
Yeah, it is going to be free mod 1, but I was liking what you were saying about that Hard Rock 1 maybe being an option. Just because the 2 points they've taken have been on more kind of techier maps. I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a stretch to call Hidden 1 a techier map, but just because of that middle section specifically, and of course the Nomad 4 breakpoint. So yeah, I mean, Hard Rock 1 is an option, and perhaps it just wasn't picked because of that overall comfort on Hard Rock. You know, not being something that Finland are really favoring. So it's going to be free mod 1. And yeah, this is a pivot. I think they needed to pivot to something different, and they've done it. They've gone for free mod 1. It is aim to an extent, pretty similar aim to the Hidden 1, albeit a little more awkward. But yeah, I mean, I think overall, I don't think this is a bad pick.
Yeah, I mean, if they've got a plan, it must be to just try and, I can only think it's to just try and isolate the picks that are left. But again, every pick going forward, and I mean, there isn't a lot left, but every pick going forward of these last 2 that they've got are going to be, in some essence, risky. They can't afford another breakpoint from Indonesia, because that just opens the door up too much. They need to hold this point. Try and put a bit of pressure on Indonesia here. But again, it's whether they can do it on this map. I honestly do not know if this is their map or not. I think it's too up in the air for me to make a call on this one.
I am a bit concerned to not see Freeze in the lobby right now, to be honest. This seems like the type of thing that would be his bread and butter on Hard Rock, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be coming in for Finland.
I mean,
so
they've got
maybe
Zeppe.
that's a good sign. Yeah,
they'll have Zeppe on the Hard Rock probably.
Yeah, it means they've got someone who feels more comfortable than Freezed, which is,
these
mean, that's a statement in itself. And I mean, apparently they've got 3 players that feel more comfortable than Freezed on the Hard Rock, because it's going to be Jamin, Descu, and Zeppe. They're going to be taking a triple Hard Rock. Descu taking a Hidden with it, and Kadzax on that Hidden only. For Indonesia, we've got a slight bit of overmod, but it's only going to be Mindfrost on the Hard Rock, Rexys and Ryuto on the Hidden, and Noob Guy on the no mod. So big mod advantage for Finland.
And again, just to explain the free mod for those of you who may not be aware, there are requirements on which mods you have to take. We have to have at least 1 hidden. In this case, you know, Rexys and Kazakh would fill that requirement. And then we must have at least one Hard Rock and Hidden Hard Rock, which of course has been met, if you can see. But it's interesting. So Kazakh is going to be the first to drop here. We're dropping off that Hidden. And of course, every other mod is optional. So, you know, Finland with the overmodding strategy, whether it will work to their advantage, still to be decided. But at the moment, it's not been the best of starts. They will keep it close because they will have the multiplier advantage. Zepe going to be finding a drop on the Hard Rock.
Yeah, and I mean, their multiplier advantage was keeping it pretty close, but that break from Zepe is going to put things comfortably in the favor of Indonesia now. Continue to hold into this 4-way through this first KI. Will any of them succumb to these weird overlaps, especially these hidden players? No. Doesn't seem so far. Some of these overlaps can trip you up. You can think you might have to go back, but it's actually just like a perfect stack. And everyone getting through it. Wow.
Dangerous part of the map right here. You can see the intensity build up, but so far everyone is trying to recover the best they can on the side of Finland, but Indonesia just storming ahead.
Everyone's holding Damage.
I know, they're just holding the line. Streams, maybe it catches somebody out. No, it doesn't. They hold into the last quarter. This could be incredible from Indonesia if they hold all the way into this last section.
Oh no, what is this performance from Indonesia so far, man? And Finland are going crazy too, but what do you do against a 4-way right now? Descu finds a break for Finland, and that will all but seal it, I'm almost certain.
Yeah, there was catching up before, but there isn't any now. And that is ridiculous from Indonesia. They're still going with 4 FCs.
Someone break, please.
It's jamming.
Please,
it's not.
Someone break.
It's not from Indonesia.
Oh no way! They just 4-wayed it, man. What?
That's their second 4 million team score in this matchup. That is insane.
And on another break point, Damage. Why? What is that? A 4 million team score on a non-DT map, dude. A non-DT map, they're going to pull in over 4 million. That's ridiculous. What is that performance? 3 of their players are over 99%. Rexy's the only one falling under that 99 on the hidden. Wow, that has to be the top score on that map for the week. I would be shocked to see anyone take away that top spot from Indonesia on that map.
Well,
and the break point.
Yeah, I think it's crazy because, like, it's not that, you know, it's not like everyone was taking a mod and they FC'd and it's like, oh, well, that's understandable. It's like, it was just enough to put them over the 4 million. But I mean, that is ridiculous. I think 3 of them had perfects. And then you had Rexy's who dropped a couple of slider ends, but still more than good enough for this one. But that's just insane. They only had 3 mods out of the potential 4 that they could have had for the multiplier, so they were at a disadvantage. But I mean, 3.2 million is nothing to sneeze at either.
Yeah.
On this, like, imagine saying to someone that 3.2 million is a losing score. That just shows the level of ability in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, Finland, nothing to scoff at on that. 3.2 mil. It wasn't even a bad pick. Like, it was a good pick. I think that 3.2 mil, that's probably going to beat a majority of teams in this tournament on that free mod 1. Like, that was a pretty damn good score, pretty good team performance. It was a really good team performance, but Indonesia just kind of turning it up another level. And they're gonna take another breakpoint for our 5th breakpoint in a row. 5 out of 6 points so far. See if Finland can continue the tradition on this Indonesia pick, and it's going to be DT1, which, I mean, this makes sense after how the other two DTs panned out.
Yeah, if you've been watching so far, you'll know that Finland dropped both of the DT maps to Indonesia in this matchup, and yeah, you're right, Finland now to step up to the plate. Can't afford another loss, and they have to break here. But I mean, both of their points have come from break points, so it's not that I doubt that they can do it. But it is on the DT. They have not won a DT map yet, despite being the favourites on it. So they're gonna have to pull out something pretty special on this one. But again, they're still the favourites on this, based on qualifier results. Based on a lot of things, you know, you've got Kadzaks, who was really strong on DT1 in qualifiers. Freezed, you'd expect to come in for DT1. Those are some of the key players here that I think we need to see pop off on this map to battle a really strong Indonesian roster. You know, Fuma's definitely going to be in for this one. That noob guy as well. I'm expecting big things from on this one. So you've got a couple of players on both teams that, you know, if depending on who has the better run, could decide the match or keep us going.
Is Freeze not here? Have we seen him in for a map this match?
Yeah,
we have. Okay,
I could have sworn we have.
I'm just surprised not to see him in here for this DC1, like you said.
He did. He played DT3.
Okay, yeah. Potentially not feeling great today. I'm not too sure. But yeah, not going to be coming in again. It's 2 maps in a row. I just expected to see him in, but plus it's going to be Jamin, Kadzaks, Zeppe, and Desku. I think the same roster from the Fremod 1, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. Side of Indonesia, Ryuto, Rexys, Ro, and that noob guy be coming in for this DT1 pick from Indonesia, and their chance to close out the match in a 5-2 fashion. But with the way this match is going so far, we're going to have to see if we can get our 6th break point in a row, courtesy of Finland.
Yeah, it's on for them to carry on the trend. And there's no better time than to do it right now on the final DT map. I was going to say the final pick, but that's potentially not accurate. Jamin will find the first break. But don't worry too bad, because Ro's going to come in, but Desku will also find a miss as well. And that's going to flip it back to how we were when Jamin broke, which is in favour of Indonesia right now. First quarter of the map out of the way. Indonesia lead.
270 BPM DT1, by the way. It's a very high BPM DT1. But it makes sense with Stadium Pool. BPMs on those DTs, but yeah, we'll be seeing some crazy high accuracies from a lot of these players in this lobby. Indonesia looking very, very strong so far. 100k lead and climbing now with that FC lead, 3 FCs to 2. Big recoveries coming through from Desku, Jamin, and Ro, but yes, FC's holding strong for Indonesia, is keeping them in the lead, and it is giving them a score advantage as we get over halfway through the map now and into the next KI. Everyone looking solid, looking comfortable.
Yeah, and I think the problem is that Indonesia's they've just settled into a rhythm now, as Jamin will find another reset, and that is really bad, along with Zeppe and Kadzaks. No. I mean, it's just what I mean, Redzex. Oh wait, hang on.
Speed map. What was that? I saw 2 quints in a 270 BPM map.
That too much happened too quickly there, but it's Ryuto and Desku holding on. But unfortunately, that still favours Indonesia, as it was Finland to break first. But
and Ryuto close it out for Indonesia. Desku doing all that he can for Finland with this almost 1k combo, but it's more than enough from Indonesia. Ryuto, all on him to close it out with the FC. Can he do it? I don't care if I curse him. He does it. Let's go. He gets the FC for Indonesia, and they're going to close the match out 5-2 after finally breaking the breakpoint curse.
Well, there you go. They finally do it. They did it at the start and they did it at the end. But it was enough to pull them over the finish line. Definitely not as cleanly as they would have liked. Not actually... Well, actually winning more breakpoints, I think, than they actually won of their own picks. But that's the way it goes sometimes. But they've done enough. Commiserations to Finland. They had a very, very good attempt at Indonesia. But again, top 10 team, just a little bit too strong for them this time around. There are your winners, Indonesia, with a very good match.
Yeah, it was a great match. I think a lot of people are going to be happy with that result. I have a feeling a lot of people had something along the lines of a 5-2 pick'em, so we'll have to see how people are feeling about that result. 5-2 though for Indonesia. Congratulations and best of luck to them moving on in the winners bracket, and best of luck to Finland, of course, moving on in that lower bracket. Not out of the tournament just yet, and would have been curious to maybe see the outcome of that match if. I believe Freezed was not on his own setup, and that may have been why we didn't see him in for a couple maps. We expected him to be in for, so... You know,
unfortunate timing, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah.
But, yes, so we come to the end of that match. We do have another one scheduled, though. It is Japan versus Singapore. I mean, what a great matchup. Well, this should just be amazing. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what these two teams will bring us. But it does mean that we will be saying goodbye to Mavs.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all for having me here. It's been enjoyable casting alongside you, Dimash, these last two matches. I'll be handing things off to an incredible caster that I'm sure you will enjoy very much casting alongside with. So yeah. Enjoy the Japan-Singapore matchup.
Yes, and that there he is, sneaking in a little early. But yes, that Japan versus Singapore match will be starting in the next 6 to 7 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that quick and short interval. We are back with what should be, on paper, the most exciting match, or one of the closest matches of the round of 32. It is Japan versus Singapore. Should be an excellent contest. Seed number 16 versus seed number 17. It's the sort of matchup you dream of. Of course, joining me on for this epic matchup is the ever so lovely, ever so wonderful, it's Kano. Hi, Kano.
Hey there, Dimash. It's great to be back. And on top of that, we've got such a great match ahead of us. We've got the 2 middle seeds, like smack bang right down the middle. So we're going to have probably one of the closest matches of this round, which, that's going to be exciting. And these two teams, they are very, very strong. I mean, we've seen some pretty impressive performances from them in the qualifier stages, and I'm really, really looking forward to this overall.
Yeah, I think we've got some great potential on this one, and some interesting sort of statistics from the qualifiers. It really is a bit back and forth with these teams, with some close matchups and some not so close matchups. But just to sort of give you an idea on some of these teams, we've got the 17th seed Singapore, with just a fantastic performance and a fantastic team as well. Coming into this, you've got Megumik, the captain, who has performed amazingly in qualifiers, playing everything that they could, as well as some good supporting members. Demonical as well is someone to watch, a really, really strong player as well. Can't forget GS Blank, who again is always on top form, as well as some other players that you might not have seen yet. Tebi in particular is someone that I think who didn't actually play qualifiers for Singapore, so you've got a bit of an interesting potential to shake things up a little bit.
And on the other side as well, you've got Japan with Invoker being the captain this time around, and we haven't really seen too much from them in the qualifier stages, but overall they performed really well on what they did play in these matches. You've got Teachy as well coming in, which is one of the new additions, and pretty much playing everything, just like the underdog, but coming in just absolutely dominating on pretty much every map that they played. You've got some of the old returning players such as L4+1, pretty much playing a lot of the stuff in qualifiers. You're bound to see some of these players coming in for special things, and then you're going to see a few people playing like a vast majority of maps. You've got Aotaline as well coming in for some of the specific picks, especially Nomad 4s and things like that. Vento as well is another one that you'll see on quite a lot of maps. Dectopia stepping in as well for a lot of the hidden picks. Kinikon's another one that you're also going to see on a vast majority of things. And you've also got Yama Darkness as well, stepping in for a strong DT roster.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think this this Japanese DT roster, I mean, they're up against a ridiculous roster from Singapore. But again, they do. Both of these teams have got some very good scores, especially across things like DT1 and different things. I want to quickly go into the bans real quick because they are a bit interesting. So we had Nomad 2 banned out by Singapore and DT3 banned out by Japan. an interesting ban there. I can understand the ban from Japan on the DT, but I'm a bit surprised with the No Mod 2 ban, because it looks like both teams kind of struggle with that. So I would have looked at that as a potential map to leave open, especially with how much different it is from the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to maps like that, you definitely can see those ones being left open sometimes, especially, if you have very close results from qualifiers and such. But sometimes, if you're just not feeling confident on it, you never know. Like, you might just want to go for the ban just to be on the absolute safe side. And not only that, but there's a lot of things that these two teams can pick from. So I think a lot of the time you kind of just want to go for your comfort picks as well, and maybe in this case, No Mod 2 might not be a comfort pick for them, as well as the DT3.
Yeah, and I think looking at this first map, we've got the No Mod 3. Probably not been. I don't think it's actually been picked thus far. So we've got a little bit to talk about. It's actually a very sort of comfortable No Mod 3. The changing in spacing, as well as the directional changes that you see with the circles here. They're just very comfortable. There aren't really any sort of sharp jumps or angles to really throw players off. It's more about consistency on ult, patterning and tapping than anything else that players they've just got to be on point with, really. And bit of high accuracy wouldn't go amiss either, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I was reviewing this map earlier, and it definitely seems that consistency is going to be the huge factor in this one. I mean, it's quite a long map. You've got a 4-minute map coming in, and as you mentioned, it's pretty consistent throughout the entire thing. A lot of it obviously just involves having some, relatively top-notch cursor control, and there's like a few little like flow patterns, some snap patterns, and things like that. There might be a few things here and there that might trip up a couple of players. Like I've seen a couple of like sort of kick slider sections in amongst these like snap patterns as well, but outside of that, that's pretty much just going to come down to whether or not you can hold your combo throughout the majority of this. But, since it's such a long map, like a couple of early misses here and there aren't going to be too detrimental, but the longer that you hold your combo for is going to be the more important factor here. And we have actually seen an early miss coming out from Demonico and Aotaline as well. So misses on both sides. Pretty even across the board.
Yeah, it does keep things relatively close, but I think Atheline had a bit of a later break, so it's going to kind of affect things, but they do have good accuracy. Oh dear, Dectopia and Atheline both finding breaks early on. This is not something I expected to see from Japan to start this out. Also, it is interesting to note that I think Dectopia is using Tabex playstyle.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, like, the Tapex playstyle coming in here, you're seeing the mouse clicks on the purple there. That is quite impressive for a map like this. Same for Aotaline as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice Aotaline as well, yeah.
That's a very, very interesting playstyle for a map like this. I mean, this map is very tricky, like, to alternate with 2 fingers, let alone going down the Tapex route.
Yeah, 2 different hands.
Exactly.
We did see a break from Megamic there, which looked like it was going to open things up, but unfortunately the recovery from Demonical is still holding the lead for Singapore here. But it is a lot closer now, especially with Dectopia and Atheline sort of building those combos back up. Starting to look still dangerous for both sides here as we get into the halfway point of the map. The real crunch time here. Don't want to see any breaks from either side if it can be helped at all.
Yeah, and the thing about this map as well is that with Demonico and Megamic actually finding breaks there, that's going to be really bad for Singapore. Probably taking this one back in Japan's favor, but L4+1 does find a break as well. They're just trading misses at this point.
They really are, but that's still going to favor Japan slightly, though, with the recovery from Dectopia and Atheline. They will have the combo advantage against those two FCs. So they're probably going to be able to flip this, I reckon. As long as they keep it. And the Dawnwing break, that's going to seal it and flip it over straight away.
Yeah, you're going to see that lead go back into Japan's favor very, very quickly with that break from Dawnwing. Eagle is holding on for dear life, but Teachy is just going on strong with Etaline and Dectopia holding up with those supporting combos. This is a lot for Japan right now. We're going to have to see quite a few breaks coming in from them, especially from those higher combos, in order for any form of comeback. But by the looks of things, with how long this map is, it is looking pretty grim right now. Dectopia does find a miss. Is it going to be enough though? They need to see Etaline and Teachy break, and Eagle needs to hold on through all of this. L4+1 finds another break.
So we're looking at about 90,000 points that they've got to make up the difference of. I'm trying to look for the bigger combos. Yeah, it's going to need to be a break probably from Etaline, I think, to give them the room they need, but I don't know if I see it happening. Teachy and Eagle basically just cancelling each other out, but Ataline's 1200 combo pretty much cancels out Demonical and Megamix simultaneously. But there goes Etaline. Is there enough time?
I think that combo was definitely enough. That supporting combo there was enough. Oh, Teachy with the break though. This could actually swing back in their favor right at the very end. It's getting so close. That lead is closing in fast.
Oh, is it going to go? It does.
It is going back to Singapore. Oh my goodness. Those breaks right at the end. That was unbelievable. That timing from Japan. They needed to hold on just that little bit longer. But they had Eagle just going so strong, getting that full combo with 99.41%. Demonical and a few others managing to get those supporting combos just enough to bring them back. A few chain misses from Japan right at the end there as well. Also just sending it right back at the very end. That was unbelievably close.
It was such a pull. It was almost like a fairy tale. Japan, they'd had those early breaks to start things off and put them behind, but they made up the difference and they were looking to take the point, and it was the last few seconds. It literally had to be then. You know, you're talking 23,000 points if Teachy had held on, 10 more combo. And it might have been enough, but that is insanely close for a first map.
Yeah, what a ridiculous map. I mean, that is what we're expecting from these two teams. We are expecting some pretty close results. And, you know, we've already seen that on the first map coming in. But jumping into this next one, Hidden One, this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to see potentially a bit of a roster switch up. Some of the players coming in, dropping out.
Yeah, again, it's more of a... it's a more aim-focused pick, I think, than Nomod 3. Whereas Nomod 3 was the aim was a lot more. It was a lot more snappy, but fairly comfortable. This is going to be very much definitive jumps, big angles. The players have got to jump to, as well as that middle section that's been brought up a couple of times. That is a very big potential choke point for a lot of players, and we've seen it really make an impact on team scores. So it's something to watch out for. It comes up about just over halfway through the map. With some big sliders and interesting first break from Megamix to start this out.
And it seems like we actually have quite a big roster switch up for Japan here. We've got Invoker, Konkon, Kinikon, and Bento coming in, where the roster switch for Singapore is they're just bringing in Tebi. All three other players still sticking in for this one. Seeing quite a few early misses coming in from players. We've seen Bento, Invoker, Tebi all drop. Megamix has also broken combo very, very early on with this map, but I mean, it's still early days, you know.
Yeah, it's adjustment. Which is it's a bit more surprising seeing the breaks from Japan, considering they had a big roster switch up there, especially with Konkon Kinikon finding a break there. But yeah, Singapore starting off well, having the break from Tebi does put them back a little bit, but the break from Megamix has almost been completely nullified now. So Singapore, they are in the stronger position. But again, there is still quite a bit of this map to go, so plenty of time. But Invoker finding another break. Really not putting them in the best spot now.
Yeah, there's quite a few awkward snaps in this map. I mean, you've got like the little like small distance between the sliders. There's like a note in between a lot of the time. That kind of stuff on Pidden can be pretty tricky, especially when the sliders are so fast as well. But you know, you've seen quite a few more breaks coming in from Japan as well. Tokyo and Invoker dropping once again. Kinokon finding a break. And things are not looking good for Japan right now. They've only got Vento holding on. But Eagle is once again just accelerating with the Monocle. Megamick as well. Tebi finding a couple breaks here and there, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this point. We are past the halfway point, and there's still 3 really strong combos from the side of Singapore.
Yeah, and again, we're through the really tricky section, that middle section with all those fast sliders. It's caught out. Who's going to caught out? Megamick with a surprising drop, though. But it's still 2 big combos with Eagle and Demonical, as a double break from Japan really sets them even further behind. Again, this Eagle does find a drop though, so no FC for him, but Demonical's still holding on. There is just no way for Japan, I don't think, to make up this massive score gap in the last quarter of this map.
Yeah, Demonical putting in the work that is needed to be done right now. As much as Vento and Invoker have 2 really high combos going for them, I don't think it's going to be enough as we are past the 3/4 point.
From Tebi there at the end, but it will not matter. As, again, so many people hitting this accelerating stream at the end. It's a really tricky pattern to hit consistently, but it only seems to be tipping at one player, and Demonical will not bring home the FC. Gets tripped up right at the end. How unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunately no FC for Demonical there, but still a very, very solid performance nonetheless, bringing in enough score in to help pull Singapore over the line. You know, Eagle also there with that high 959 combo. Vento at the end was just going wild though, getting 11-8-4. Pretty impressive stuff from both sides. I mean, once again, we saw this was quite close, considering you know how things started out. Things were not looking too good for Japan, as they had quite a few breaks early on, but they managed to pull it back a little bit with those combos that they had going, and a few chain misses from Singapore.
Yeah, they definitely had the potential on that one, but again, it slipped away from them. But no matter, they've got plenty of time to flip this with their next pick. Hopefully, something a bit stronger for them than that Nomad. I'm trying to think of how they maybe want to approach this. I definitely think that, yeah, I expected them to go the Hard Rock route. The Hard Rock was probably their strongest area, consistency-wise, in the qualifiers. They are overall, over the 2 runs, more consistent than Singapore on this. But again, it's a bit of a different map than what you'd expect normally from a Hard Rock one. It's, as you can probably hear, it's definitely not the sort of AIM traditional consistency map that you've come to expect from Hard Rock 1. It's a lot more streamy with a bit of tech mixed in. It's definitely going to be testing more skill sets than what you'd expect from the qualifiers pool. So definitely expect to see some different rosters than what we saw in the qualifiers, but also you're looking at those sort of consistent players who are good at multiple skill sets to come in and really try and carry this map.
Absolutely. Yeah, when it comes to this map, it's a streamy tech, like very, very light tech, but there is some of it there, and especially on a Hard Rock map, this is gonna be a tough one to act. Especially, I think there's a middle section that has 1/3 in it as well. So, you know, accuracy could be a pretty big factor in this one. You might see that actually be a big difference maker. Maybe there might be a player or two who's not too confident on a map like that. Because when it comes to Hard Rock, like, you can still be really, really solid when it comes to Hard Rock as a whole, but when it comes to certain aspects of Hard Rock, when you introduce things like, you know, tech and sliders and, you know, 1/3 and rhythms and whatnot, that kind of stuff can be a little bit more tricky. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out, as you mentioned, with it being a little bit of a different map from what we usually see. but finding an early break from Vento and GS Blank, Invoker as well. This one is looking pretty tough at the beginning, as you can see. It just gets right into it.
There's no build-up or adjustment to the approach rate. You've just got to hit it and hit it fast. That's why a roster change can actually prove beneficial, because you can drop out and just test the approach rate and get comfortable with it. But a lot of breaks coming in from both sides, but it does appear that Singapore do hold a slight advantage with combo. A break there from Teachy. They're really going to set back Japan, as that was their big combo that they had, their FC. And now Megamick and Demonical hold the stage really with their big combos right now.
Yeah, and as mentioned, accuracy is definitely going to be a huge determining factor here. We do see the 1/3 section coming in, bringing a few 100s from some players, and accuracy is just all across the board. Like, we're seeing all sorts of different accuracy drops and things like that, chain misses going on. This is quite a tough map overall, and I mean, overall, like, the players are doing their best to hold on, but we're seeing chain misses everywhere. We're seeing high combos drop. Megamick drops a combo. Invoker is pretty much the only high combo for Japan at this point, but it is actually swinging back in their favor, as you've got Teachy and Kong Kinokon also bringing in some supporting combos. Demonical is still holding on, needs to hold on as long as possible. It's pretty much Demonical versus Invoker at this point. Who is going to hold on longer? The lead is going back to Japan. They're just holding on through this. We're seeing chain misses everywhere from Singapore.
Yeah, they just can't hold on to what they need to, despite the epic run from Demonical. Vento will find a break, but it's just too little too late, I think, for Singapore to really do anything about it. They needed Invoker to break to hold on to this lead, and it didn't come for them when they needed it. So Japan picking solid here. Great recovery from players like Teachy, and I think Invoker as well. I'm fairly sure Invoker was an early break in that match, but had a fantastic recovery. There it is, the one miss. Fantastic recovery. Beautiful FC though from Demonical. Can't understate that. On that map, that is very tricky to pull off consistently.
Yeah, that map was pretty brutal. As mentioned, the accuracy definitely a lot harder than your regular Hard Rock. Some of these, like Hard Rock ones, that would usually be aim typically. Would often see 98, 99 kind of thing. This one is like throwing accuracy all over the place, and in a match like this, like when things are pretty close in terms of combos and who holds on and whatnot, accuracy can be a pretty big determining factor here.
Yeah, you could definitely see that 200k, a majority of it coming from the accuracy of the players. And again, you had players like Dawnwing who just struggled a little bit too much. Had good combo, but again, the accuracy was actually put them behind GS Blank, who had about 100 combo less throughout that map. So you can, by looking at that comparison, you can definitely see how big of a factor it can potentially play. This is interesting from Singapore, though, with the free mod 1.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I mean, obviously, this map is pretty tough in terms of like some of the perfect stacking I think I've seen in Hidden specifically, but when it comes to this map, you just have all sorts of like square patterns and whatnot going on. There's like a little bit of slider aim and just things like that, but it might not be a bad choice, because obviously Singapore performed really well in Hidden just before, but then Japan obviously just took that Hard Rock away. So this one, I think when it comes to this, it is very hard to pick for these two teams, because at the end of the day, it's like a lot of it is kind of just a coin flip in some situations. They've got very solid lineups for both types of things. Their no mod is fairly evenly matched. Obviously, we just saw Japan take the Hard Rock and Singapore take the Hidden, so it's it's very back and forth in this one, and that's to be expected when you've got two middle seed teams coming up against each other.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's very sort of, it literally will come down to who has the better play. Is it the Hidden players or is it the Hard Rock players? Both of them they've got that sort of one standout Hidden and Hard Rock player specifically. I'm looking at like Eagle, for example, on Hidden, or for Singapore, or of course, someone like Vento. To really stand out for Japan on this one. Those are the sorts of players I'd look to for their strong performances. But looking at these free mods, both teams opting for 3 players to take mods and have 1 no mod player.
Yeah, that was actually something I was quite curious about as to whether or not we'd see some sort of overmodding coming in, because usually on some of the early free mod picks you actually do see that kind of thing. It's very common to see people going for more mods on more players where possible, and obviously Japan here has opted for 2 hidden hard rock, and we're seeing 2 hard rock coming in from Singapore as well, with the 1 hidden from both sides. So things are pretty evenly balanced. You know, the difference is that Japan does have the mod advantage when it comes to having 2 hiddens added onto their hard rocks. But we are seeing that actually backfire a little bit, as Teachy and Vento have both been the 2 to break here. Could it be that the hidden hard rock might be a little bit too much? Or is it just an unfortunate coincidence?
Yeah, it's hard to narrow it down to a single factor on this one. GS Blank will get caught though, so it's not just Japan who's struggling with this one. But Teachy will pretty much trade it up, if not a worse trade for Japan. From the break from GS Blank. But Vento starting to get back up there, but Dectopia again is going to set them back. In a pretty brutal place to drop.
Yeah, having all of your modded players drop is not the best thing to have happen right now, especially since they're the ones that have the score multipliers as well. Invoker is holding on. But the Monaco and Eagle, as well as Megimic, are all matching that. So you're going to need to see some breaks from Singapore in order for any comeback from Japan at this point. Vento has made quite a recovery from the beginning. GS Blank does actually find yet another break. Teachy as well though, matching that. Singapore still holding on to their full combos. But Megimic does actually find a break on that flow section there.
So if you look at the combos, you look at Dectopia and Vento, they kind of build up a 900... sort of 1,000 combo between them, so that is going to sort of level things out mostly. But again, it's not an advantage. They need an advantage to pull this score back. They're about 400k down, and Megamic will find a break though, so it gives them a little bit of breathing room, but not a lot. They need to see one of these big combos go to start pulling back score. But again, it's Demonical and Eagle. These 2 players have been playing really well today, but there goes Eagle though. But can't be enough time, surely.
That is a very big combo drop at the end, but Vento also finding a break as well. I mean, the one thing that is also really impressive from the Singapore side is that they do have almost all players on 99%. If the Monaco pulls it back up just over at the end here, yeah. Oh my goodness, that stream though did claim a little bit of accuracy there. Invoker does find a break at the end, but yeah. Singapore was holding on to 99% for quite some time, whereas we did see Japan have a little bit of an accuracy difference there. So, but I mean, despite having those extra combos, you know, they were pulling it back a little bit right when they needed it, but Eagle was able to hold on just as long as Singapore needed, and they were able to take away their pick. Once again, what do we go for here, though, is the next question. Where does Japan go?
Yeah, that's the thing. They're going to need a new plan, or, well, another map, really, because obviously they've managed to win one of their picks thus far. It was their last one in that hard rock. Did they stay on the hard rock, perhaps? I'm really not sure. Thing is, with that hard rock too, it's very much a precision map with a lot of focus on the aim elements of it, which makes it very tricky to consistently pull up good scores on. And I'm looking at the Japanese roster, and I'm not sure whether I see the consistency needed, especially on their qualifier results, to necessarily pull that up. So they're gonna try out with Nomad 1.
Yeah, this could be a solid pick overall. I mean, at the end of the day, Nomad 1's usually a pretty staple pick whenever you're feeling confident. I mean, if you've got confident aim players, it's never a bad shout. I feel like this is, you know, it had to be something like this, or maybe the Hard Rock 2, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, I think I'm still leaning towards Singapore potentially putting up a better score on this. I mean, they've still got Demonical, who's playing really well. Megumik has also got the very high potential to pull in some big scores on this. I mean, this is a big drop from what we saw in qualifiers. That's probably the biggest difference. This is a lot more of a conventional Nomad 1 than we saw in qualifiers. Qualifiers was very unconventional and a bit inconsistent for players to pull home FCs on because of the many different elements that were in that actual map. So perhaps the qualifier scores aren't the best thing to go off for a map like this, and yeah, it could come down to individual breaks here.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how players do fare on this one, though. I mean, for the most part, this is pretty comfortable aim. There are some uncomfortable sections. I mean, obviously, as you get later into the map as well, you've got like a few of those like pause, snappy sections and whatnot. But yeah, this is pretty much just going to be a test of, you know, how well you perform on comfortable into uncomfortable jumps. I think at this point, you know, a lot of these players are pretty much used to this type of map. You know, aim is a pretty important skill set in this game overall, and you know, you need it for basically everything. So the main thing here is just going to be like random misses potentially, which can be something that is not a bad idea when it comes to picking. Like, you know, going for that, you know, hold on strong kind of thing. Just hope the other player misses, you know.
Yeah, I think it's with this map. It's going to be, you know, how the consistency. GS blank though with the first break. That surprises me. I was not expecting to see a break quite this soon. I was expecting the consistency to really be tested in the last quarter of this map to really decide it. But that opens things up for Japan. If they can take advantage, they could you know, lay down the groundwork for a potential late miss and still hold the point. As we get halfway through this map, there really isn't much to talk about, apart from the accuracies really, which are much higher on Singapore. Victopia in particular struggling, but Tebby and Demonical are going to be finding misses here.
Oh yeah, that part of the sliders right there just caught a few of them off guard. GS Blank also finding yet another miss as well, and that's not looking good for Singapore right now. They've dropped 3 combos, and it's 4 full combos for Japan at the moment. And we're pretty much just past the halfway point, so Japan is pretty much feeling comfy right now. You know, they're feeling good. This is looking like a very, very solid pick from them after all. Megumik also finding a break as well, so I think it's pretty much all said and done at this point. You know, you're at the halfway point on a Nomad 1 when, you know, the Japanese side has all 4 combos being above 1,000. I don't really believe there's going to be any chance for Singapore to really pull this one back, but maybe miracles could happen.
No, this one is going to really hurt. Yeah, I mean, Japan are just looking for the 4-way FC at this point.
Come on, Marsh, you got to give them something to believe.
I mean, I would if there was something to bite on, but they had such bad, unfortunate breaks at the same time, and another break from Tebby and Megumik. I mean, what can you say? Just incredible stuff from Japan right when they needed it. They respond with a fantastic, hopefully a 4-way. I'm praying for it on this, but never mind. No, I don't know why I bother. Victopia will find a break alongside Concon. Yeah, why? Just
classic commentator goes, you know. But I mean, after all, like this is a very, very solid performance from Japan as a whole. You know, they managed to get to the 1.4k combo mark with all players, and still got Tichi and LaPlus holding on as well. Demonical managed to make a bit of a recovery going on there, but you're just seeing chain misses happening all over the place from Singapore.
Yeah, I think it was just too comfy for Singapore. They actually probably threw them off. You know, there's no real demanding elements to this map. It's just consistency on the jumps.
That is actually I was just going to say, sorry, that is actually something that we've been seeing throughout this entire match. Like, we've been seeing that, they've been playing all sorts of different types of maps, just going from one polar opposite to another, pretty much, like going from Hidden to Hard Rock. You had like the early alt map as well. It's just been all sorts of different types of aim and styles, which is good in a pool, but they're just going straight for the polar opposites pretty much.
Yeah, they really are, and now it's time for Singapore to see if they've see what they've got left in the tank, really. As we are into the sort of later half of the pool, the picks they starting to become a bit more of sort of toss-up maps that you can't guarantee, but so far Singapore have made good decisions on their map picks that I've seen them through, but trying to sort of I'm probably just overthinking this in terms of what they're going to pick next, but
I have a feeling that maybe they dive into DT1, maybe? It might not be a bad shout to sort of... I mean, obviously they've been mixing it up this entire match so far, so maybe going for something like either DT1 or Freemod 2, maybe try out a little bit of the speed side of things.
Potentially. Although I do fancy them, I think, a bit on No Mod 4, potentially. A bit of a switch up. I mean, you're right, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for the DT1, and based on the qualifying results, I'm not quite sure if the qualifying map was similar to this one or not, but the Singapore side had a pretty solid performance on that one overall, so they're confident in their DT. I'd say both of these rosters are very confident in their DT. So as you mentioned, it is a very, very toss-up pick. It could be very coin flippy when it comes to a lot of the next maps that are bound to be picked here in this match. But Singapore are here to say, yep, we want to pick this, we want to try it out, and we're feeling good. And they're going to bounce back from that Nomad one and try it out with the DT one. Do it a little bit faster this time around.
Yeah, I definitely think it's something that they can definitely win for sure. But I mean, the potential as well has to be said for Japan. If they are able to break back here, it opens up so many potential picks in terms of DT and the speed orientated maps of this pool. I mean, I guess it is a bit more aim focused, so it doesn't necessarily open up the rest of DT. But I mean, it does have the potential to put Singapore on the back foot here if they can beat them on this. But again, both sides, I have to say, will have very solid DT lineups. You're expecting sort of like multiple FCs of players on both sides, but it's gonna come down to individual breaks and just who's not quite performing today. And that's why I'm probably going to pick Singapore to win this. I think Japan are just showing a little bit more weakness at the moment. But I'd love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong.
Yeah, I would say there's definitely potential on both sides, absolutely. And on a map like this, it's pretty straightforward. It's not too tricky. We did see Japan perform really well on the previous map, which was obviously a slower version of what this is essentially. This is just a pretty comfortable aim. You've got a couple of triples and a few quints as well in my 270 BPM first map, or aim map rather. But overall, the players should be capable of getting through this one pretty comfortably. This is on the higher end when it comes to BPM, so aim is going to be a lot faster. And you also do need to be aware of those triples and quints that do pop up. I think the quint section is towards the end as well, so that could be something that might be a big determining factor if you're ready for it or not.
Yeah, so it's after a little bit of delay there, we're finally ready to get into this DT1. Bit of an unknown, really, on how this one's going to go. Again, both teams got very solid lineups for this. Yama Darkness, though, I think making first appearance in this match.
Yeah, this is one thing that we'd definitely expect them to be in on for sure. Known for their DT expertise. Early breaks coming in from Megamic and Dawnwing. This one, it's still early days, but I mean, this is a short map after all, 2 minutes is... You don't really want to be seeing breaks around the 200 combo point.
Yeah, it's a good sign early on for Japan, but again, expecting very high combos, scores, everything across the board, but L4 +1. I butchered their name, didn't I? It's not L4 +1, is it? It's pronounced Laplace, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's been mentioned to us that it's been pronounced like Laplace, but either way. We just read what we see on the screen, right? No, we just
exactly.
Yeah, that break is pretty late into this map, which could actually be enough to swing this back in Singapore's favor, and we are seeing that go back in their favor right now. Yama Darkness actually finding a break as well. So Dawnwing actually responding there, but they're still holding on to their 3-4 combos against just Teachy at the moment. Vento did find a break as well, so at the moment Singapore still holding on to 2 full combos with Megamic having that one early miss at the beginning. But this is them pretty much just going to be running away as we get up to the 3/4 section. All players pretty much getting through that burst section relatively fine. Maybe a few act drops here and there.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's going to be hard for Singapore to drop this one at the end. With how short this map is. Eagle will find the drop though, but Vento's going to be able to trade it up. It's not even an even trade at that point, but there's no room for Japan to pull it back, so unfortunately Singapore will be holding on to this point and putting themselves in a very strong position here.
Teachy doing everything that they could for the Japanese side, but the Monaco and Megamic are just going to be running away with that one. Looking pretty confident on their pick, but I mean, at the end of the day, that was still a very solid performance from Japan as well. This is something that we do expect, when it comes to these types of maps. Like, we expect these relatively close results. And, a few of those misses towards the end were not so great for Japan. And that is pretty much the difference maker. Things look pretty grim for Singapore at the beginning. They had a couple of misses. It might have looked like they weren't feeling too confident, but, that could just be adjustment things.
And again, adjustments very important because, like you said, when you expect these close results and big scores from players, early breaks can actually make the difference. But of course, that didn't happen this time, but it definitely does happen. I could say that for a fact. So early breaks can make all the difference. But yeah, Japan, they've got to pick clever here. Can't afford really any mistake. I'm still looking at that hard rock or potentially that no mod for them, but they're going to go to free mod, I think.
Yeah, free mod can definitely be a pretty good shout here. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a lot of these maps are going to be trial and error, and it's not a bad idea to explore free mod. But this one is a very, very wild one. I feel like the modded players are just always going to have such a tough time on a map like this. I would be very surprised if we see some overmodding coming in from either of these sides.
Yeah, it was a trend I think we saw in the I think it was France, New Zealand that this was played as well, and there was no overmodding, bare minimum mods from both teams. So I would be very surprised to see any form of overmodding, which is weird because it's a map that I think definitely could be overmodded, but it has to be by the right team, I think, and I'm not sure that either of these teams want to take that risk this late in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this map is pretty brutal in terms of some of the things that it has to offer. You've got just like a lot of flow aim, some awkward, like, wiggly, streams and bursts and whatnot. This type of thing, I don't know. If you're not confident in this style of map, you're definitely not going to want to opt for a mod on this one, but we do actually seeing a few people. We see the Singapore side opting for 2 hidden here. Demonical going for hidden hard rock, Teachy going for hidden hard rock, and Dectopia opting for hidden. So no overmod from Japan, besides the extra hidden from Teachy, and 1 extra hidden for the side of Singapore.
Yeah, interesting. I think Singapore, they do have the wiggle room that they can take the chance with the overmod. Again, it does put pressure on the Japanese side because of the multiplier. They can't win on just all FCs alone, but Eagle will find the first break though, so it should eventually flip their way, but not straight away.
So far we've had an early break from Eagle, and Demonical also following up with one around the 300 combo point. Eagle finds yet another break as well. Having a little bit of trouble on that hidden for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it in the France-New Zealand match. You know, players have the potential to really pop off on the hidden, or they can just have an absolutely awful time trying to build combo on a map like this. And again, not very long. Really is starting to get to these shorter maps where every break counts. And Japan holding a good lead here with a double break from Yellow, Eagle, and Demonical's going to join them to leave Megamic out on their own. Teachy did have a break though, but I mean, it's still 3 FCs for Japan.
Yeah, some of these stream sections on this map can be pretty brutal and hidden, and we're seeing that be the case right now for Singapore. This is definitely looking like a really solid pick from Japan. I mean, they are just running away with this lead right now. Pretty much 3-4 combos. I think Invoker had a very, very early miss as a adjustment thing, maybe. But seeing a couple of breaks and just random spots happen from the Singapore side, not too great right now. You've got Megamix still doing work, but Dectopia, Concon, Kinicon, and Invoker are just holding way too much in order for any form of comeback. And that is a strong performance from Japan. That is a nice pick for them to have as a backup there, because that is a very solid score. 3.4 million across the board.
It's a very good performance, especially considering they didn't actually have, I don't think, any technical FCs. Although, you know, those breaks came very late on or very early on, as in the case with, you know, Invoker having the early break in Dectopia and Concon breaking right at the end. But I mean, you know, it's one of those things that I think, regardless of how you look at it, that is a ridiculous overall team score, very high from every player on the Japanese side, and it was good to play it safe. They made the right call, not trying to match Singapore.
Yeah, definitely a great pick from them. Now the question is, where do we see Singapore go? Because, I mean, it is very possible that you might be right in regards to that No-Mod 4 pick. I think that's something that they are definitely looking at and considering. It's hard to say. I think the Air 8 hidden is out of the question, maybe. I feel like that one is probably a little bit too big of a risk.
Yeah,
but
considering how Japan played, I wouldn't trust myself on that.
And here we go, we're seeing them go for that No-Mod 4, as you mentioned before. I think this is a very, very solid backup pick for them.
Yeah, it really kind of pushes the difficulty way up. I believe it's one of the harder maps in this pool. It definitely has, you know, a lot of miss potential throughout the map. It hits you hard, it hits you fast. With a lot of the second half in particular, I've noticed with a lot of these fast sliders to really push up that miss potential. So this will be tricky, and I'll definitely look to the star players to really try and carry players, or well, carry the team through to victory, regardless of which team you look at.
Yeah, with that, we're probably expecting yet another close result between these two teams. With that said, you know, we've just been going so back and forth between all types of picks here. I think the closest contrast we've had is like the No-Mod 1 to DT1, except it being just, you know, a bit faster aim. But this one here, This is quite tricky, you know, you've got a lot of accelerator things going on. You've still got that flow aim aspect as we saw in the last map, but this is definitely one of those maps which is on the harder side in terms of just the speed aim with the sliders. And you've also got the good old fun sliders later on throughout the map as well, which you might see a few people have a bit of a trip up on those, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. And this could be it. Singapore with the pick in hand to close it out here. If not, we go to the promised land, to no man's land, neutral territory. But again, Singapore hoping to not make that the case. But again, Japan will want that case. So let's see who has the better run as this map really kicks in fast. Eagle and Megamit will find the early breaks. Not detrimental, but Tebi also finding a break that is going to give Japan a massive head start as they adjust really well to this map.
Yeah, Japan looking very strong. We're seeing a couple of breaks from Singapore so far. I believe that was an error on Megamic's miss. But yeah, a few early breaks from Tebi, Eagle as well. So far, Japan holding on strong. And one thing I wanted to mention as well that's important about this is that, you know, if you get to this 500 combo point, you actually have a little bit of free combo to work with as well. So that's really, really important here. Aotaline did find a break, but so far, most people getting up to the free combo point. Japan holding on to 3 full combos as well. This is huge for them. This is about 150 free combo potentially.
It's just Megamic and Eagle who had the nice recovery. Demonical did have that break, so about halfway through. So definitely looking for a massive change up in this last quarter of this map. Again, we've got some of those speedy sliders that are going to come in and potentially find any misses, but I guess everyone is going to be hyper focused on this. It's still winnable, I think, for Singapore at this stage, but that break from Demonical is going to hurt really bad.
Yeah, that is a very brutal break, but we do have the fun sliders coming up right now. Are we going to see some of the players miss on this?
It's going to have to be a big reset from Japan for Singapore to take this. There goes Vento, that's 1. But they probably need all of them to go at this stage, and Demonical's going to be finding the reset instead. Ataline drops, that's 2.
Tebi also responding as well. Megamic finding that break. This is pretty much going all in Japan's favor. Eagle is the final combo to drop for Singapore. Pretty much all combos have dropped on the fun sliders. Pretty much to no surprise maybe, but that is Japan taking that one away, and we are going to be seeing a tiebreaker between these two teams. Are you surprised, Dimash? Because honestly, I'm not.
No. I mean, on paper, no. You don't... I'm surprised that the breakpoint happened so late. But I mean, it is the time to happen. But Japan, with the incredible comeback... no, I'm not really surprised that this has gone to tiebreaker. On paper, they were the closest team. And... yeah, I think we should just get into the explanation of the tiebreaker. If you want to take it away.
When it comes to this map, it pretty much does everything that a tiebreaker needs to do. You know, it's consistent. It offers a wide variety of things, and you know, you've got that aim element. You've got a couple of bursts here and there. This overall is just a very, very solid and balanced pick, and I think it's really hard to say which way this one could go. Like, I wouldn't say that this plays very much like No Mod 1, but there obviously is aim element to it. It is one of the highest star ratings, but also on 200 BPM, so that is something. I'm honestly not sure. Like, this is just one of those things. We've seen how close it's been throughout this entire match. You know, things have been very back and forth. There's been a couple of close maps. There's been a few that have gone one way, but a lot of those maps are more the more niche skill sets that you sort of see it go one way. It's very hard to say. What are your thoughts, Dimash?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at this map. It's very high BPM, which I think is going to favor if there's any sort of lengthy streams, but I think there are a couple from my recollection. Might trip up the Japanese players slightly more. I think the Singapore team will be a bit more adjusted to it. But again, it's the consistency that is really going to be tested on this one. And I think Japan has been shown to be slightly more consistent on these sort of aim focus maps, or the aim elements, I would say. And again, with that tech, I think mechanically Japan might have the edge on this one. But it really comes down to what players get tripped up on. Is it the high BPM? Or is it the mechanical skill that trips players up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a couple of an early miss coming from Konkon Kinikon, just maybe adjusting to that early section there. But the one thing that is worth mentioning is that obviously Japan was down 4-2. They are kind of riding high at the moment. Are they going to be able to carry that into this one? You've had Singapore lose the last 2 points, and they've been beaten down a little bit, but is that going to be enough to bring them back into that? Are they on a map like this as well? It's so hard to say. Like, Japan is riding a high, but is it too much of a high? Is it going to be something that backfires? This map isn't quite your most conventional. It's not exactly aim. You're seeing a lot of weird, awkward burst patterns, some rhythmic sections and whatnot. So there's a lot of things can definitely trip up either side here, for sure.
A lot of factors coming into play. But again, we see. So we saw LaPlus1 have the break there, and then GS Blank broke straight after. So with the recovery from Konkon, Invoker and Seal will have a bit of a trade up. GS Blank will find another reset. That is going to favour Japan, actually, though. Ever so slightly, they will begin to pull score back their way, as accuracies here are very similar between the two teams.
Although we did see a miss from Invoker as well, though, so it looks like this will actually go back in favour of Singapore. Oh wait, I didn't see the seal miss, my mistake.
No worries. It keeps things exciting, it's keeping it close, as Japan will continue to pull back that score. Seal with another break. LaPlus will find a reset, though. That is going to slow down the Japanese side. And actually, looking at this is... Oh my
goodness,
dear.
this is so unbelievably close. Oh, but Tebi dropping as well, though. Tichi holding on. Oh my goodness, all combos have been reset for Singapore. I was going to say this is definitely looking very close in terms of the misses that they're trading right now with the Monaco and Konkon Kinikon dropping, but Tichi as well, also finding a break. This is pretty much all players reset. Invoker and LaPlus still holding on. So things are going to be going in Japan's favor, but we're seeing resets happen all over the board at the moment. This is intense, man. When it comes to tiebreakers, you've got such a long map, and not only that, but this is just such an intense map in terms of what it offers. These parts are tripping these players off just enough. And this is a slightly harder map from what we've seen so far in the pool as well. Being on the higher side of the star rating, always designed to break the tie.
It really just sets the standard of who should go through and who should drop down. Invoker is holding the line. They have a good buffer, Japan, now. That isn't going to be easy to chase from the Singapore side. They need to hold on to all these combos. They can't see another break here. The advantage is if the Invoker was to drop, Singapore would start to pull combo back, and there's a triple reset for Japan as Tebi and Seal also find resets, but it's Demonical and GS Blank who have got combo. Konkon Kinokon's going to try and hold on to it, but it's not going to be enough. You can see the scorebar starting to pull over now. All Singapore need to do is just hold on here. They can do this. They can pull this score back. They just need a little bit more to pull it over. 30,000 points. And it's getting smaller, 20,000 points. Very little map.
This is so unbelievably tense at the moment. I mean, this is the most important part for players to be holding on to combo right now. it's still really, really close. It's only just slightly going back in their favor, and this is even despite them holding on to these two really high combos. You've got Konkon, Kinokon, Invoker, and LaPlus still bringing up and building something, but they're only just holding on that little bit. They need Demonical or GS Blank to drop in order for them to hold on to this one, but it is going back in Singapore's favor at the moment. Konkon, Kinokon with the drop, GS Blank with the drop as well.
Oh,
this is
boy.
huge.
This is massive. You've got 3 supporting combos versus a massive combo. Seal will find a drop, but I think they do. They still hold on to it. Singapore with that demonical big combo. It's not even an FC, but it's enough. That is ridiculous. Wow. What a match.
That was unbelievably back and forth. I mean, those players throughout that tiebreaker were just trading misses pretty much all at the exact same time. You had TG being the last one to hold on for just that little bit longer, but then also trading the miss. I mean, that was ridiculous. We saw how close that was. And just having it go back and forth between them right at the very end, you had like a couple of players holding on. You had Demonical holding on against, LaPlus and Invoker at the very end there as well. What a match. Unbelievable. Singapore taking that one away though. Very solid fight from both of these teams. What a match. For round of 32, what a match, Dimash.
Yeah, that really shows the standard of what it means to have 2 seeds right next to each other in the bracket stage. Anything can happen, and that gets about as close as it can get. Both teams did extraordinarily well, and Japan, unfortunately, right at the end, they just couldn't ride that momentum high that they brought the match back from. So they will drop down to the losers bracket as Singapore continue on. But again, they will be up against a very tough opponent next week, so definitely something to look forward to. But as of right now, we have a bit of a very short break. Well, I say very short. It's a break. No doubt about that. Of about an hour. And OWC will return. We have the number 1 seed, the United States, up against Israel in what should be a very impressive display of skill. So I definitely wouldn't want to go away for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've just gone from this match, which was a 25k difference. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the future matches to come. Obviously, we've got a few more to go as well to cast later on in the match, which I'm really, really looking forward to. But yeah, we will be returning in about an hour.
Well, it's 2 hours, isn't it? It's 17 UTC, isn't it? So it's going to be 2 hours.
Yeah.
Probably should make that clear. It's going to be a 2-hour break. We will be back at 17 UTC for the United States versus Israel, followed directly by Canada versus Chile. So definitely would tune in for both of those matches. But once again, thank you, Kano, for joining me. It's always a pleasure to cast with you.
As always, Dimash. Thanks for watching, guys.
We'll see you again very soon.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Sorry, we had some slight technical difficulties there getting the stream up. We are back. We have the bands in, and we have the opening pick from the United States, T1G. It's Double Time 2.
It's an interesting starting point. I don't know that I would expect this to be a map that anyone would be like the most comfortable with. So this week's DT2 is a very, very old map. I want to say it's from 2009. Very uncomfortable, kind of has that older style of uncomfortable stream patterns and some kind of hex grid mapping. This is a throwback, and this is, I suppose if you're the USA, you've got some players who really enjoy the older maps, right? You've got Bashi coming in, you've got Fancy Lad, Utami, who are really good at these types of things. So I think a reasonable, if you're looking at it holistically, surprising to see this as a first pick regardless, but a reasonable pick in the United States' favor. I definitely think this is going to be one that they'll be pretty confident in winning.
Well, here we go. Opening pick of the match, United States on to Double Time 2. It's Bashi Man, Utami, Fancy Lad, and Rectagon against Mr. Potato, TYTY, Sip, and Painted Koala for Israel. An early miss from Mr. Potato.
It's interesting because TYTY I don't think he was present for qualifiers. He didn't play a single map, so I'm guessing he just was not there. Mr. Potato, Painted Koala, and Sip were three of the main performers in the qualifiers for Israel, although unfortunately Potato and Painted Koala both breaking early on. They get joined by Fancy Lad, but USA just going to be out to an early lead on this and going to see how long they can hold on to a few FCs in the early goings.
Yeah, a couple very early breaks there from Israel, but that trade from the United States, that double miss from Bashi and Fancy Lad will allow Israel a chance back into it in the early going, a quarter of the way through, and they actually have a chance to flip the score lead.
Yeah, it's TYTY and Sip against Utami and Rectagon, but Mr. Potato and Painted Koala both do have longer combos than their opposite numbers. Rectagon with the next break. Wow.
Israel out in front. Hey, we've seen this with the United States before against a 32nd seed. But Mr. Potato is going to find a miss from Israel, so they'll be putting the brakes on the train. This TYTY also goes down for Israel, so that's big. Only Sip and Painted Koala remaining for them.
Yeah, that lead went up to 100k, though. The score gap was going towards the Israel side, in a decent manner. Kind of coming through this middle third of the map, the scores start to really get bigger and bigger. There goes Fancy Lad. It's got to be Sip holding, though. That FC matching Utami is Painted Koala. Oh. And that's right at halfway. Yeah, you don't want to miss.
That's a brutal miss, yeah, close to the last third of the map here. And it is, as you said, Utami versus Sip. But the backing combo is on the favor of the United States. But that double miss is going to change things for Bashi Man and Rectagon. Israel now have a chance to hold a gap here. Looks like it's about 50k.
Yeah, there's really no backing combo for Utami on the United States side. Mr. Potato and TYTY both holding. Oh my goodness.
Israel!
Not everybody with the 5-0 picks in Pick'ems is about to be doomed on the first map of the match.
And Utami is being traded by Sip in Israel. We're gonna do it. Sip goes down. No FC. But is there enough time for Utami? I don't know. Coming into the closing sections of the map, can they steal it back from the Israelites? They cannot. Israel breakpoint 1-0. Pick'ems destroyed.
Oh my god. All right. If you saw that coming, you're a prophet, I guess. United States drops their first pick as the 1 seed versus the 32nd seed Israel.
And Mr. Potato states in the chat, we got a point, that's all we need. Look at that mindset.
I mean,
Israel has already won
you
in
come
their
in,
mind.
You come into this match and you're just hoping for the best, because obviously you're the biggest underdogs possible if you're Israel. Wow.
And Nomad won. I mean, hey, that's not a bad pick from Israel. Let's go coin flipping. Okay, Mr. Sunshine will be the opening pick from Israel. They lead 1-0, a chance to take a 2-0 lead against the number 1 seed, T1G.
If you're gonna pick anything to try to take the 2-0 lead here, it's gonna be Nomad 1. Like you said, it's always kind of a coin flippy type of map. We talk about the Nomad 1 slot being a little bit RNG because it's basically just who has better consistent aim on that given performance on that given map. And it's really easy to just one miss in the middle, and all of a sudden your 950k is 600k, and that can be the make or break.
This is not the first time the United States, being the number 1 seed, has dropped a point to a 32nd seed. They did so against Turkey, but the thing to note about that is Turkey won their own pick when they took a point against the United States. This was a break point.
USA, I mean, they lost the 1 point against Turkey a couple years ago. They lost a point against Malaysia a couple years ago in first round. After they won 5-0 in the opening match last year, I thought maybe they'd ironed out the kinks, whatever it was that was causing them to lose picks to the 32nd seeds, because they've been the number 1 seed every year there's been qualifiers. So whatever it was that was causing them to drop points to these 32 seeds, I thought, maybe they've sorted it out, but evidently that was just not the case. And Israel, plucky underdogs, make the most of some poor performances from the United States by their standards.
And really just held combos when they needed to. That was the key difference maker there. The U.S. just were not the more consistent team on that pick. But now Israel with a chance to open things up here and make a little history. It's Nomad 1 for Israel. It's Mr. Potato, TYTY, Sip, and Painted Koala. No substitutions against Utami, Munko 2K, Taquito, and Rectagon for the United States. Just 2 substitutions there.
Yeah, this is the aim consistency roster for the USA. I think you would typically see Decathlon in for this, but of course with him not being here, Monka was a more than worthy replacement, very good aim player. Over on the Israel side, it's the roster they ran on Nomad 1 in qualifiers with TYTY coming in to replace Galog, who was actually their top scorer in qualifiers in Nomad 1, which is a little interesting to me, but we'll see how it goes for him. This is a little higher BPM than most Nomad 1s you'd see in an RO32, so we'll see how the players handle it. Shouldn't be too much trouble.
An early miss from Mr. Potato is all that separates us right now. United States with a slight lead, but as we've seen from the previous map, an early miss does not mean anything if the misses come in midway.
Yeah, and worth noting is that this is the longest map in the pool, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So there is a ton of time for things to swing back and forth. There's several sections of the map where, your aim consistency really gets called into play. Obviously, there's a little bit of free combo just because there always will be in a song that fits in Nomad 1, but any of those multiple aim sections kind of in the key eye times are going to be places where anyone can miss just because that's what happens on these slots.
Yeah, it's about a 30-40K lead here for the United States. Not a major deficit, but they hold it over a quarter of the way in. Sip is going to be finding a drop there, just a slight miss aim, and that is going to start to open things up a little bit more.
That's the sort of place, like I was talking about, you get those slight increases in spacing in the jumps, and you just under-aim ever so slightly, and there you are, your combo's gone, and you're 600 combo behind all of a sudden, and the United States is able to make an 80K lead out of it like it's nothing.
Yep. Now already approaching 100K, but still over 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes remaining. It's quite a lengthy map.
Yeah, looking at the accuracy, United States feeling pretty confident. You can tell they've only dropped a total of, I think, 2 100s versus, 98 on Sip, below 99 on TYTY. So it's going to help just a little bit more. Every bit counts when there's not a lot in the map.
Halfway mark here, so we're going to pay attention for some misses here. They can be detrimental, but one thing to note is that Mr. Potato's miss was very early, so Israel are essentially rocking 2 3/4 full combos here.
Yeah, he's less than 100 combo behind the FCs. So, like you said, really not the worst case scenario on that miss. It's the Sip miss that's the one that really does matter, and that's miss from TYTY. And again, a break at the exact halfway mark, especially on a Nomad 1, is extremely damaging.
Yeah, because it's not likely that we're going to see any misses come out here unless it's in the key eye in the latter half. And now Israel are basically going to need the United States to fall apart here to lose this deficit. Still possible, but they will need to see something soon as the U.S. are still 4-way.
Yeah, I mean, any break can still swing this, but it really has to be quick. There's Utami. It's traded.
Yeah, but TYTY just missed earlier, so it's not as bad. And Munko's going to drop again. Taquito drops. Rectagon's the only one left. Here comes Israel. Wait. They're going to have to hold out. Yeah,
there's a lot of time.
Yeah.
And this is why Nomad 1 is that really volatile slot, because you can break just like that at the 2/3, 3/4 of the way mark with a huge lead, and all of a sudden it's comebackable if your opponents are holding on to big combos or FCs, and you've got Painted Koala matching Rectagon plus Mr. Potato on that near full combo.
And Sip supporting.
It's 200K, it's coming back slowly, but there should be enough time for Israel here.
there just may be enough time. Takedo finding another miss. That's going to speed things up a little bit. Now it is definitely doable. Takedo chain missing now. Rectagon is the only hope here for the Americans. Utami and Munko desperately trying to build some combo. Israel might be able to pull off another miracle, but TY misses.
It's not even, no, he's not the important one, though. It's Painted Koala on the FC, Mr. Potato on the near FC, Sip on a 1K combo. It's about to go over.
It's going to get
close.
close.
It's dropping.
Israel for the steal, for the 2-0 lead on the number 1 seed. They've got it. Israel, Sip drops. That's not the one that matters. Israel just needs to hold. And they have done the work. 2-0. Wait, no.
It is.
Now it is 2-0 by 15K to Israel. The comeback.
I'm speechless.
Okay, now for sure, there's no way anyone's pick'em for this match is left intact.
Yeah, it's gone. Anybody,
it's 100% gone.
It's done. This is why you pick Nomad 1 as a lower seed into a higher seed. That is the reason. That displayed everything about that sort of pick that makes it winnable for a lower seeded team to upset. Israel just held the combos longer and avoided those crucial late breaks. Rectagon had an SS and it didn't even matter.
It didn't matter, yeah. Just didn't matter. And, we say this almost every time we talk about a huge seed disparity matchup, T1G, and that is the fact that if you're the lower seeded team, the early game, your first 2 picks are what matter the most. You have to convert something and get on the board to get some momentum. This is the dream scenario for Israel right here. They're up 2-0. US has the pick. I don't think anybody saw this situation coming from the start of the match.
Absolutely not. Your best case scenario, I think, if you're the low seed here, is winning your first pick and losing your opponent's first pick, because they're probably the best picks that either team has. They got a break point and then won their own first pick. I don't remember the last time the United States dropped a break point to anyone until the winner's final. It's just something that doesn't happen. And now they go into, honestly, USA picking Freemod 2, which is the speed Freemod, which is not the worst thing in the world, I don't think, for Team Israel.
Yeah, considering how they did on that opening round 1 double time pick, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but what the US are probably banking on here is now they've got to switch something up, right? This has gotten serious. They're down 2-0 to the 32nd seed. They need to change something up, more mod flexibility to maybe change the rosters and get more players in. But what I kind of don't like about this, T1G, is that allows Israel to do the same.
I don't know how to feel about anything in this match anymore. You know what I mean? It's so hard to have a feeling about this match when it started off and just the script for this match, as expected, has been flipped completely on its head.
The spreadsheets, the notes, the Google Docs, all worthless at this point. Everything we've been working on for this match, out the window. And here is the first substitution for Israel.
FXXYX.
I want to say Foxy, but...
yeah.
FX?
So he was in for DT picks in the qualifiers. He came in for DT2 and DT3, which were the tapping heavy picks. So that is a logical substitution to have them make here. Mr. Potato, Sip, again, just kind of the lobby warriors staying in because they can play everything in this stage. I am also looking at TYTY. Again, did not play in qualifiers. Team squeaks by. And he plays the first 2 maps and they win both of them. And now he's in for the 3rd as well.
I'm more concerned with how to pronounce that name.
FXXYX, yeah, that does not roll off the tongue.
I'm just gonna go with FX for now until we get. But
that's fine.
That's all we can do. Israel's got some great names for casters: Sip, TYTY, FX. Thank you, Mr. Potato, for bringing some semblance of normalcy to your team.
Wow. USA on their own pick, overmodding to Oblivion.
And oh man, I don't know how to feel about anything anymore, man. Because this could backfire. Obviously the mod advantage, and if you're the US, you definitely want to overmod a little, right? You want to play your skill gap some, but this is a little bold. Utami on the HDHR. Maybe they're just looking to make a statement and get some morale going back on their side, because I think that is what they need more than anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels so risky though to overmod even on an early stage pool. Like, just your margin for error drops by so much when you have you don't have that no-mod anchor player who you just know is going to put up an FC. But on a map like this where it's, CS3, so the Hard Rock isn't, it's not making it like CS 6.5 or anything. It's not anything too terrible. And when you have FXXY really struggling in the intro. And there goes TYT as well.
That was a pretty hefty drop there. Missed out a whole stream. US still looking good. Taquito is going to be the first drop for the US. They still have 3 FCs, though, to 2 on Israel's side. But this has been the story of the first 2 maps.
Yeah.
That's why still struggling. It's a lot of trades.
Taquito on the Hidden it's probably the toughest mod on this map. I think the Hidden, it's relatively dense at 230 plus VPM and air was only 9.1. Sawada with the break as well. I mean, he's kind of, unfortunately, a little bit known for that sometimes. It happened in qualifiers, and it happens here and there for him in matches where he'll just kind of find random breaks. But FXXY and Mr. Potato breaking means that USA aren't going to be uncomfortable in this map at this point.
Yeah, this is a massive score margin. Unlike the others, this is now over 400k. SIP is going to be dropping, and this is looking like the first point for the United States. Still only halfway through, though. But Israel just can't seem to hold any combo aside from TYTY.
Yeah, this map is so consistently challenging in the same way, right? It's all triples and quints with a couple of longer bursts thrown in that, it's a good predictor of how the rest of the map will go if somebody breaks, on those patterns early on, and that's kind of what Israel's doing. They broke early on, and they're continuing to have trouble in the same fashion. And yeah, this one's pretty well out of reach. This is what we expected from the United States. This isn't even anything for them to celebrate. This is just what should have been happening this whole match, ostensibly.
Yeah, they're going to run away with this one into the final quarter. The lead cut in half, but Israel will have a chance to respond on their pick and maintain a 2-point lead if they can convert it.
Yeah, the question will become, how do you respond to this pick if you're Israel? You got the breakpoint, you got the Nomad 1, but what else kind of fits? And I think the answer is probably going to be Hard Rock 2, if I had to guess before the map has even ended at what the next one is going to be. But USA bringing this one home. Honestly, it's a decent score. It's not an amazing score from USA. It's good enough to win by 1.4 million in this matchup, but I don't think they should be incredibly happy about that. They didn't have a single full combo.
Definitely a rough one, but nevertheless, it's good enough to get the job done against Israel. It is 2-1.
Yeah, it gets the point on the board. It rights the ship for the 1 seed here, but that's still not a performance that they should really be pleased with. Against a team that was a little more comfortable or confident on tapping, that would not have been such a one-sided affair. But we'll see what Israel does.
Yeah, that is the question now. How will they respond? You mentioned they may try Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, and the reasoning on that is just that Hard Rock 2 was tied for their best performance in qualifiers. It was not a 6.5 in qualifiers, so it was a little different style of map, but if they do feel comfortable with that kind of precision, and it's a little bit more of a basic aim.
Ooh, Hard Rock 1.
Okay, well, still in the Hard Rock pool, I was half right.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got the mod right.
I don't know if that's really much to write home about. Hard Rock 1 is not your standard Hard Rock 1 that you would have come to expect from previous years, right? This one is not an aim map. This is pretty... It's a lot of tapping, and it's kind of tech-y. It has some tech elements to it with the slider aim and the finger control. So that makes it really interesting coming off the back of how poorly that DT3, or that DT3, Fremont 2 just went for Israel.
We do see Painted Koala coming back in for FXY on the side of Israel. Boshi Man in the lobby for the United States. Rectagon as well. They wait 2 teammates. And a relatively short Hard Rock map here, just over 2 minutes in length. So
yeah,
again, you see Israel maybe trying to pick onto the side of the shorter maps because the Americans just have not been as consistent today.
Well, that kind of goes both ways, though, right? I mean, the Nomad 1 was 4 minutes long, and it played to Israel's strength, so the USA wasn't as consistent. So, I mean, that can go either way. This one is relatively consistent in difficulty. It's just quite short. I feel like this is kind of risky, but if you're comfortable with the pick as Israel, I mean, no reason not to go for it, I guess. You know, it's one of those where it's a team we're not as familiar with, and their skill sets aren't ones that we're quite as familiar with.
And at this point, you're in a situation that you probably they didn't even expect to be in themselves, honestly. So if you're Israel at this point, you may just say, hey, this is the map we're the most comfortable on right now. We don't care how good the other team is. We just know this is what we can do right now. It's not a bad strategy.
No, and, you know, USA had, notably, Hard Rock 1 in qualifiers, they 4-wayed. It was a very different map, but they had Decaden in for that, which I guess is how his name has been pronounced, so I will be corrected on that one. And he is not here. So it forces the USA into a slightly less comfortable roster for a Hard Rock 1. Obviously, Bashi, Rectagon, Utami will be fine on this, but Fancy Lad coming in for this type of map is a little less common. So it's kind of a fill player a little bit for the USA. And if Israel knows that that's what they're going into, that could also help explain why they're picking this.
Well, here we go. Round number 4. Israel's pick, their second of the match. Fancy Lad, Bashi Man, Utami, and Erectagon for the Americans against Mr. Potato, TYTY, Sip, and Painted Koala for Israel.
And this one comes at you pretty quick and really doesn't let up. A lot of bursts and some slightly longer streams, as well as a whole bunch of slider aim. Not of the super difficult slider aim variety, but enough that it makes you sit up and take notice.
Rectagon and Utami now finding misses. 2 early misses for the Americans. Fancy Lad is also down. That's 3 combos down for the Americans. But the ACK on the side of Israel is keeping the Americans in front. They're kind of struggling here, but they will start to take advantage once the combo builds.
Yeah, that combo lead is already big enough for Israel to take the lead. I'm really shocked, honestly, at the United States' performance here. Fancy Lad breaking again, and meanwhile, it's still a 3-way FC over on Israel's side. Their accuracy is really not helping them. This could be a huge lead if they had better ACK, but
TYTY in the slow section, that is big. They still have the advantage on FCs, but they're gonna have to go back to work building those combos because the Americans are rebuilding. TYTY once again struggling in that slow section. As you said, these bursts, and it's a short map. We're already halfway through. Mr. Potato finding a miss, and now here come the Americans. Second half of the map.
This section is like really difficult with the way those bursts are mapped. They're on top of each other, those quints in these patterns, which is kind of why you saw Mr. Potato and TYTY both breaking. There goes Sip as well, so USA is just going to run away with this now. It was a really nice start for Israel on this pick, but just not able to maintain it into the last third of the map, it looks like, unfortunately.
Yeah, they kind of fell apart right at that halfway mark where you don't want to fall apart. Bashi Man, the FC is going to go down for the Americans. Utami found a miss earlier as well, but one of them is traded by Mr. Potato, and there is no combo for Israel. Running out of time. Final 8th of the map.
Yeah, USA is going to have this. Fancy Lad and Rectagon have enough combo that they'll be able to hold off Sip and Painted Koala pretty comfortably. Again, it's going to go down as a win for this pick for the United States. And as they say in golf, there's no pictures on the scorecard. But this is, again, the United States just not looking their best by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, it certainly was a rough one, but they get the job done as Israel just kind of fell apart right at the halfway mark, and that is what did them in. They had a great start, but unfortunately, it's the finish that matters. 2-2.
Yep, 2-2 and back to the United States pick. So we're back, you know, it's a 0-0, right? And now we just kind of have this best of 5.
Right.
And I believe the United States was saying that they were pre-picking DT3. I don't know. I couldn't tell for sure if that was serious, but I would expect it to be after the way FreeMud 2 went. DT3 is another higher BPM, fairly stream heavy or tapping heavy pick. So I think that leans into USA's strengths against Israel again. Yep, and there it is.
Double time 3 for the United States. Looking to gain their first lead of the match.
on the 5th map in the round of 32. Words that I didn't think I'd ever be saying, and yet here we are. So we go back to the classics, Senya DT. That's a really OG sort of DT artist. We used to see a lot of Senya maps, DT1, DT2, DT3, any of them, depending on the song, can fit. This one of the highest star rating maps in the pool, other than, I think, Fremod 2 with Hard Rock is the only thing higher star rating, quirk of the new star rating system. And that indicates that it's very tapping heavy at 240 BPM. It's going to be, I think, another one where USA can just kind of flex their superior mechanical muscle. We'll see how it goes. Looks like Sawada, Takedo, Tommy, Rectigon, pretty standard tapping map lineup for the USA. Israel running Mr. Radio, TY2I, Sip. It was FXXY as the 4th player on the Fremod speed pick, so we'll see if he comes back in for this one, and he does.
Also, we've been told that apparently TYTY's name is pronounced Tai Tai.
Which, my brain... I mean, it kind of does. Osu players just have this habit of making their names either very strange things or unintuitive things.
We need to change registration, so when you register for this World Cup, you have to type your pronunciation.
Oh my gosh, that would actually be really convenient. I mean, you know how like on NFL they do the player intros, like they say their name in the school they went to. We need, Tai 5180 Israel. All right, in we go. USA looking for the first lead of the match. They better do it, because it would be scary for them if they don't.
Yep, looking for that first lead here on the Autobahn Remix Double Time 3. I'll take an early lead here. Off of accuracy. Takedo and Tommy coming away with SSs at the start, as well as FYX. Or FXY.
That guy with those letters in his name that make it difficult to pronounce. And of course there goes Mr. Potato as well.
Yeah, the one that missed,
and there goes Tai Tai.
Yep.
Alright, so we've got Sip against 4. And
not a good position for Israel.
This is how we expected this match to actually go. This is a return to normalcy for USA. A 4-way full combo against 1 FC from the other team and a 400k lead at 1/3 of the way. Like, this is expected performance.
T1G happy to see some normalcy here. But you're absolutely right. This is what everybody was anticipating coming into this. We just got an insane round 1 from both teams on their first picks. The US now dominating here on double time, as most people kind of thought.
Yeah, USA, kind of built up their speed a little bit this year, adding Sawada to the roster and bringing Rectigon after his tournament ban expired. Takedo did find that first breakus, but still pretty comfortable. Of course, Utami, a very solid speed player as well. You lose Arison from last year, but bring in Sawada, which he's not Arison, but he can fill the shoes pretty competently on most things. He's proven that here, 99.41 AC FC.
Into the final quarter, it is only a formality now. The United States up by over 1 million points. Will most definitely be taking this one away, and they will have their first lead of the match at 3-2.
Yeah, and this is going to be maybe a 4-0 score here, or at least close to it. Takedo broke at kind of an unfortunate point in the map, but it looks like they do make the 4 million mark. Rectigon with a late break, but Utami brings things home with the SS. As a player, like with a pitcher on a perfect game, you don't talk about it until it's already been done. And he accomplishes that feat. And USA looking a little bit more like themselves on that pick.
3-2 they lead. Israel now will have another pick. A chance to tie it up. Quite the performance out of Utami there. SS. We have not seen too many of those, oddly enough, this weekend.
I think we had one in Indonesia, Finland. I want to say there was an SS, I believe.
It was Fuma, right?
I think that sounds right. I was about half awake watching that match. I just
think
remember
the
an
monocle
SS.
from Singapore also popped off. I think he had an SS. But anyway, back to this match. Israel. Right. So they've got Nomad 4, all of the Hidden Pool, and 1 Double Time, 1 Hard Rock, and 2 free mods. You have to wonder, do they go Hidden? It just has not been picked.
I don't think you pick Hidden into the USA here. Qualifiers, they lost Hidden 1 to USA by 1.5 million and Hidden 2 by 1.8 million. So I'm going to say you don't pick Hidden against the USA if you're Israel. And it makes me kind of surprised the USA didn't pick it themselves. And we're going to free mod 1. So it's the Alden free mod, which is the slightly uncomfortable aim free mod pick. This is kind of akin to, it's a little more similar to the Hidden one, right? Not like your comfy wide angle aim. It's got some linear jumps and such in it. I kind of would have rather seen maybe Hard Rock 2 than free mod 1, but you know, it's a map you can Hard Rock pretty comfortably, so not the worst case scenario. Israel just didn't look great on the prior free mod that was picked though. So it's a little surprising to see them go back into that pool when they have players who maybe aren't, you know, like not a super comfortable mod roster.
We'll have to wait and see, because they did not overmod at all on the previous free mod.
Yeah, it was bare minimum 1 Hidden, 1 Hard Rock versus USA. Obviously, all 4 players picking at least 1 mod, and Utami going Hidden Hard Rock. Now this one, I suppose, maybe lends itself to just going 1 Hidden, 1 Hard Rock more easily. I don't feel like that's necessarily true, though. So this is going to be an interesting one. I don't really know what to expect for the mods from Israel. USA could overmod again. You can go, or you can just go, you know, Taquito Hidden, Recteon Hard Rock, and have a couple of no mods on it.
So it's going to be Fancy Lad Taquito, Utami Rectagon against Mr. Potato, Tai Tai, Sip, and Painted Koala. Israel have only made 1 substitution for, I think, 2 maps. Bringing in FXY.
It's interesting to me that Galog played all 11 maps in qualifiers, and he has not played a single map today. He is here. He joined and left before the first map started. That's very strange to see something like that happen. But obviously the roster they're running, you know, has been keeping things pretty close for the most part, other than that last map. So let's see here. What do we get? Oh, as expected. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Utami's going to Hidden Hard Rock again. Interesting.
Yeah, so we've got a Hidden Hard Rock on top of the requirements for the United States, and just a single Hard Rock on top of the requirements for Israel. So it'll be a slight mod advantage for the United States, but if Utami struggles, that will put Israel up.
Yeah, the overmod, as always, feels a little risky, but it worked out the first time around for USA, so obviously not feeling too bad about keeping that up.
Oh, very early for Rectagon in those little bursts.
Yeah, first 20 combo. We get into the map proper, and you kind of can see these aim patterns. They're not wide angle, they're not linear, they're somewhere in between. And there are some of those, like that back and forth linear jump you just saw. It's a lot of patterns kind of like that. So it never really lets you get super comfortable with this style of map. And honestly, I feel like that favors USA over most teams, because they typically are a roster that's very good at uncomfortable aim.
And Painted Koala finding several misses, and another one right now at the start. So Tai Tai also going to be finding a miss. That is 2 FCs down. The Americans still rocking basically 3.5. Rectagon missed very early.
3 5/6. Don't check my math. I have no idea. Yeah, Tai Tai and Painted Koala are just not having a good time. They're straight up having a rough go of things, unfortunately. Mr. Potato and Sip are keeping them alive.
Rectagon is going to go down, so that'll slow things up for the United States, but I feel like now, especially given that miss from Rectagon, it's really all on Utami, right? Because if Utami misses, that's going to be the most harmful thing for the Americans. But Tai and Pina Koala continuously struggling is going to put this one out of reach.
Yeah, it's really a tough ask to try to come back in a map when you have a player at 93 AC that's not been able to build up any combo and a player who's not super far ahead of him. It's unfortunate because Mr. Potato and Sip are playing this very, very well, holding the double FC. But when you're against a triple FC on the other side, it's just like an insurmountable obstacle in front of you.
Yeah, and they are starting to run out of time. They're going to need like a double or triple miss to come out from the Americans right now. We're getting to the final third of the map because that is over 500,000 points. They will not be able to flip it unless they get some misses.
And I just don't, even with misses, it would have to be a complete meltdown from USA at this juncture. You know, Mr. Potato and Sip, as we've been saying, like, keeping their hopes kind of alive until the point of no return. And I think, unfortunately for Israel, that point has been passed.
And now it is gone. Mr. Potato with that miss is going to definitely seal it.
So, USA, they actually just wanted to ruin everyone's pick'ems. They completely just... I don't know. I don't want to say through because you never want to make that sort of a, you never want to make that sort of baseless assumption. But they had a really rough time on the first 2 maps and they've won 4 maps in a row now since then. Israel, I don't know that this was necessarily the best pick considering how Tai and Painted Koala ended up doing. Though Painted Koala actually recovered okay, but with Tai having as much trouble as he did, like if you don't have a 4-man roster for an early round map, it shouldn't really be on your radar for a pick. And against a team that pulls out a triple FC, it never really made much difference anyway.
And it's going to be 4-2 United States. They will instantly pick Hidden 2.
Yep. Well, what do we say, before that last pick, right? The hidden score discrepancy in qualifiers was massive between these two teams. USA, I think with their top 2 scorers on Hidden 2 in qualifiers, probably could have 2v4'd Israel. And then some.
We've got a new player in Accelerator for Israel stating he is here to carry.
So guess what the only map Accelerator played in qualifiers was?
Let me guess. Hidden. I'm gonna take a wild guess.
He played 1 of 11 maps in qualifiers. It was Hidden 2 and he was their top scorer on it at
and there's Galog. All right.
And we get Galog in. Let's go. All right.
No, this is Israel's plan. They didn't pick Hidden because they wanted the Americans to eventually pick it so they could get another break point. They've just activated their trap card. That's what's happening.
You are huffing some mad copium right now, my guy. I am here for it. I am here for it because, I would love for Israel to get another point, but I just don't really like their chances very much, unfortunately.
Listen, man. Listen. We didn't know what was going on in rounds 1 and 2, all right? It ain't over till it's over. This is a spooky match.
So this Hidden 2 is a very straightforward map. It just happens to be AR8. It's got, some streams, it's got some aim. It's a classic Nissan AR8 Hidden. And I think honestly if it was going to be any Hidden 2 for Israel to have any sort of chance in, it might as well be this one, where the reading component isn't quite as high as it might be in a later round with tons of perfect stacks and overlaps and things like that.
I think what gets me about this one for Israel more so than the map is the length. Just over 3 minutes, nearly 3.5 minutes. You have to be well-versed in the mod to stand a chance here against the United States, but they have shocked us already twice this match. Do they have another ace up their sleeve?
I wouldn't put it past them to be able to play this map, at least to some degree, but what that degree is going to be the question. You see, Taquito, the hidden specialist in, you see Utami, who's great at reading, Bashi, who's partially on the team for this type of map. So USA's roster, pretty scary on this pick. Israel's going to have to put up their absolute A game if they want to have a shot. But hey, they've done it twice, right? Why not a third?
So far, everyone looking good. The U.S. just leading off of accuracy alone at this point. Utami does drop, so combo advantage Israel. But that accuracy will be keeping the Americans in the lead for now. That combo advantage, though, is going to start to drag things. Israel in front. Quarter of the map gone. Tai. First miss for the Israelites.
And that was just a straight miss aim too. I mean, it was just a little back and forth jump pattern, and he may have misread it and thus aimed wrong. Hard to say exactly, but that was a really unfortunate way to break at that point in the map. But it's still 3 FCs to 3, so I mean, this is still balanced.
Look at these accuracies. TyTy and Boshi both seem to be struggling a little bit in terms of accuracy. TyTy just more so than Boshi, so we may have to keep our eyes peeled for a miss. Halfway mark coming up. Accelerator goes down. Oh no.
Missing in the slow section halfway through has been the downfall of Israel at least once. Remember the back to that Hard Rock 1, and it's TyTy and Accelerator. You know, who was the one to break in the middle in the slow section on Hard Rock 1? It was TyTy. Unfortunately, gonna happen to him again here.
Those slow sections with Hidden, man, they just give you a false sense of security, and you lose track of that beat for a split second, you have missed. And this Accelerator going down now. It looks like Israel, they put up such a good fight here in the first half. Galag still playing phenomenally, as well as Mr. Potato. But with a quarter of the map left and that score deficit growing, Israel is going to need a miracle. They are going to need a complete meltdown from the United States.
Yeah, it has to be a 4-way reset for USA. That's about the only possible chance for Israel at this point. There's not a lot of time left. There's going to be running out of combo. And with Galag breaking one of their remaining 2 FCs, that's pretty much going to seal the deal for the Israelis, unfortunately.
And Mr. Potato
falls as well.
That will do it. Israel, though, they came, they saw, they destroyed everyone's pick'ems. But the United States are going to come back with 5 unanswered and take this one away. 5-2, the final score. A very respectable performance from Israel today.
Yeah, I am incredibly impressed by what we saw from Israel on those first couple of maps. Taking 2 points against the overwhelming tournament favorite #1 seed 4-year-in-a-row champion United States is no small order.
And in the same fashion both times, at the last possible second. Getting an incredible comeback. Israel able to hold consistency on the second half of those first 2 maps. Really something to cheer about. And I'm sure it'll be a great moment for them to go back and relive. But the United States are your winners. They will move on to play the 17th seed Singapore in the round of 16 next week. Israel will play Japan in the losers bracket.
You feel for Israel, man, putting up that kind of show against the United States and being met with Japan in their first match in losers. And I just want to say real quick, the way Singapore played today against Japan versus the way the United States played in those first few maps against Israel, USA's gotta step things up, or they're going to be in trouble earlier in the tournament than they've been in trouble in a long time.
They are able to rally, though, from the 2-0 deficit to get the 5-2 win today. There are your winners on screen. Moving on to the round of 16. So, coming up next, I believe, is going to be Canada against Chile at the top of the hour. That's going to be in roughly 10 to 15 minutes from now. So don't go anywhere. I believe we're not going to end the stream. I believe we're just going to take a short break. And we were going to be back soon after. T1G, final thoughts on that match?
Israel, 2 points off of the United States. I mean, that's as many points as they've lost in round of 32 in like the last 3 or 4 years combined. It's an amazing sight to see. It's really cool to see teams that you didn't expect to make it in, getting in at the 32 seed, putting up a show, and making their country proud. I'm really happy for them. USA is still the USA. They can reel off points like it's nothing, but they've definitely got some work to do because that was a little suspect in those first 2 picks. But it's the USA. I think they'll get things together. And, you know, just the best of luck to Israel in the losers bracket, and best of luck to USA in next round and winners.
And they are definitely going to be a team that will scale better as, you know, the map pools get more difficult. So kind of actually the round of 32 is where you can see these top teams drop unexpected points because the pool is just easier. That doesn't mean it's easy, but it's easier. And you can see these low-seeded teams just calculate their picks right and get it done as Israel did today. They got 2 points, not enough for the win. But Canada, Chile coming up in 12 minutes, so we hope you join us for that one.
Just look around. It's a beautiful place.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 OS World Cup Roundup 32. USA victorious over Israel just recently 5-2. I'm Doland, and I'll be joined once again by T1G.
You thought you'd be joined by T1G, but it's me, Dio. I'm the co-caster this time. Welcome.
Oh.
And it's a pretty good matchup for this time around, Dolan. It's a pretty good matchup. It's Canada versus Chile. I think this would have been a very, very interesting match last year, but this year Chile's roster taking a big hit and just a couple of swaps on Team Canada, mostly the same from last year, that roster which finished 4th, qualifying 4th again this year. Xylus, Curtis, Nick, Rupertian, Ryuke, and Saryi, their 2 subs from last year, and Zudinator and Yip. Chile with a rebuilding year this year. Yuna, Gonza, Mochaccino, number 37, Poncho, Suntan, Enable, and Chalk Gamer for their roster.
Yeah, lots of changes here. Most notably Chile without Matthew. Canada, though, still looking strong and actually one of the favorites to go deep into the tournament. I think some people maybe have Canada sneaking into top 3. I think I've seen some people predicting that. They definitely look like they could do it this year. But starting off against Chile, we've seen some exciting stuff already in the round of 32, Dio. No sweeps yet.
No sweeps. We've already had a tiebreaker. We had the very interesting 5-2 match between the USA and Israel just now. I think this is going to be a matchup where you kind of expect a similar result as we saw in USA versus Israel, maybe a little bit more one-sided. There's a couple of things that Chile has the potential to take points off of Canada on. Those 2 things, I think, are going to be the hidden pool, specifically that low approach rate hidden, and the DT pool, specifically something like the DT3, maybe the Free Mod 2 as well. They're a good speed team, and they're a good hidden team. But on the hard rocks and no mods, as well as things outside of the raw speed maps like the DT1 and the DT2, you're really going to prefer Canada 9 times out of 10 on those types of picks, and you're going to expect them to outperform Chile by a pretty wide margin.
All right, so Canada going to be banning first.
I'm honestly expecting, the hidden 2 ban from Canada. This is a team that has a really, really good speed roster. I don't think they're going to be too scared of Chile on a lot of the speed maps, but I think for this Canadian roster, you're lacking a little bit of the low approach rate reading in terms of, fielding a 4th player to really make sure that you have a super solid roster for that sort of pick. And for Chile, I feel like they really just want to ban out a hard rock or a no mod here and get rid of one of those types of maps that they know they lose by a pretty wide margin. And then just try their hand at the hidden 1, some of the double times, that Free Mod 2. They're going to go with the Free Mod 1 as a ban. I think that's a fine ban for Chile. It's a very, very awkward aim map. We saw it in the last match between the USA and Israel. It's definitely something that Chile does not want to be playing in this matchup.
And Canada will get things started with the opening pick of this match. We await the decision. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of options here for Canada. They certainly look good on Free Mod. They're always a team that's been able to handle Free Mod quite well. But have to bet that they're going to be going into the speed-oriented picks here.
They've definitely got a very good roster for stuff like the DT1. Given how close Chile can make stuff like the DT3, I don't know if they'll be picking into that, but they do go for a different type of aim map. They're going to go into Hard Rock 1. And I think that's a relatively good pick for Canada. In the Hard Rock pool in qualifiers, Canada had a 1 million or greater advantage on both Hard Rock maps in qualifiers. I think the lowest advantage they had was like 970k or 920k on Hard Rock 1 and Hard Rock 2. So, yeah, very, very good pick for them here. This map, a little bit techy, a little bit of slider aim. Not hugely slider aim focused, but enough that it's there and you have to pay attention to it. And for a team like Chile, who struggles on the aim consistency to begin with, that extra bit of slider aim and burst heavy focus in this map is going to make it a real challenge for them to put together consistent scores. So really like the pick from Canada.
Yeah, but for some reason the client is saying this is Chile's pick, but it is definitely Canada's pick. from the player chat, so we'll have to get that fixed. But waiting for the rosters here, still waiting for Chile to get a 4th player in the lobby. This is now a great time to tell you guys that we have banners in the OS store available for purchase if you would like to make your profile look cool and support your favorite team as well as the tournament. You can get a banner in the OS store for $2.50 plus tax. And it'll be on your profile for the duration of the tournament, and if you guess the winning country, it stays on your profile longer.
You can also now directly support the World Cups. There should be a donation link to directly support the World Cups if you want to do more to support your favorite players and the OS competitive scene as a whole. You can donate directly to the World Cups, which is something that is new this year, specifically for the World Cup 2022. So if you do want to support the World Cups in general, as well as specifically the OS World Cup, make sure to do that in addition to those banners if you are feeling so generous. And now it seems like we have got just about everybody. It looks like we're having some trouble getting Unable onto the tournament server for Chile. Yeah, it looks like they are missing a player that they want to have in for this map, and he is not on the tournament server. So hopefully we'll be able to get him in shortly and get started with this matchup. And there's the swap. There's all players in. Very, very good aim consistency and hard rock specific roster for Canada. Xylus, Zudinator, Recursion, and Ryuke in for them. All very, very good. Either hard rock players or aim players or both. Yuna, Suntan, Chalk Gamer, and Unable in for Chile. A lot of their fill players in for Chile on this one, either hard rock or DT mains or fill players for this map, which makes a lot of sense. Again, this is really not what they like to play for Chile.
Hard Rock won the opening pick from Canada. We are underway. It's a very short one, just over 2 minutes. So don't blink. This one will be over shortly. Recursion will find the opening miss very early. Unable trades. Chalk Gamer as well. So advantage Canada.
Saw a miss right at the start from Zudinator as well, but that is everyone gone for Chile. Yeah. I was talking about Chile having some troubles with aim consistency. I didn't think we'd see it this quickly into the map, but here we are.
And Canada already pedal to the metal. 3 FCs, nearly 4. Ryuke is going to drop one of them, but again, Chile is constantly finding misses. They have basically no combo. The Yunhan with the biggest combo on the side of Chile, only at 240. And again, Chile just really not having a good time on this as Xylus and Zudinator put up the clinic halfway through.
Yeah, this is what you expect when you get high seed versus low seed on the high seed's first pick. None of that breakpoint nonsense we saw in the last matchup, just the high seed demolishing it right here. More than double score for Canada on their first pick. Xylus, Zudinator, and Recursion largely to thank for that really high score margin. Recursion going to find another break here about 2/3 of the way through, but it will not matter at all. This is already over a 1 million score lead, 3/4 of the way into the map with what is essentially 2 full combos left on Xylus and Zudi. Very, very early slider break for Zudi in this map.
And that is pretty much going to seal it at this point. There is nothing that Chile can do on this opening pick. It's going to be 1-0 Canada. Xylus will not make it home with the FC. It's all on Zudinator. Final section. She brings it home.
She does finish it out. Not quite a million score for Zudi, but well over a million score. The difference there on Hard Rock 1. Look how far that red bar is over to the left. 2.9 million to 1.3 million. More than double score for Canada on that one. And yeah, that's what you expect to see in this sort of matchup on Canada's first pick. Chile very clearly uncomfortable with the Hard Rock, with the aim consistency, and with some of the intricacies of a map like that is a little bit trickier than you would typically expect in the Hard Rock 1 slot. But Canada really, really taking advantage of that and setting up Chile for a tough matchup, that's for sure. Setting them up for a tough match as we get into what is probably a hidden pick or a speed pick from Chile. Yes, Canada is also good at those, but that's really all Chile has going for him in this matchup on paper. So I very much expect Chile to pick into those, despite them being typical strengths for this Canadian roster.
Yeah. When your skill sets overlap, there's just nothing you can do. It's just kind of a tough spot if you are the player or team that's not favored. But you have to pick into those skill sets because that's the only shot you've got at getting a point.
Yeah, Canada not really a team with weaknesses to abuse, and we are actually going to get something I didn't talk about too much, but this pick does still make sense for Chile. It's low approach rate and high circle size in free mod, and this is a roster that is very good at that low approach rate, specifically on Hidden. But even if they have to have one person on Hard Rock, they can afford one person on Hard Rock and let everybody else take that low approach rate for Chile.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is definitely the more unconventional free mod pick of the pool, as you said, AR8. We've seen a lot of teams that are comfortable in low AR Hidden. They will also go to this. We see Yunha, Suntan, Gonza, and Unable already in the lobby for Chile. They're ready. Canada still getting their roster together. Xylus and Zudinate are going to remain in the lobby.
Definitely expecting Unable to be taking the Hard Rock for Chile on this map. Also would expect number 37 to come in for this. He's a very, very good reading player and was their best scorer on both runs of Hidden 2 during the qualifiers. That is that low approach rate Hidden. So there we go, number 37 and Gonza, the two players to watch out for on this low approach rate map for Chile. Suntan as well, generally an all-rounder, probably taking the no-mod on this sort of map. No, it's Yuna actually coming in. Maybe going Hard Rock, maybe going no-mod, you never know. Basically preference for that player. And Unable absolutely taking the Hard Rock for them. On the side of Canada, it's Xylus, Zudinator, Repulsion, Saryi. I'm thinking Hidden only for Xylus and Hard Rock for everybody else. Hidden Hard Rock maybe for some of those members on Canada, as they all prefer that Hidden Hard Rock. Maybe a no mod for Saryi, who is still relatively good at that low approach rate reading as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options for Team Canada here. Again, they're just so good at free mod because they've got players that can just, I mean, they can play Hidden, they can play Hard Rock, they can play Hidden Hard Rock. So, you just gotta worry about not overmodding too much, though. You don't want to take unnecessary risks, but Canada definitely want to take advantage of their strengths here, so we're definitely going to be seeing some sort of overmod on the side of Canada. I would be surprised not to. And there it is, yup, HDHR for Repulsion and Saryi.
Sorry, triple Hidden Hard Rock for Canada.
Okay, you gotta appreciate Xylus going, okay, you absolute fiends, hold on, I'm not going Hidden Hard Rock, I'll just take Hidden.
He has to. He has to take it.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. This is the rules.
This is the maximum number of mods allowed on any free mod pick. Full 7 mods for Canada. The maximum over mod potential is here.
Versus the minimum. We have maximum versus minimum, and you can see already on the score line, Canada just taking off. That miss from Suntan is pretty massive, though. If you're the minimum, you are banking on the combo game.
As predicted, though, Unable on the Hard Rock, number 37 on the Hidden, Gonza, Suntan on no mod. Definitely Suntan looking very uncomfortable on this at the start, though. 91 accuracy, finding more and more misses. And Gonza not having the best run on this either, a quarter of the way in, already finding a break. Gonza, typically a very good reading player, so not what you would expect from him. It is matched by a miss from Saryi, but definitely a rough start for Chile on this first pick.
Yeah, a rough start indeed, and even though that miss from Saryi does come out, the score advantage is still flying the way of Canada. Suntan consistently missing. They're going to need to see drops from Zudi, Xylus, or Repulsion, one of the three, to keep their hopes alive here. Halfway mark, so if they find drops here, it could open the door. Saryi is going to find another one. Repulsion is also going to find one. That's going to open things up a little bit, but Canada should still maintain a comfortable margin here into the second half of the map.
Yeah, look at the act for the Canadian roster as well. Xylus does trade a miss with Unable, though. It's number 37 and Zudinator, the only 2 full combos left, and better combo on Gonza than anyone on the side of Team Canada. But the overall accuracy for those Hidden Hard Rock plays is still very good, and that mod advantage does still bring you a little bit of extra score, especially when you find repeated misses on Unable for Chile, unable to keep a combo. As the rest of the team really does need that extra little bit of combo here with the under mod for Chile.
Yeah, and it's not going to be enough for Chile to pull this one back. They were able to stop the bleeding and tug it back a little bit, but unfortunately that's all they would be able to do. Just not of consistency. But Zudi and number 37 coming to the end with FCs intact. They both bring him home. FC apiece. Canada leads 2-0.
The full mod, the full 7 mod over mod works out for Canada. This is the tricky part about picking free mod into this roster is, yeah, okay, sure, you get to play the AR8 map for yourself, but you give Canada a hidden Hard Rock map. And this team, this whole roster is incredibly good, incredibly consistent on Hidden Hard Rock. And that is the difficult part about picking these free mods into Canada. You saw that map was much closer, though. Much closer than the previous one. So still a good pick from Chile, but just not enough gas in the tank.
Yeah, and Chile was probably banking on Canada having at least 1 or probably 2 hidden Hard Rocks, right? They were probably banking on some sort of overmod. I don't think they planned on Canada to just full send and go max overmod. But I assume when they saw that, they were probably happy because, if they max overmod and you have consistency issues, that can open the door even to a team just on the min mod. And that was the most competitive map of the match, only about a 350 to 400k margin. Canada, next pick, double time 1.
Yeah, Canada's just going to pick aim maps over and over again. This is an aim team. This is an aim consistency team. And they are going to abuse that fact versus Chile, who really lack a solid aim roster. Even on DT, which is a mod where Chile has traditionally been good. Missing some of the players that you usually expect to find on this roster. Matthew Intercambing and Daniel, all gone from this roster. So truly a rebuilding year for Chile. And a lot of these players just not traditionally aim players in tournament. The exact opposite for Canada. Lots of very, very good DT aim players in particular. Lots of really, really good hidden Hard Rock aim players in particular. So you're going to find a lot better of a roster for Canada on this map, and I'm expecting this to go the same way as their first pick, honestly speaking. We could see an upset for Chile, but, it's a small chance. It's a slim chance.
Yeah, Nick stepping in for Canada, so going to be seeing a substitution. Nick's first map of the match. We'll see who Canada... It's going to be Ryuke. No shock there.
All of these players, Xylus and Ryuke in particular, DT players, DT mains. Not necessarily DT aim players, but DT mains. Zuri and Nick, not necessarily DT players, but very good aim players. So will be in for maps like this regardless because they have the aim necessary to put up very, very good scores on these types of maps. In fact, Xylus, Zudinator, and Ryuke found a 3-way full combo on the DT1 in qualifiers. So if you're looking towards a team to be very consistent on a map like this, look no further than Canada, who had an incredibly good 4 million team score on the DT1 in quals.
Well, here we go. Start command is in from referee Tiger Eyes. Get us started in round number 3. Canada picking double time. Again, as you noted, into Chile's wheelhouse a little bit, but with overlapping skill sets and with the way Canada's been playing and their confidence and their morale, definitely justifies the pick. And Ryuke and Xylus are going to be cheating here, getting a little bit of a head start on everybody. Stop that. No. False start. 5-yard penalty. Thankfully, Client can do Client things for us. And it'll just be a lone miss from Ayunha to separate the two teams at the start.
Yeah, for Chile on this sort of map, again, even though it's in DT, the type of map it is really favors Canada, so you're very much favoring or just hoping for some uncharacteristics out of this Canadian roster, but unfortunately they seem to be coming out of Chile for now. Ryuke is going to match one of the misses from Yuna and Gonza, but that is still 3 full combos to 2 in the favor of Canada.
Yeah, Canada looking good now, but those misses coming in. That's a double miss from Nick and Xylus, only traded by Ayunha. That's going to favor Chile. Zuri the only combo left standing, and it's against Poncho and Unable. Chile in front for their first time of the match, nearing the halfway point.
Yeah, you want to find those uncharacteristic misses for Canada if you are rooting for Chile. There they are, Xylus and Nick not able to hold on to the combos. Poncho, however, going to trade it back for Chile. So it's just Unable and Zudinator at the moment. Unable, a very, very good mechanics player, very good DT player. Gonza backing him up as well. Gonza, not necessarily a DT aim player, but a very good DT speed player in general. So as long as he's good on the aim consistency, this should go well. And more misses to come out from Nick on Canada.
Yeah, now it's reaching a do-or-die situation here, but fortunately for Canada, the margin is still within reach, but the final third of the map is approaching. They are running out of time, and Nick is struggling. Zuda doing everything she can. Ryuke rebuilding combo, but unable. And Poncho and Gonza have other ideas with a 70k lead.
Yeah, this is a very small score lead, though, for Chile. Any miss, especially something from Unable or Gonza, would instantly
Poncho.
flip it back over to Canada. Poncho does find one.
Oh, multiple, but thankfully... Oh, Gonzo does go down too! Here comes Canada! A chance to flip it! At the end, Nick is gonna miss! Traded by Unable, that's huge for Canada! They flip it! Zudi, Ryuke, and Xylus pulling it back. There is no combo on Chile's side as Ayura goes down. It'll be 3-0 Canada. Heartbreaking for Chile.
It was so close until it wasn't at the end.
Until it wasn't.
And then everyone on Chile broke just 30 seconds before the ending. They were unable to hold on to their nerves, unable dropping the slider break. Everybody else dropping a miss there right at the end for Chile. And it's, again, the team consistency for Canada. Those three players in the top right for Canada, Xylus, Zudinator, and Ryuke. The three who full combo DT1 in qualifiers get their three best scores and bring them over the finish line. A little bit closer than you might have expected for Canada. It's not even a bad score for them, 3.3 million on that. But Chile popping off, finding nearly just over 3 million on that map. Putting up a very, very good team score. Very impressive plays from Chile. Almost managing to take a break point against Canada.
Missed it by that much. Very close. I mean, like you said, it was close until it wasn't. But, I mean, to go back to that team consistency of Canada, I mean, that's what you need. You need people to have combo. You need players to be in position to capitalize when you're trailing. So, Canada just demonstrating consistency quite well. And once Chile broke, there was nothing left. The dam was not able to stop the flood. And Canada sweep in, take a third point. Now they are looking to put some more pressure on.
At this point, you're looking at Chile to make this pick count. I mean, if you lose this and you are Chile, you are down 4-0. That is match point. Canada has the next pick. So this is a very important point for Chile. They really want to make this one count. I see three options left up. The hidden one, the DT3, and the free mod 2. If they're feeling the speed, either that DT or the free mod 2. But they're going to go for something entirely different. No mod 4. Wow, I was not expecting this one. And you can't blame me for being a little bit surprised here. Canada, 660k score difference on the first run of qualifiers. Remember, in OWC, teams have 2 runs through the qualifiers, and on the second run for both of these teams, 1.2 million score difference through the qualifiers, no mod 4. So on paper, this should be a pick for Canada. This should be a pick that Canada looks to as something that they have an overwhelming on-paper advantage on. But Chile looking to surprise us with an unexpected pick here on the No Mod 4. This is a map that some of them have probably played in tournament before. This is one of very few non-custom maps in this map pool. This has been used in some community tournaments before. Specifically, the biggest one would be the Perennial, where it has been used already this year. So some of these players may have already played this map for both of these teams, as it has been found in some community tournaments. And you know, maybe going with something that they recognize a little bit more, something that feels a little more comfortable to them, in spite of the on-paper score advantage looking at the qualifiers for Canada.
Again, we see the Cat Jams coming in. This map hasn't been picked too much this weekend. It's a good song, good map. We also get to see a new substitution for Canada, Yip, coming in.
No surprises to see Yip in on this map. Very, very good tech player for Yip, and somebody who basically only comes in for tech maps and maybe a precision map here and there. Extremely good at those few maps that he plays, so expecting a good score from him on this one. And of course, Xylus, Zudinator, Ryuke, No surprises to see any of them in here. It's going to be Nick, though, subbing in for Ryuke on this one. A little bit interesting there. Nick did not play the tech map in qualifiers, but is generally a relatively good player anyway, and on a map like this, which does really heavily focus on that slider aim, I don't think any big surprises there. Gonza, Unable, Poncho, and Suntan in here. Lots of no-mod players and all-rounders in for Chile on this map. Gonza, just generally a very good player for them, so not surprised to see him in on any of these picks.
Well, here we go. No mod 4. Chile backs against the wall. If they don't get this point, this could potentially be their last pick of the match. 2.5 minutes in length.
For those of you who haven't seen this map yet, this one starts off a little bit slow, starts to get into lots of this really ridiculous slider aim and slider streams, and then in the second half really takes off with super long, super fast sliders in the back half, and already a few misses to come through.
Yeah, from Yip and Poncho, they are going to trade it. Accuracy advantage with Canada at the moment. It's still very close. First quarter of the map is almost already gone. That's how quick it is. Unable is going to find another drop. Yip is going to find his second miss. Nick trading. Things are going to be very even, but Suntan and Zudi trading, so all the misses have been traded. It's only Gonza and Xylus. Poncho is there as well, but Poncho goes down.
Unable also finding another miss there. Nick is going to trade one of them. Yip has about similar combo to any of the recently traded misses. Suntan is going to drop one more miss for Chile. It's the matching full combos, though, to really pay attention to here. Gonza and Xylus, if either of them break first, that is what's going to be the major swing in score during the back half of this map. We have a little bit of a slow section here before we get into some of those really, really high velocity, super long sliders in the second half of this map. Hopefully nobody missing on this slow part, though.
Still very close. It's only about a 60 to 70,000 point advantage for Canada. They will build a little more score here. But as you said, a miss comes out from either Xylus or Gonza, and the floodgates are open. But Canada have slightly better supporting combos than Chile at the moment. So now the lead has grown to about 100k. Suntan finding a miss. Gonza breaks, and that is massive. Chile's hopes may have just been dashed unless we see multiple misses from Canada, and one of them is Xylus.
Yeah, Xylus has to break at this point, but the rest of the roster as well, all on over 400 combo for Canada, and it's reflected in the score lead. 400,000 score up and climbing for Canada. They all hit that first long slider. Xylus does find the slider break, but it doesn't matter at this point. The score lead's just too big, Doland, and I think this one may as well be over. Unable drops the last big combo for Chile, and that is going to bring Canada to a 4-0. Looking to complete the clean sweep, our first clean sweep of the round of 32 if Canada is able to pull it off.
Yeah, we have not had a sweep yet. Canada up 4-0 at match point with the pick. That was a break point. They seem primed to do so. Question is, what will be their choice here? And it looks like Xylus rolling too, so it looks like they had it narrowed down to 2 maps.
I'm thinking one of the AIM maps that's left up has to be the pick for them, although I just saw Curtis join the lobby, so maybe this is something like a DT pick. And there it is, actually, DT3 for Canada. Curtis, the speed specialist for Canada, literally only on this team to play DT, speed, and any other speed maps that have to make their way into the pool. A little bit of an interesting pick, given what we know about Team Chile, but I think Canada generally favored overall in the matchup, generally the more consistent team, generally the higher skill cap team, going to be sitting pretty comfortably on any of these maps in this pool.
Yeah, we saw the last DT pick. It was heavily contested by Chile, but in the end went the way of Canada just because of the overall consistency. Canada getting their new blood in these last few maps here. Looking to get Curtis some time. And again, Chile just haven't had many subs either. It's been mostly these 4 players in the lobby now for the past several maps.
Definitely expecting a couple of subs at least for this roster. Poncho definitely makes sense. Suntan definitely makes sense to be in here. And, well, actually, Unable is also a DT player, so never mind. I think the The only person you would consider subbing in is maybe Yunha, but has not had the best of matches for Yunha, so sticking with these 4 players still makes a lot of sense for Chile. 4 of their best speed players and DT players, so hopefully they are able to take 1 point in this matchup and stop the clean sweep from Canada. But if you are rooting for a clean sweep, if you had 5-0 in your pick'ems, you're definitely looking at this Canadian roster and saying, yeah, that's my roster. These are some good players. These are some very good speed players. And hopefully they will be able to finish it out cleanly. Waiting on perhaps one last swap for Chile. Looks like Top Gamer coming in.
Top Gamer coming in, and don't worry, guys. Xylus agreeing to give them a point if they can 4-way FC. A very fair and reasonable man.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, you want a free point? Just 4-way.
Yeah,
okay.
4-way FC. All right, sure. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Why not? Well, they might have to. I mean, this is a very good roster for Canada. But one thing to note, I mean, you see this with a lot of speed specialists, right? It's kind of the same deal with Suwada on the USA team. Curtis, a speed specialist, but not a very good aim player, does have the tendency to sometimes shake a bit during speed plays and miss aim and then hit the rest of the map with 99.7% accuracy, right? So maybe you see something like that happen in this match and Chile is able to take advantage, but generally speaking, this is a very scary roster for Canada. Ryuke, Xylus, Curtis, all very, very good speed players, and Zudinator, you know, this is not a map that is hard enough on the speed to speed gate her just yet, despite Zudi really not being a speed player overall. I think she's still going to be pretty comfortable on this map. And already an early miss from Poncho, so not off to the best of starts for Chile, but, you know, they're just shaking the nerves off. They're just shaking the nerves off.
Yeah, still very early days here. It is a very short map with double time applied, only 2 minutes and 20 seconds with DT. A very early lead for Canada. Poncho is going to find a second miss to further extend the lead for Canada here. But it's still trouble for Chile.
He's really shaking the nerves off right now. He's just really taking his time to shake the nerves off, guys. Don't worry.
It's the double Apraxia method.
Exactly.
Anyway, Canada's still 4-waying, though. I mean, none of this matters if Canada 4-ways.
Accuracy for Canada, very good as well. 99% on both Curtis and Zudinator. Xylus and Ryuke with a couple of act drops here and there, but still above 98 with no real troubles. Only Gonza above 99 for Chile right now, but it's still a 3-way full combo for Chile. They are still keeping this close to their credit. This is why I considered the DT3 as a relatively good pick for Chile, but there goes Gonza. It's traded. Okay, it's traded.
All right, we're even Steve is still back where we were. But as you noted, Chile are still staying right there with them. They're not that far behind. Things are starting to get a little out of touch here, but if we see misses from Xylus, Ryuke, or Zudi, any of those three, 2 of those 3 drop, we're looking at a whole different game, but Unable goes down.
Yeah, Unable missing twice there, finding 2 separate misses, and now it's just Chalk Gamer against the world. 3 full combos to 1. There is good supporting combo on Poncho, but this is just not looking like a good pick for Chile. It's looking like a fantastic pick for Canada, though, who did pick this map with which to complete the full sweep. And they're looking pretty likely to do it at this point. Xylus, Zudi, and Ryuke all still holding the full combos, and no signs of any discomfort here going into the last few seconds of the map. This is going to be our first sweep of the OS World Cup round of 32. Canada 5-0ing Chile.
And they're going to do it in style here. Over 4 million points. A very, very dominant statement made by Canada here today. As you said, a 5-0 win. First sweep of the tournament. And they are going to carry a lot of momentum with them next week.
Yeah, Curtis, true to expectations. 1 miss, 99.5% accuracy. Very, very good score regardless. And still enough from the rest of the team to keep them above 4 million score. Very, very solid stuff from Canada. And this is really the expectation when you get some of these high seed versus low seed matchups, right, Doland? This is kind of what you expect to see from seed 4 versus seed 29. Canada qualifying in as one of the tournament favorites, one of the few teams who we think in late stages can contest for that top 3 or that top 1 at the end of the tournament. And that is the kind of thing that really instills some confidence in a roster like this to make that deep run once again in 2022.
Yeah, well, I mean, based on what we've seen already, I mean, we still have yet to see some of the key powerhouses play in this tournament, but Canada's certainly looking better than other countries right now. I mean, that is the most dominant performance this weekend by a team yet. It has been quite a wild start to the World Cup, but let's see, which match is Canada awaiting the winner of?
They would be awaiting the winner of Norway versus United Kingdom. So they have a little bit of time left until that match actually comes up. I believe that one's at 19 UTC tomorrow. So they've got a little bit to wait on until they figure out their opponent. But either way, looking at a middle-seeded matchup for Canada in the winner's bracket round of 16.
Yep, and that is actually going to be the last match for today. Sadly, we only had 5 matches scheduled for this Saturday. Most of them are tomorrow. The next one, Australia versus Thailand, 12 hours from now at 7 UTC Sunday. So make sure you are going to be here for that one. Should be a good match after that, followed by South Korea and Spain, Hong Kong and Denmark, and Philippines versus Taiwan. I know that is going to be a big matchup, Dio.
Yes, it is. Very much looking forward to Philippines versus Taiwan, looking forward to Norway versus the UK, and looking forward to Brazil versus Italy all tomorrow. But as you said, Dolan, before that, 7 UTC, about 12 hours from now, Australia versus Thailand, our next matchup. And again, if you want to support some of your favorite teams, whether they've played or not yet, check out the banners for the Aus World Cup this year. Also, check out the donation link. This is the first year that you can directly contribute to the Aus World Cup, so make the most of it while it is here and while we are still in early rounds. Dolan, that's about it. Anything else to add? I think we're about done for the day.
I think we are done indeed. That's going to do it. 5 games in the books to start off the 2022 Aus World Cup. Canada getting the 5-0 win over Chile. USA take a 5-2 win over Israel. We will be back in 12 hours. Australia versus Thailand. Follow the channel if you haven't so you get notified when we go live so you don't miss any World Cup action. For Dio, T1G, Trosk, and the crew, I'm Dolan, and we're going to be signing off for now. Bye-bye, guys.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the OSU World Cup 2022. It is Monk the Don here. Joining me today to bring you this match is JTB Jordan the Bear. How you doing?
Thank you, man. I'm amazing. How about yourself, Monk the Don? What a pleasure it is to be here alongside you to cast the Australia-Thailand match, man.
Yeah,
Zinger.
absolutely an honor. Yeah, so Australia coming in as the 6th seed, Thailand coming in seed 27, and this is the first match of the second day. We had a few matches yesterday, a few upsets. Did see Singapore taking over Japan, so you never know what's in store for you in OWC, and hope we can see one here, eh?
Yeah, nah. Some of those matches were crazy yesterday, man. We keep that up all night tonight. I'm one happy chapper for the weekend. But this could be it, to be honest with you. I'm a big, all of us we're both Australia, from Australia here, so we've got that low key bias. But man, they could really take them for a run for the money, because this Thailand team, man, is crazy. Phantasma with those qualifier performances last week was nuts, and with a player like In before on the team, I can't wait to see how he plays on this, because someone that capable of ranking up to such a high rank, I'll always just say, man, all these maps are just nothing to them.
Exactly, they can absolutely just pop off here, and now we're getting into the pick ban phase. Looks like Jordan LR7 has won the roll by 6 there, so already starting off for a good lead from Australia, and they're going to go ahead and secure that pick order.
Yeah,
but
funny that though,
Looking at the qualifier scores here, and Australia actually beating Thailand out on multiple of the maps. It looks like only the No Mod 2 really was what Thailand got the upper edge in, so we'll see if any of the teams have done their research on one another and what they're going with the strategy. Of course, the map pools are quite different, but a lot of it is the same. It's a little bit easier than qualifiers, but still a pretty hard pool.
Yeah, absolutely. These maps are definitely easy, but there are still some 7-star, ridiculous maps in here, man. Some of these maps I think were meant to be easy, but they're still, you're not going to see 4-ways on some of these maps, I feel. Especially, I can't wait to see the No Mod 2 in this match, especially, because there's a lot of aim in that map, and there's some of these stream players, they hate that in their stream maps. So stuff people like Dummy especially probably that probably was his crux last week in the qualifiers. So we'll see how he goes.
Did struggle a bit.
Hopefully.
So it looks like Phantasma here deciding on the ban order. You gotta wonder, did you ever prefer to go second or first, or did it ever actually matter? Since you were a captain in OWC, what are your thought processes going through when you get asked that question?
It depends on the team you're versing. If you're not too sure with how they're going to perform, and in OWC that's never the case. You can always do your research. You can always find out some strengths and weaknesses of some of the players on the other team, especially coming from qualifiers where all the qualifier results are available to everyone. I think the first pick, I think you definitely want to win that role, because second ban, you can choose the ban order and always go second to see what they ban first. But if you have the right, if you're ready and prepared for the match, you'll never have the same ban idea as them. So first pick or second pick, that luxury is always a little bit better in an OWC setting, I feel. So winning that role is super important, and I'm guessing Jordan LR7 stoked that he pulled that one off, because that is the first role of OWC, and to start it out with a good role, very important, because if you lose that first role in OWC, you're losing all of them.
Yep, we can talk a little bit about the roster here. Of course, Thailand hasn't made OWC every single year, so haven't got too much of a experience on that side. I think they've got about, I'm not actually sure, I think they might have made groups last year, but Australia's made OWC every year since its arrival, and we've got a few veterans on that Australian side. We've got, of course, Dummy, the OWC vet of that country, and it's really just him as far as veterans go. You've got mostly new blood on this roster, LR7, Vivace, Milo, and Suffix playing last year, but some real fresh blood in Arbusion and Mavs. Of course, this is Emrek's second OWC, and we can't wait to see what we get out of him, but excited for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the new blood on these teams. That's why I'm very excited for Thailand as well, because the new blood nowadays, unbelievable. Some of the players surfacing out of nowhere is like their ability to just come in and FC maps like it's nothing. Like they've got nothing. They've got no OWC history behind them saying, oh, I must FC. You go straight fresh into an OWC as a new player that's just climbed like crazy. You'll have that boost to your system. Those bans though, missed them. No Mod 1 was the ban from Thailand, and then
Fremod
Fremod
one from Australia.
So very interesting, very interesting. You know, I can see that banning away Nomad 1 from MREC. Why would you ever challenge him on AIM? You know, that's probably what I'm thinking as well. But Fremod 1 from Australia, a little fearful of Thailand's ability to play that map.
That Fremod 1 kind of, it plays like a sort of like a Nomad 1, a lot of aim, but a lot of anti-aim as well. So maybe not too comfortable, or they can't find the right players for the mods. But the Hard Rock 1's going to be the pick, and I got to tell you, I played this pull through. This Hard Rock 1 is tough. Like, of all the maps I played, this one felt the most difficult for me, and it's certainly one that is like, the first week getting into this map, this is tough. This is like an MREC Milo, or even a Phantasma, like a 1v4 performance probably. This is just so ludicrous for a first map. So hard.
Excellent. Yeah, because I see 192 BPM and I see almost 7 stars already coming out of round 32. So this is not easy. At that BPM, you know, we got the CS 5.2, we got 2 minutes. There's no length bonus adding to that star rating, so it's actually just going to be, you know, some of those streams, some of that raw aim and raw difficulty. So I can't wait to see how some of these players perform. First map going into OWC is a Hard Rock. Nerves are going to be really present. I feel Hard Rock's one of those mods that you know, you're going fresh into a match. Hard Rock, you don't want to first pick Hard Rock, I feel, because, you know, shakes are a thing, especially when everything's on the line. It is OWC 2022 after all. So
no, absolutely. The nerves on this map, this first map is it, but you gotta understand, like, you gotta beat out those nerves with confidence and see which team can get the first map here, because that really does set a standard for the rest of the match.
Yeah, Australia has a history of being a very snowball team, so you wanna snag that first pick from them immediately. To be honest, you wanna get it away and get it running. So here it is. It's your first map.
This lineup here: Phantasma, Chorus, Salvatore, Minecrafter on the side of Thailand, and we've got Jordan LR, MREC, Arbusian, Milo. I'm expecting we're going to see Phantasma play every map for the side of Thailand, as that's what he did in the qualifiers. He was their crux, he was their, you know, their anchor for a lot of their maps, really performing well.
Yeah, a lot of switch ups from the other players though. They're all they've all got their cup of tea they really want to play. But here it is. It's your first map, Australia versus Thailand. Start us off nice with some Hard Rock 1. Minecraft will be the first miss, unfortunately. Just getting out the gate, though, it's fine. We'll get those nerves out, dude. It's all good. It's a tactical miss, I like to say. Not from our boy, MREC and Chorus, though. 3 misses immediately. Salvatore dropping like flies. This is crazy.
Yeah, you can see now just the difference. You're seeing the Hard Rock expertise come out from Milo, the only one standing with above 95%, and he's got the 98. MREC's actually joined him on that side, but on the side of Thailand, no one's above 95, so they're all kind of struggling out of the intro, and Australia's got 2 FCs, and MREC and Arboy really are working on that combo.
Yeah, it's only one more FC on the side of Australia, but that overall ACK is doing them nothing to help. Arboy, Abusion with another break, Phantasma with another break, Salvatore, but combos are all on Milo and Jordan right now, and their ACK is giving them that boost to be already 200k ahead, and we're halfway through the map already, so
yeah,
has to be now on that tough. 1/3, and that's not it.
Oh, that 1/3 is so tough.
Those were filthy buzz sliders. All of Australia managed to hit them. That's crazy. Marlo's out now, though.
It's just LR7 right now, the only FC left in the lobby. This map was so tough, you just see it. No one really too comfortable on the accuracy. Jordan LR is going to break on that Quinn. High combo, MREC, no one else really hanging with him right now. Arbusion is catching up.
Yeah, these sliders are crazy, man. These sliders and burst are just not okay. No FCs on the first map. But Thailand just couldn't quite pick up the ball at any point in this map at all. So just no leeway to get a combo rolling, unfortunately.
And Phantasma's kind of creeping in a little bit. It's not going to matter. The team difference is too much, but he might be able to run away with the top score of this map and set yourself a good standard for the rest of the match.
Yeah, that would be big, taking down MREC on the first map at OWC. That confidence, bit of a fumble there, unfortunate.
I reckon that's done it too. He had a good chance of getting the top score, but now it's a battle between MREC and Arbusion. Arbusion, the rookie, is going to step in for his first map and deliver with a 640k topping the lobby. A very good performance there from Arbusion. Thailand just falling a little bit short. Some good scores coming out. Phantasma looking alright, but that was of course Australia's pick and they're going to win it.
Yep. Great first pick coming from Australia. If you don't know Arbusion, get used to these Hard Rock 1 performances, these Hard Rock 2. You know, he doesn't mess around on those Hard Rocks. I look forward to seeing how he goes in the rest of the tournament. But very unfortunate stuff from Salvatore Minecraft with the bees there, man. Just couldn't keep up with the AR-10. The sliders just appearing out of nowhere, being full screens, man. That was an awesome Hard Rock one.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's
Extremely difficult.
Yeah,
we're gonna wonder what
so.
Thailand's gonna go with their next pick, with their first pick here. They were really good on the DTs and the qualifiers. Their best scores were on all of the DTs. Relative to everyone else, they did beat Australia out on Nomod 2, so that is probably something I expect them to look into. As this Nomod 2 is a bit similar to the last one. It's a very hard Nomod 2 this week. But yeah, we'll see what they get, because this always feels awkward picking, you know, something your team's good at if another team's really good at it as well. Like DT, Australia renowned for that DT roster they put together.
I think free mod might be another good option here, because some of these free mods are very, very askew from the rest of the pool now, and Australia already showing that they're not too comfortable picking with mods. You know, they banned that first free mod once, so I think a lot of the troubles that teams will have on some of these free mod pools early is who's taking what mods, and do we overmod, because we're not into the late stage pools yet. Australia might be having a little trouble like deciding who wants to hard rock, who wants to hidden, and that's where you catch them on a free mod, you know?
Not a bad point at all. I've got to wonder if that free mod left open is the CS6 AR8 Cranky, or the CS5 AR8, and the other free mod is the speed one. They're going to go with the free mod 3. So this is the AR8 CS5 map.
Yeah, I think this isn't a bad pick at all, because I my guess, maybe one no mod from Australia, one hidden, 2 hard rocks, because lots of hard rock players on this team, lots of players that will play a free mod like this and be like, yeah, absolutely, dude, this is a free hard rock. But compared to a no mod, a player that can play this no mod it's always going to be, you know, way more scary, because it's at AR8. You read AR8 well, you'll always come out with the best act versus a hard rock player. So let's see who they bring to the lineup here. Phantasma, Kadama, Salvatore, Minecrafter already in.
Mavs, yeah, it's going to be Mavs debuting here for Australia. So this will be his first map in of the tournament. He's that player they added to solidify that hidden roster, I believe, and we're seeing a few players change on Thailand. It's only the side of Phantasma, Salvatore, and Minecraft are all staying in.
Yeah, expecting Salvatore, Minecraft to probably be the no mods here, right? I feel like Phantasma will be the hard rock. Probably not the hard rocks from the bottom boys. So Kadama maybe on the hidden. I reckon he's the hidden guy.
Yeah, I'm looking at their looking at it, and yeah, you've got Kadama playing a lot of the hiddens and Salvatore playing a lot of the hiddens. So we'll have to see. Minecraft are probably going to step in with the hard rock here. He did get 727 on that hard rock in qualifiers, which is
you're kidding.
727k. Yeah, I know, it's awesome. You got to be feeling good about that. Yeah. But yeah, Minecraft on the hard rock. Double hidden on the side of Thailand. Double hidden.
That's psycho behavior. One hard rock, two hiddens from them, and we've got Dummy and Mavs on the no mod. So actually, I thought Mavs would be playing the hidden, but Emrek's got that covered. You leave Emrek. Emrek, you do what you want, man. Let's we leave. If Emrek says he wants to play hidden, he's playing hidden. Simple as that. So Mavs,
it's pretty simple.
Mavs, you jump on that no mod, mate. Here we go. Second map. Nice little slow opener. No misses. We'd already seen 15 misses from the start of the map.
It's going to be Emrek.
It's Emrek. It's Emrek out the gate again. Kadama following shortly behind, but already the accolade, man. Minecrafter on this hard rock just can't keep up. It's 88%.
Mavs needs to drop that SS soon. You know how nerve-wracking he gets holding SS, but Minecraft is going to miss, rocking that 88%, so his score's really going to diminish. He's the hard rock as well. You look at the hard rock on the side of Australia, and it's a 96.
Dummy out on that stream though, just somehow manages to miss aim that thing.
It's just Arboy
dropping from that high up, but it's Arbusion time, baby. Once again on the hard rock, the 6.5 just doesn't phase him.
It's Arboy versus Salvatore and Phantasma right now. Advantage is on the side of Thailand.
It's coming. Thailand.
Emrek has to hold on to this combo with the hidden, and it's arguably going to be the hardest way to play this map. Minecraft is going to fall, and so is Mavs. Arbusion following suit. It's just Emrek on the side of Australia. Thailand's building up a significant lead with the double FC right now.
Yeah, wow, this double hidden almost going amazing, because one of them's FCing. Kadama, he's just in it for the score boost. Phantasma is going off right now on the no mod. This is so hard no mod as well. Some of these bursts and stream shapes are not okay to follow. But these two are just absolutely slaying this.
Look at this score from Salvatore. This is a 98% hidden score. It's looking really clean. If he can manage to pull this FC off, that'd be a terrific feat, because they're running away with this. 200k Phantasma breaking, Emrek's catching up. Salvatore broke. I don't think there's enough time. Definitely not.
No, the map is just well and truly over. Yeah, he's done enough. Salvatore, absolutely stellar performance on the second map of this OWC match. 2 misses right at the end, but man, he really put Minecrafter on his back there.
On the back, yeah. But Minecraft, if you compare his score to like maps, it's not too far off, not too bad. So they're all being matched. The real outlier there being Salvatore with that hidden score is just ridiculous, dude. That is scary if you're Australia now, because now you're scared of their hidden roster.
It's 1-1 already. Australia down. You know, they're probably not expecting to lose a point in that fashion as well. To 2 players with goated scores. Emrek just couldn't quite keep up in the end as well, but they caught him. They caught him with that free mod pick, and it's just not as coordinated as the Thailand team. They probably knew from the start, we're going to run 2 hiddens. We're going to run the hard rock. We'll leave it to you, Phantasma.
Yeah.
But great.
He did well.
Great score, man.
You got to wonder if Emrek would practice this map pool if that was a site hidden score. Do you know how it goes with his practice regime? Does he practice the early round pools, or is it just whatever with him?
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure he does practice, because it's OWC. You know, it's the event of the year. You put your name on the board with an OWC performance. So he needs everyone to know that he is Emrek and he is, you know, absolutely the best. So he should be practicing these maps. I was about to say, is it time for the Australia DT onslaught that we get every year? But we're actually we're finishing it up, dude. We're finishing up the free mod pool.
This is speed. This is DT. This is your no mod 5 slot from OWC this year has been transferred over to that free mod slot. A nice change. I really do support it. I'm a big fan of it.
It's great.
But this map is tough. Like, this is... If you have the speed for it, it's right. But it's quite tough on the hidden, and it's quite tough on the hard rock. CS... I think it's CS2, CS3, so... Huge circles.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be missing on aim on this, dude. You just got to keep up. You just got to keep up with that left hand, and we'll see how the Thailand team performs, because this roster in from Australia, frankly, I don't see any of them missing if they played this map 6 times over, to be honest. So... in a row. I don't think their fingers would get cold at all. So,
but they're not versing a slow team either. Like in before, and who was it? Is Chorus their speed player? Chorus is the speed player that we haven't seen yet. So he's stepping on now, and he had some really good scores in the qualifiers. Chorus and Phantasma, the 2 on that team to watch. In before doesn't actually, from what I've gathered, it doesn't look like he likes to play a lot of speed. He'll be there that DT1 sort of thing, I assume. But the DT1's 270 this week, and the other one's 300. So it's a bit of a tough slot if you're a everyday average DT player right now.
This is what I was excited to find out though, is who's taking the mods. We get that extra layer on speed maps. The last couple of OWCs we kind of have seen lots of 4-ways and all the stuff on the speed map, because if you're fast enough, it's on you to miss and lose that. So adding the extra layer of mods can really mess up some players. And Emrek, once again, 3 maps in a row, is the first miss of the whole lobby. So
yep, that is definitely a... I mean, we saw it, I think it was a few last OWC where he came off to a rough start, and you just started to see him, like, after that, he was on another level after that. So I don't think it's anything we have to really worry about. But 4 FCs when they started Thailand, and only Emrek the first one to break.
Milo, another break on the hard rock. We've got 2 hard rocks from Australia. Jordan LR on the hidden hard rock, Milo on the hard rock. Must be really going for that AR10 boost. 2 drops from Kadama and Chorus to match them. That little lead they had may just be on the wings here. So let's see if Dummy and Jordan LR can bring it.
Look at the accuracy of everyone in this lobby. Kadama the only one. Milo with him, not on that 99, but it's high 99s as well. Like, all these players are comfortable, and it really is just going to come down to, which one of these 2 can FC.
Yeah, we've dropped the 99 from Jordan LR7 on the
Phantasma.
It's a big break. It's well and truly in Australia's hands now to mess this one up. And Emrek and Milo, they're bringing it back, dude. They miss once, and that's enough for them. So Kadama. Oh, Dummy's out as well, though. It's only 200k. Jordan LR7 misses, and we might have a bit of a comeback.
Oh, this section is so troll. Look at these buzz sliders, they're troll. Kadama's falling completely behind.
Kadama!
There's no chance
he lost at least 50k there.
I think it was about 5% accuracy, 3%
Oh,
completely
that
just
hurt.
gone. That was really bad for the score, but LR7 gets a chance to see the break it straight. You can see that they can close this out now.
99.4 from Chai, and it's
Chai.
60. It really caught me there. He really almost got me there, but it's all good. He had 70k score less than Jordan LR7 on Hidden Hard Rock. So that those mods are making such a difference in keeping the score in their domain. So it's 2.2 mil, 1.8 mil. Map is slowly coming to a close. Dummy's chain missing everywhere to try and give him a chance, but I don't think it's enough. Chorus is coming back with another combo, but Emrek, Milo, Jordan are all four
they brought it back.
combos now. So
yeah, this is you're starting to see that it's more like a marathon and not a sprint with this map. It's quite a long one. You're clocking at about 3 minutes, and it's just so intensive, the whole map. It's one thing to be comfortable for 30 seconds, but for 3 minutes, that's when you're really separated, and you can see it now with the 99s on the side of Emrek LR7, and it's just routine.
Yeah.
The Aussies at this point, they always just win the speed. They always pick it.
Yep,
now
exactly.
we know why.
They've already resorted to it, so you already know Thailand. They've done such a great job to force them onto the speed already. Second map into OWC, because such a good roster. 7-star. When a map is 7 stars
from Chai, though.
CS3, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, Chai rocking an 8100 FC on the no mod there, really being that rock for that team. It's just a bit unfortunate the team wasn't there for it, but really solid stuff from Chai. Love to see it.
Yeah, great stuff. Expect to see him and all the DTs when they come up. But man, Jordan LR7
and he's
that
out of
Hidden Hard
there.
Rock
I like
FC
that.
Is that's going to be one of the peak scores of that map for sure, because that was great act from Hidden Hard Rock on that map. So good stuff. It's up to Thailand again though. We should know what Australia is looking to pick in these next couple picks. So we might be wanting to steer clear of DT. So I don't know what's the move here. Do we dabble in a little AR8? Do we dabble in a little hidden aim or something? Maybe some ult?
I'm really thinking we go with one of the hiddens here. It feels like it makes the most sense. We saw some of the Australian players struggling on that free mod, and he was unmatched on the free mod hidden. So I feel like that is a good avenue.
Yeah, it's awesome when you win the free mod that's CS5 and AR8, because it can't. If you win that, you have the AR8 and the CS 6.5 to kind of pick and choose from. Maybe try both of them, because it might not.
There it is.
A wing, and there it is. Great prediction from Monk the Don. It is going to be the AR8 hidden 2 here. I have Aeon from Nissan. This is a crazy map. This is a very kind of a streamier map. Yeah.
Yep. I now put this one in those tournament classics now. They're just so solid. It tests exactly what it wants to test. Your default AR8 hidden's got its stream, it's got its aim, and it's long as well, so you can't really get lucky on it.
Yep.
Vivace stepping in.
Oh, the AR8 prodigy. No one really talks about Vivace as the AR8 hidden player of Australia, but I assure you he is. He has been scrimming AR7, AR6 for the last year, so I can't wait to see how he performs on this AR8 in the OWC. Kind of what he's been training for this whole year, but no slackers on the Thailand team. We already know these guys can play AR8, especially with hidden from that free mod. So this is going to be a good one. Going to be bringing Emrek Dummy Mavs as well as Kadama and Chai Chep is what I'm going to have to refer to that name as.
I think it's Puck. I think that's actually what you'd say in Thai. Like in Thai, it would make sense, but I like Chai. Chai's dope too.
I like Chai. But here it is. Thailand's second pick. This was actually a custom map made for an Australia-New Zealand tournament as well, if you didn't know.
Was it really?
WBC. Yeah, this was a custom for NTT. So these Australian players have played it before. Vivace! Will be the first miss, as well as Mavs. Oh, everyone's missing on the intro. It's fine. We'll get into some of the streams here now.
It was almost all the FCs were SSs. Actually, is that the case? It was the case. But everyone else are struggling out of that intro.
Chai, bit of a struggle with that. That's not going to help. That is not going to help.
Saw that in slow motion. You just see his cursor was a little bit too behind.
AR8's one of my favourite things to watch, man, because it's such a big mistake that you see is actually such a small mistake that you can't even see when you're playing. It's awesome. Chai really the only one that's missing here, though. Everyone else is kind of keeping up with these streams and these slider jumps. It's good.
Emmerich is sporting that SS, and he might be fed up with his misses.
Almost. Yep, not spitting. We're staying on the SS. Mavs gonna be the one to break and give him a chance, but Phantasma is right behind him with another chain miss on the stream. When you miss on this map, you miss so much score because you're missing an entire stream. And there it is! Mavs and Chai again losing so much score. But you already know Dummy's got you.
But look at Kadama and Salvatore on the side of Thailand. They're still sporting 99% FCs, and it's matched by Dummy Emmerich. Vivace as well with that 500 combo. It would really take 2 of the Australian breaks, I feel like, to give Thailand the advantage here.
It's close. It's still close. It's still in realms, absolutely, of a possibility. Just need one break from Australia to make it 2-2 on the board and get this match absolutely gas. But I'm going to stop looking at Emmerich. I already know he's not going to miss. Let's just watch Dummy.
Yeah, it's really on Dummy to not miss at this point. I was just thinking the same thing. Eventually Emmerich gets to that point where he's like, it's go time. And I think we're about to watch that chess match. You saw it in the qualifiers. I think he FC'd like the last 7 maps in a row, so he does just hit a switch, but Chai is really the only one struggling. Kadama's going to find his first
triple part. The hardest part of the map, absolutely, is some of those triples, and it's all streams now. Kevin, the base, 50 misses at least on that stream. 50 misses. He loses 50k score for sure, but 600k is so hard to make back. Emmerich Dummy just not having any of it. Salvatore is doing his absolute best, man.
Salvatore really doing well again for the side of Thailand, but there's just no team. Unfortunate there. Australia with a 32, like 3.3 mil on that map's not bad at all. So putting up a pretty good team score on that map. Salvador looking so good on the side of Thailand.
Yeah. We know now that we know never mess with this guy in the AR8 because he will not miss, but
he won't.
Team. It's alright, it was 2v1 in that scenario, so...
Now we get back to the Australia. I'm assuming we're going to get that speed onslaught.
I was about to refer to it as the exact same thing.
Yeah, the speed onslaught. It's kind of what you'd go for in this situation, right? Like you run the first speed map, looking at putting yourself on match point and really bringing the pressure on Thailand to win that next pick. And Australia are known for that speed. And
they must be worried though. If Australia's picked the free mod first, they must be worried about Thailand's DT scores and qualifiers, because that was definitely where they had their best scores. They had their best runs on the DT maps, and they almost kept up with Australia's qualifier scores on them. So they must be a little bit worried in case that was a bit of an underperformance from them. You can never really tell, but up to Jordan LR7 here. What are we thinking?
Just for record, the Australian team only outscored Thailand by 200,000 on the Hidden 2 from qualifiers. So it seemingly was the best pick on research for Thailand there. DT1.
Yeah.
This is juice. This is an awesome DT1.
This is sauce. Yeah, absolutely. Fly away. We're at a 270 BPM.
10.3.
And 10.3 for the first DT of this OWC. We are not mucking around this OWC. We are hard. You either are single tapping at max speed or alternating this one. There's no in between. So,
yep, this is your average DT1. It's certainly up there in terms of difficulty. There's not too many bursts and quints. They do. I think the most is about 5 notes. Nothing too bad, but at 270 BPM and 10.3, the aim is quite intensive as well. I'm expecting to see quite a few misses on this map.
Yeah, I can't wait. All that fear, all that worry about Thailand's score. I think Australia's made the best move they could have and just cast that aside. No fear. We picked one of our best maps, and that's DT1. Dummy, Emmerich, Jordan LR, Marlow, Milkshake, sporting a complete, almost 2-digit roster. Dummy was a little bit of an imposter there from him, but Before has finally showed up to the lobby, and I'm excited to see what he can bring. Ithi as well. He's brought Ithi with him. These guys
he brought
waiting with him the whole time.
Yep, waiting for that DT1 moment. Before, of course, notorious for his really high ranking on the leaderboard. I'm pretty sure he's 27 right now, so he's the second highest rank in here by quite a bit. It just goes Emmerich, of course, is higher rank, just barely.
Kind of a given. But yeah, no, I look forward to this. They could take this. I'm looking at this map as a definite map that Thailand could take, and that evens the score immediately because you win this into your next pick. That's the chance for 3-3 versus Australia, and I guarantee everyone's pick'ems are looking a little worried at that point.
Not seeing Phantasma in on this map is a bit of a... And he also looking like maybe not too comfortable on that really high speed. It looks like he's going to be subbing in for... Who's subbing in for him? Chorus. Yeah, Chorus is subbing in for him. He hasn't... from the qualifier scores, it's just Chorus.
Yep, awesome. They brought the best roster. We know what we're doing in this lobby. It's time. Time for DT1, Australia's third pick.
Of course, when you have a player like Emrek on your team, it always feels like you can just pick any DT and it'll sort of work out, or any map really. But especially the double time maps.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you've got that leeway with a guaranteed FC on the team with Emrek. So
the entirety of Thailand is full ulting this map, and only going to be Marlo ulting on the side of Australia. So you've already got that. You can see just the comfortability and the sync. A bit of a buffer here.
Okay, I thought that was me. I got mad worried.
Alright.
No, that's good.
No one broke.
Tap
No one's broken. This is the longest we've gone without a break, and everyone is on really good ag. Chai is going to be the first break.
I was certain it was going to be Emrek again, but Chai will be the first drop there. Was it?
Did Jordan miss
dummy?
as well?
I didn't see Jordan miss. What?
Jordan missed, and there goes
In
Now
before.
it's still
It's dead even. 1 million apiece. It's Chorus, Ithy versus Emrek's SS and Marlo Milkshake. Let's see how this goes. It's flickering. It's nice and flickering. Let's keep that going for the whole map, at least until the next break. Let's get everyone as nervous as possible. This was the pick. This was absolutely the pick. Because look at them now on the ropes. 1.5 million apiece.
Oh,
Chai again, no.
Second miss
Try
the map.
break that even.
Emrek still holding that ridiculous SS.
These 270 star patterns, man, they really keep going. There's Jordan LR and there's Chorus.
He was the FC on the side of Thailand, so advantage Australia, heavy advantage Australia, as Milo and Emrek is still just juicing this.
Yeah, Ithy's right before the break! That is tragic, man. Oh, he missed the last 2 notes, dude. Bit of a finger fumble or something from him there, but Emrek, Marlo Milkshake is going to be your... SS is a little worrying.
99 point. Oh no, it's really Emrek right now. It's just Emrek.
God. Who brought this along? Did we really need this? It's all good, dude. We'll just SS it. Marlo with a tragic break at the end as well, and I mean, in before he did his best to bring it back in the end with some of those jumps at the end are so hard, and he pulled it back. But an SS from Emrek is kind of hard to beat, so that's going to be Australia's point there. What a great score we just witnessed.
It's so typical. It's just so typical. Emrek, the only FC in the lobby is going to be the SS. It's definitely the sort of thing you expect to see come out from a player like Emrek, but in before with that early miss does make up for it by holding through to the end. Ithy, that unfortunate timing, of course, putting up great scores. They just weren't enough to beat the Australians there. As they kind of gave them an opening, you know. You don't expect to see LR7 and Dummy with those misses on the DT1, but
yeah,
it can happen.
Nah, dude. Ithy in before Chorus was so close to just 3 FCs, just tiny micro mistakes that they made somewhere in that last half of the map, or first half of the map is so unfortunate, because that was a beautiful 3-way for them, just 1 miss or 1 fumble each on all of them, and straight into DT3 after that. They felt a little more confident on DTs.
This is like a No Mod 2. This is just like, it's so awkward. It's so much tapping. It's a lot of finger control this map. Not so much speed, but I think it's about 230. Maybe it's 240, but it is that stamina finger control DT pick. This is the one that if you see a single 99 on this, that's ridiculous, because it's just so hard to act this map.
Yeah, potentially Thailand's last pick here. So they've picked this hopefully knowing that this was their best option. And after that DT1, I wouldn't be worried because that was 3 tragic misses. What could have been easy 3 FCs going into another DT. It's clearly our comfort zone. We just got to pull through. We got to perform better on this match, and that's what's going to bring us back into this game because no one wants to go out a 5-1. We want to put another point on the board, give us one more chance for a third, and then maybe push that tiebreaker. It starts now for Thailand, though, so it starts right now.
On this map, and this is it. This is OWC. You leave it all out on the field. You always trying your hardest on this in this tournament. The players give it their all. A lot of them, they work hard to get here. You know, this is the point. This is the mountaintop. This is the goal for a lot of players. So, gotta leave it all out on the field.
We brought Phantasma back in, so we're not mucking around. We're back. Phantasma is before Chorus. Chai looks so promising on a map like this. And with Milo, might have been Bancho, but that was like 6 misses.
No, that was real. Look at this score. Mouse buttons? Nah, I don't know. We're starting at the bottom of a hill at this one, but a long map. Something's not right with Milo's setup, I assume. Something's just gone slightly off, but I've seen 3v4s happen before, and that is the chance. Phantasma.
Phantasma, unfortunately, going to be that break there, but this is the chance. You know, Milo's still given them way more of a score deficit from that intro, and another miss from him there. Something's struggling on this map. We must have made a bit of a mistake somewhere, because if it keeps going like this, Thailand's going to have the start to that comeback story.
Exactly, and no one really holding too great act. Chai in before 99.
Jordan, LR7! With a huge miss there.
Rather shocking to see a miss come out there, but Chai and in before core is looking so damn solid. The accuracy is so high on the side of both teams. It's just Milo and Jordan below 98.
This map isn't as long as you think as well. We're already over halfway into the map, so we've seen that first break. If Thailand keeps it together, it's theirs. And in before with that tragic slider break, I think it was.
Timing, yeah, just the worst timing to miss. The middle and the free combo.
It's coming back.
It's slowly going to start
the lead is 200k. You know, we've got a bit of a buffer, but we've got to hold. We've got to keep all the app as high as we can. Chai, that's not all we need. Chorus, Phantasma, really got to hold their own here. But Emrek is coming. Emrek and Dummy are inevitable here. We need a break from at least one of those two players before it's too late, and it's coming fast.
It's coming.
Marlon and Jordan have not missed in the last 500 combo. The bus is here. Someone jump off.
No, it's looking like Emrek and Dummy, this classic right here. This is their bread and butter, you know.
Dummy.
This is vintage Dummy. He does this every single year. He's played these type of maps for almost a decade now, so nothing new on the side of that. But to Emrek with all it takes is him to see. It's sort of like basketball players. They see the shot go in the net once, and then they hit every shot. It's like Emrek with maps. He gets one FC, he just doesn't stop, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Australia are going to be your winners of the round of 32 match going up against Thailand. A quick match. They did show a little bit of weakness, and Thailand did kind of come strapped with it, so they were looking pretty good on some of those hidden in that free mod.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thailand was definitely strapped with it, as you said on that one. But it's a very tragic couple of misses in there that really cost a lot. But Australia, they could have lost that. I'm not saying that wasn't a stomp. That 5-1, that felt like it was a little generous towards Australia with how Thailand played some of those maps, and shout outs, you know. Shout outs to Phantasma for some of those early maps, and yeah, that was awesome. That was a great match in the end. So, but they will be heading down to the loser bracket.
Yep, of course, this is there's a loser bracket for this one, so I'm not too sure who Thailand will be versing. I'm not sure if that's been decided yet, but Australia will advance through to the next round. We do have plenty more OWC matches ahead of you. I believe there's one at the start of every hour from here on out, as we'll get the schedule up in a little bit. But yeah, a great performance there. We saw a couple of the rookies from Australia. Abusion looking really good on the side of Australia there, that rookie, and we'll see what the future has for more of the players. But here we go. Here's the schedule now, and we've got some matches. Yeah, Korea versus Spain 2 hours from now is definitely. I'll be there for that one. Can't wait for that. And all matches throughout the night.
Overall, such a beautiful night for us in Australia here. We've got a nice night of matches back to back to back to back. So
Yeah.
wherever you are in the world, you know, you wake up for this onslaught of matches, because there's going to be, I guarantee, some upsets with some of the strength of some of these lower teams, man.
Absolutely.
You know,
They're just
Australia
so
being
good
the
now.
6th seed, you know, Thailand, they really could have roped them for at least a couple more points there. So in some of these matches, you're going to see that where they get the edge and then they run with it. So I can't wait to see,
Absolutely.
especially with a lot of the results. You know, you see Israel 2-5, the USA, some of these top dogs not looking so top anymore.
Exactly. Yep. Nah, anyone can win. But that will be it for now, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your time wherever you are, and we'll see you 2 hours from now to bring you Korea versus Spain. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2022. We've got a damn good match today. We've got two very, very, very interesting teams. Korea with a lot of roster changes, still doing just as well with a lot of pretty interesting names. And Spain also, quite similarly, having some new people, but also some returning people that just have had that noticeable improvement. Kind of looking forward to see how they match up in an actual match. I'm Azer, and today I'm joined by Monk Gatso, or Monk the Don. I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you go by?
It's me. You can just call me Monk. Monk's fine. I don't have a preference. But yeah, no, really excited to see this. A lot of new players. A lot of people. This is their first OWC. Even on the side of Korea, like I don't think we've seen Korea with such a big roster lineup swap in ages. We're missing the likes of Tuna, Aristia, like so many of their core players kind of missing out. So we're gonna see what some of the new players can do on this team, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I mean, last year we saw Karcher doing pretty well, and now he's talked about probably the best player on that team. Deservedly so. He's been doing a lot of wacky stuff in tournaments lately, but I mean also just a lot of other people who are in kind of in a similar boat. Nope, KJK last year was extremely good at tech. Not really talked about nearly as much, and also most notably this year. Form or worst HR player and Ammonia Kokodo, which I'm admittedly not too familiar with, just did really good in qualifiers.
Yeah, he seemed to at 99 every single map in the qualifiers. He played the majority of the maps. You're going to see him on those No Mod 3s, that Hard Rock style. He's kind of got it all filled out. On the side of Spain, I'm expecting to see Antonio be one of their key players. He played every map in qualifiers for them as well. And for Spain, it looks like they do have they do like to keep the same players in quite a bit, with a strong no mod core of Harmonia. I don't really know how to say a lot of these names. My Spanish isn't too good. I'll try my best though, but I won't lie, this is gonna be tough.
Yeah, I think if you were watching Spain last year, you're probably looking at Antonio and then Harmonia. Definitely their two best players, but I think they added a lot more. It looks like their DT roster is actually quite decent this time around with those two, but also with Abe Yalvan and Bayrechu. Again, I don't speak Spanish, so I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing those properly, but those two really popped off on the DTs and qualifiers.
Yeah, and we have the privilege to see some of these scores, how they went. It looks like South Korea had a much stronger qualifying performance than the likes of Spain, but there are some close maps in there, and the difference between getting a high seed and no, it could just be like 200k on a map, like there's a lot of variables that can happen, so it's still up for grabs. Like, can't wait to see it. Especially those hiddens. Those hiddens are literally like 3,000 score difference between the two, so.
Alright, getting into picks and bans. First ban will be No Mod 2. Very common ban, actually. I think this is the most banned map so far.
Yeah, that No Mod 2, just your map, right? You were the one that mapped it. I played that, that No Mod 2 is awesome. I really do like it. The song gets really intense, but yeah, we're gonna see DT1 banned straight after that as well. That's the 270 10.3. Not used to seeing 10.3 come out so early, but I guess that's where we're at now. Like, the skill level of most players is just skyrocketed, right?
I'm pretty curious to see Actually, the Nomad 2 ban kind of makes sense. If you compare scores from their qualifiers, Nomad 2 is actually the closest map between these two teams. And it's really odd because Korea's Nomad 2 score has a bunch of subpar 400k scores, and then Karcher with an SS, which is just really funny to look at.
Yeah, that's Karcher. I mean, he's literally one of those, you know, Nomad 2 freaks where you just expect them to always do so well on the Nomad 2s, but to rock the SS, it's always so impressive when you can see an SS in tournaments, because it really is like not 100, it's just awesome. We did see Emrek, of course, SSing that DT1 in our last match.
I think we saw Rectagon SSing a map and still losing the map earlier. I forgot which one it was, but
oh no,
that was a pretty wild roller coaster of emotions if you're watching the USA Israel match.
I wasn't up for it, but it looks like Korea's going to go ahead and pick that Nomad 4. I think that's something we're going to see from the likes of Korea all tournament. They're definitely one of those Nomad 4 teams that those tech slots, they really do just year and year again, they always like to pick that.
Yeah, this is probably where you're looking at Amamiya Kokoro. They performed extremely well. They performed actually the best on their team for this map in qualifiers. On
Look
the side
at
of oh yeah.
They had 98s, 99s, like a mid 98 was the worst ACK on their team, but also on the side of Spain, they were spawning some 99s and 98s in the Nomad 4 last week, so yeah, definitely looking alright for the side of Spain on this Nomad 4.
Yeah, and Antonio is up there as well, just as much as the best scores on Korea, so gonna have to see how they round out the roster. I'm surprised Harmonia is not in for this, so they're bringing up a couple of their other players. I'm not sure if they are new to the World Cup, but I don't personally recognize those names. Those are probably just name changes.
Yeah, you can never tell. So I feel like if you're not always up to date, people change their names so much, and you know, so many new players just becoming so good so quick that, you know, someone who was ranked 5,000 could very much so make an OWC run at the end of the year if they, you know, just how fast players are improving these days. It really is fascinating. But we're going to go ahead and get into this first map now. This is South Korea's first pick, the Nomad 4 up against Spain.
Yeah, lots of slider aim in this one. Lots of like 1/8 sliders, or I guess like slider streams in this as well, which is a little bit of a different map style that some people might be struggling with. So while we're mostly just talking about qualifier scores, that map had none of that, so it's going to be pretty different here, so let's see how it lands.
Yep, this map really does ramp up as it just doesn't stop as well. It's certainly one of those maps you're going to see a lot of people sacrifice ACK to hit these sliders. We'll see the ones who really practice it and hit those slider ends. Steady start. Amamiya Kokoro is going to be the first to break on the side of South Korea. Verichu as well on the side of Spain. So we're both equal right now. And SS on Antonio still. See how long he can hold that one for is into this first Kia. He is going to be the first one to break.
Looks like that was actually Client. Amamiya never broke. But now that we get into the first hard parts, there's a couple of breaks already.
3 cast curses, 3 already. Like, it is unreal how realistic that is. But we are looking at the side, and Mario for the side of Spain is holding that FC, but he is versing Karcher, Nope, JK, and Amamiya right now. So
yeah, slight advantage for South Korea after the first tricky section here, but I mean, could definitely go. Well, look at that cursor! Oh my god.
Yeah, Amya's looking so nervous. I don't know if it's just the nerves or it's how he aims, but his cursor is, oh my god, it's definitely nerves now. If he could pull this off, oh no, there's I've never seen that before. There's just no chance. The map is too slow there. And that's just what it is, you know, OWC nerves, happens all the time. But Verichu is building up his combo again, and there's a bit of room now for Spain. See if Nope K and Karcher can close this one out.
Honestly, if you're ever going to have a miss like that, it looks like now's a pretty decent time to go for that when your team is doing pretty well. Nope K, JK, and Karcher just still going on, and not much else of an answer. I mean, Verichu, like, at least recovered. Antonio was well recovered from the early miss, but we're about to get into the hardest section of the map here with some extremely long sliders, and we'll see how that goes. We've seen a lot of misses on these.
Oh, that big slider was necessary for Amir Sheikh. Definitely sorted out there, but Nope K and Karch is still looking solid on this map. It's the first map, the Nomad 4. This is one of the hardest maps in the pool, but Eternia and Beretru looking solid on this as well.
Yeah, that's a solid point for Korea.
Yeah.
But Nope KJK, Karcher, I mean, definitely the two people you'd be looking at for this type of map. I'm surprised Nope KJK actually didn't even play Nomad 4 in qualifiers. I mean,
Yeah.
it looked like...
I mean, look how they made it look so easy. That map is so hard. I think that's probably
yeah.
one of the harder maps in the pool, and 298 FCs on that is crazy. You see Armia's definitely, looks like the nerves kind of got to him a little bit on that map there, but Spain had some really good scores as well. It looked like Beretru and Antonio really could, and Mario as well. They were really hanging on that map. So, you know, if they just hold that combo a little longer, they really give a good run for Korea, good run for its money here. They're gonna quickly pick DT3 though, so it looks like they've got their game plan sorted.
Yeah, that very first map in OWC always hits you real hard. So hopefully it gets better from here
My
on
favorite
out
thing
for them.
is watching the rookies play. You know, how's their first map gonna go? Because at least in my case, you always look back on that sort of thing. It's like, how did you play in your first OWC map? You know, so.
Now on the side of Korea here, I think we're going to be seeing Nongsa, which is also their first time being here. They are essentially just a DT specialist, and they're pretty good at that. They top scored their team on DT3 in qualifiers. Might be seeing Zayson come in as well if they're here. I think they're also basically just a DT only player. But I think Zayson you would think of Zayson as someone of a more, like you need a higher BPM pick. This one is only 240. So it's not. I'm not sure if it really fits within his specialty. It's way more accessible, but it looks like they do play him regardless.
Yeah, it's more so one of those things where as this slot gets a little harder, you'll see him perform a lot better, like relative to the people around him, because he is one of those really really fast players. But as it is that early stage, a lot of people should be quite comfortable on this sort of map. It's not too bad, but yeah, it certainly does push the DT and that figure control all the way. I think it's 240.
Yeah, this is 240. You're going to be seeing Abe Avan come in for this, which I guess they do play some of the DTs. They didn't play this one in qualifiers. They had Alvaro there instead.
He did do really well on the. It looks like the one DT he did play in qualifiers he FC'd. So
yeah. I mean, this map is quite similar, I would say, to that map as well. The DT2 that was in qualifiers. It's not too far off. So.
This one, you really want to keep an eye out for those high axes. If anyone's getting 98, 99 on this map, it's very impressive. It's such a hard map to act. Karcher is going to, of course, hold on to that SS with Zayson. All players getting through that intro relatively unscathed, and all of them having really high accuracy means that we got a good map on our hands here.
Funnily enough, on this map, I'm actually looking at like the cooldown sections for misses. I think it tends to catch a lot of people. There's a lot of like snappier or like almost like linear aim in one of these patterns that I've seen a lot of misses on. So we'll have to see how that goes. Manolo fighting the first one though.
Yeah, the slow parts of this map can definitely catch you off guard. So you kind of let go of your focus because it doesn't sound too intense, but the mapping's still kind of intense. Very tricky.
Alrighty though, pretty noticeable act difference on the side of South Korea. Looking really, really comfortable on this one. Right here.
Oh,
right, there's one, there's two, there's three.
Yeah, it just catches everyone.
It's the same section as the first time around. But it's like a slow part of the song, you don't expect to have to pay attention. No, you do.
Yep, it can just catch you off guard. Mario and Antonio are the only FCs left for Spain. They have to go against Nongsa, Karcher, and Zayson. All of them looking really good. 299s on the board. Mario's barely hanging in there with the 93 and Antonio with the 95. The accuracy matters a lot on a map like this too. Zayson and Karcher are looking like peak OWC form in this map right now. Mario's going to finally find that slider break. Looks like he's going to put up 3.4 mil. This is a really high team score on a map like this too. It's just Peresia who's not...
It's just that one miss that they found. That's
One?
still a pretty good team score.
That is a monstrous team score. I don't think they had anything. I think they had 4 mil on one. Yeah, 4 mil on the DT1 and qualifiers. But South Korea, like, that was the opponent's pick as well. So they're looking got to be feeling very confident with themselves. Got to be feeling very good after taking that breakpoint away.
I think Parisia and Nongsa as well. That's their first map being played in South Korea in OWC at all. So.
Oh really?
Pretty good first showing from them.
Awesome.
I do believe so. Again, there's so many roster changes every year. It's pretty hard to keep track. But yeah, I do believe both of them are new. Solid performance.
Yeah, they always step up to the plate. Not a bad pick from Spain. They had 2 really good scores on that one. Just looked like they couldn't get a solid 4 on that map. See if South Korea changed the strategy. They did open with the Nomad 4, the tech map. Very hard map, but Antonio was kind of matching them. We'll see what direction they go for here.
And for okay, so it looks like it's Iana Watsukai, the Fremont 1. Pretty standard weird aim pick. I think on the side of Spain though, I'm kind of looking at maybe Nomad 1 for them. Nomad 1 was pretty close in terms of score. I think Spain's in a bit of an unfortunate situation with this pool exactly because one of their closest maps is the Stamina DT map, which this pool does not really have. That was DT3.
Yeah, that was
it was kind of a mix of everything. DT2 this week is not a Stamina map, so I think that plays a little bit against them, right? It's the pick that they probably would like to go for if it were to be a regular Stamina map. Unfortunately, it's just not, so I think they're going to have to look for alternatives.
It is it's sort of like a dynamic pool where it won't be exactly the same every time, but you try to get the skills and mesh them together. But looks like South Korea is going to go with this free mod 1, and free mod this year is very interesting. There's been a new slot added to that free mod pool, with it like the No Mod 5 sort of moving down to that slot, and now there's a lot more risk going into the free mod. Like, is picking hidden, giving you a lot of information about how good the other team is at hidden and stuff like that.
Yeah, but in round of 32, I think you're just still going to see a lot of overmodding. On this map specifically, it's probably the easiest, it's the easiest and most comfortable free mod map, so I think we saw Canada play 7 mods on this earlier, which is
oh my
the max
God.
that you can play, so...
7 mods? Yeah, I was wondering what most teams would prefer to take on this. I guess if they're good enough for it, they would just take Hidden Hard Rock, and... yeah, it's a really well done map. Credit to Alden for this one.
I think you're probably looking at Nope KJK playing the hidden, and then I think Enharmonia is their hidden player on the side of Spain. I don't quite remember. It's the first free mod map we're going to be seeing them from this year, so I do think Enharmonia was actually able to play Hidden Hard Rock pretty well, so maybe they prefer to put him on that. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. What is the mods here?
Yep, there we go.
Oh, there's a lot of mods. So there's the double Hidden Hard Rock, triple Hard Rock on the side of Spain, with 2 of them running hidden as well, as Manila is going to be that hidden carry for them there. And South Korea going very limited on the mods, just 1 Hard Rock, 1 hidden, and Army is going to be the one rocking hidden. He did have that very shaky performance on his first map. We'll see if he's kind of adjusted to the OWC nerves a little bit here.
Yeah, I actually think this map modding it doesn't make the map too difficult, and this is definitely the most overmoddable map you're going to see in OWC, I think, like of all the remaining rounds.
Of all of them, yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. There's not that much like mechanical challenge in this, so Hard Rock is not actually that difficult. There's also not that much reading on it, so hidden also, like if you're a hidden player, it's not that hard. So I think we're going to see a lot of HD tries on this over the course of the whole round.
Ooh, tough start for Spain. They're going to have Manolo breaking and Harmonia as well. Amir has found the break on the side of South Korea, but he's also matching Manolo's hidden, so still advantage South Korea out of the intro.
Yeah, that pattern on hidden is probably the hardest part of the map for those hidden players. So
very true. Is going to find the second break for Spain. Manolo struggling quite a bit on this map with the hidden. Definitely a tough one. Not easy by any means, but Army's making it look pretty good with his hidden, and now it's just Antonio on the side of Spain. We've seen it there time and time again.
They keep missing the same notes on hidden. They're really
Back in
showcasing the hardest
too.
parts of the map for us here. Karcher and Antonio actually finding their first. No, actually Antonio already had missed before, but yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of Spain here, I'm not sure if the overmod was a planned thing for this kind of map, but it's not too uncommon if you're the lower seeded team in the match to just hope that you'll be able to, outscore your opponent. Like Korea's playing bog standard mods. If you assume that all 4 of them will FC, then your only way of winning really is to overmod, right? So.
And we're seeing NopeK, JK, and Worst HR play on those no mods. They just look so much more comfortable than anyone else on this map. They're the only 2s that took free mod, and Amir just looks a little bit shaky still. Karcher looks alright, but those no mod play, having those 2 like almost guaranteed FCs on a free mod like this, it always sort of works out in the end. I never really see the overmodding team win because of the overmod. It usually does come down to the FCs, and HR player NopeK just really proving that.
For sure. I mean, even in early rounds, I think sometimes people forget that you can just run no mod.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a good decision.
It also
from watching Korea right now, it's the only 2 FCs on the whole board is on the no mod players. So.
Yeah, the hidden hard rocks never really came through. I mean, Berichu had a good run at it. And it's just clean from HR and NopeK. It's just nothing more than a walk in the park to them. Just 9 100s, 4 100 FCs on the side of Korea, looking very good on their second pick. Spain looking like very, very all scoring in that mid range right now. But that was the overmod not really paying off for them there.
Yeah, well, this wasn't their pick either, so maybe they have something else to come up with.
What was their first pick? Their first pick was the DT3. You were thinking they wanted more of a stamina map, but I guess the Nomod 2 is like... The Nomod 2 this week is very stamina intensive, I found. It's not really high BPM, but the streams are just relentless and never ending on the Nomod 2 this week.
Well,
They're going to go with Fremont 3.
Banned out, so... Fremont 3, okay. Now, this map, I don't think you'll see anyone overmodding on. This one is very clearly just more comfortable on no mod and pretty challenging on any mod that you add. So.
Yeah, this one's very tough. Like, I don't know if Hidden's easier or Hard Rock's easier, but I'd say it's like the most balanced free mod. Like, they're both just so hard. I'd say probably Hidden's a bit more uncomfortable for most players though.
Not too sure what you'll see in terms of mod. I think on the side of Spain, Antonio will be playing Hard Rock, but as far as their hidden player, I don't think they have one for low AR hidden. It looks like no one particularly did well in qualifiers.
But they have picked it.
Yeah, not too sure.
And, Spain's been very quick with their picks after losing as well, which is always a good sign. It shows that they've shook off the last map and they've got a strategy in place and they're sticking to it. I do like to see that. You don't have the frantic panicking, what are we picking next? The teams that are very well prepared, that they do really well in the end.
I think you're probably going to see Mario play hidden, and then on the side of Korea, I think, well, they did change the player. So who's playing the hiddens now? Because they had Amamiya Kokoro playing the hidden on the last one. I kind of wonder. I mean, they don't have. I guess it would have to be NopeK, JK or Forum. Actually, Forum could play, or Worst HR player could definitely play hidden on this as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what some of these players have in store for us in later rounds with the maps, because the skill level of every player at each OWC just increases. So it always gets me so excited to see what players are capable of.
I specifically like seeing the players that you haven't really seen throughout the year in tournaments and stuff like that, and they just surprise you with how much improvement they've been going through. So that's always a funny experience. There's always that player. Somehow Korea actually finds themselves having a lot of them.
It's always Korea.
They always have some new player that nobody's heard of, and they're just like the second best in the tournament or something.
It's always Korea. But yep, going into this. This is Spain's second pick, of course. This could potentially be their last pick of this round. Definitely want to put one of theirs on the board. Antonio's the guy to watch. He's been the hot hand for Spain today. Who's supporting that hit in. 2 breaks on the side of Spain. Out of this intro, Elvira and Harmonia, both the hard rock players, one rocking that hidden. Nope K is rocking Nomad, and Allegrismo, someone I haven't seen on the side of Korea.
I'm just looking at Forum's accuracy here. Worst HR player just looking extremely comfortable.
Mario. It's only Mario on the side of Spain going up the Titans that are South Korea, as all 4 of them are still holding FC through this intro, through this midsection, as the map does spike a little here.
Yeah, at this point there's not much that you can do for Spain. You dropped most of your combos and no one has dropped on the side of Korea yet, so...
Oh, Korea looks good.
Honestly, Karcher, dude, both of their modded players have the highest accuracies.
Ooh, HR player's gonna find that break. That pad's so spaced. This is such a cool map, by the way. So sick. If South Korea could pull off another 3-way FC and like high 700k on the second map, like this is... South Korea is starting to look like that, like a very threatening team this year. As HR played, 99.7 is his miss, so he's going to end up with 747k, but that team score of 3.6 is nothing to laugh at. That's incredible stuff. 3 FCs there, and on the side of Spain it was really...
My
yeah,
God.
it was really only Mario. Yeah, that ack is ludicrous, seriously.
I don't know, man. I think if you're Spain here, there's just nothing that you can really do against a score like that.
Yeah, when you get such a heavy team score on your own pick as well, it really is like a big blow to the morale. But you know, the only way you're gonna win this is to shake it off and go next. Like, you have to focus on the next map. Can't dwell on the past. But impressive stuff there from South Korea, no doubt.
I would honestly think that I don't think any other team beats that team score on that map.
Yeah, that was not right. I'm pretty sure it was HR player. Was he was the Nomad, the hidden?
He was playing hidden, yeah.
He was playing hidden and got 747. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's impressive stuff. See what South Korea here. This is, of course, match point for them. A lot to pick from. The HR pool hasn't been touched at all. They've won seemingly every map pretty convincingly so far. So risky picks, fun picks are definitely something they could look at. Maybe getting some of their rookies involved.
It's gonna be Nomad 3 though for potentially the last map here. South Korea winning 4-0 so far. Choosing to go for a bit of a more consistency pick here.
Oh, this whole map is so cool. It was like, it looks so hard as well, this map. But that was, yeah, was that Allegrisimo's first map? Unless that's a name change. I don't think that player's played OWC before.
I think
that would have been his first map, and he's FC'd it, which is always really good to have your first map being FC. Just can propel you forward to that next match. Good stuff.
If we're going off of qualifier scores here, it's looking pretty grim for Spain. Some of their best scores on the Nomad 3 in qualifiers are about tied with Korea's lowest. So.
Oh god, it's never good, but anything can happen. You definitely, if you're Spain, at least looking to put one on the board in this match against Korea, but looking pretty tough so far.
They are going with very different players though. Nongsa and Allegrisimo did not play that map. They actually filled in. There's none in this lobby. There was no KJK and Amamiya Kokoro playing for that slot. Okay, they do make one last swap. But we haven't seen Allegrisimo play this type of thing. I think, from my understanding, I think they're just some kind of fill player. They mostly just are here to play DT. But it turns out they can also play this, so let's find out.
Yeah, and I always think that, you know, you're 4-0 up and you, you know, you're kind of expected to win a match if you're South Korea here. Definitely getting some of those rookies involved and having them get a good feel for OWC and what it's going to be like is, if there's ever been a chance, it's definitely now. Test out some of those new players, see how they feel on different skill sets. But we're having a few issues as we get Spain's roster in here. Like we're all started, ready to go. This is of course South Korea's pick and a chance to sweep Spain in this first week of OWC. They've just been playing so well. It's been a real team effort here on the side of South Korea. All of their players have been stepping up. Spain, if you're Spain, this is definitely it. This is the last chance, or potentially the last chance. I love where number 3s have ended up now. These maps are just so much fun to play. So much fun to watch as well, because it's all just cool patterns. Berichu is going to be the first one to find a break out of that intro, but that intro is honestly, I'm surprised it was only one. Still 7 FCs in this map. You know, usually you expect a break to happen anywhere, but Amir Kokoro has sorted out his nerves and he's holding that SS. HR player, of course, with the SS as well, and looks like Mario found a break. So now we're actually 4-2, heavy advantage South Korea as we deal with this buffer. Happens all the time.
Yeah, I think you're mostly looking at some of the guys on this. So was that DC?
No, we're good. I think, oh, maybe Harmonia has left the realm. You hate to see it, but it is looking more so like that's probably been a DC. Could always just be the client. You never know these days, but we can see now that Korea's still got 4 FCs and 2 of those being SSs, the other 2 high 99s. So Korea looking way too good on this No Mod 3 right now. They're all just going to get through this first difficult section, and no one on the side of Spain is holding that combo. So you got to wonder, like, they both dropped their SSs.
This, might just be a client thing. I think.
Oh yeah.
And Harmonia is still playing. Just had crazy lag spikes. There we go.
Yep.
They're just gonna be a minute behind. Don't worry about it.
The good thing is, it looks like he didn't break during that time, and there he goes. But it looked like he hadn't broken during that that buffer. My bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it would have really mattered, though. I mean,
Yeah,
South Korea, again, they're just doing the things that they do.
This is one of those maps that's like, if you can't play this slightly, you just gotta feed it. But if you can play this sort of map, it's just so fun to play. Antonio and Berichu climb back up with this combo, but against South Korea's wall of FCs, it's looking rather bleak. Amiyat's going to find his break, and looking like there won't be any FCs for him this week. It's just on the other 3 now if they can bring this one home. They all have really high 99s as well. Like, this isn't 3 FCs and a 98. This is all just like, I reckon there's less than 10 100s on all of them.
Yeah, they're looking so comfortable.
Antonio's score is really good too. He's only second to HL player in the accuracy department. It's that first break. Wow. And there it is. The teams at this point would probably see that it's GG. South Korea looking to close this out with a 3-way FC. Maybe get the highest rated score on this map.
Yeah, there's only these 2 sections at the end remaining here. I mean, they've queued up everything in this map so well. I'm not worried in the slightest.
They just put on a clinic today. Karch is gonna find. Looks like he might have got note locked out after that first miss, but South Korea is just looking unstoppable in this first week. Like the scores, I'm expecting to see them number 1, number 2 on some of these maps at the end of the week when we see the results, because they had some ridiculous scores. Another high 3 million, like mid 3 mil. Very good stuff, but unfortunately that will be it for Spain as they drop into the losers bracket. South Korea, of course, sending them their 5-0. GG's come out. Whew. Look at the accuracy.
We're gonna have some client funny business from Enharmonia's buffer here, but they're still gonna get to play and finish the map at least. But yeah, I mean, South Korea, I think I will say like a fair amount of critic from the players that they do no longer have this year, and I think they're just here to just silence everyone, just showing up, being like, oh, we're still just as good, evidently. I think this is probably one of the best performances we've seen so far. We've only seen about half the matches in round of 32, but just from watching them, I think this is the highest team performance we've seen so far. So
that no mod 4
really scary.
Opening up with that no mod 4 and just getting it, performing so well on such a hard map. 2FC's like, it's just Korea, like South Korea things. They do it all the time, and it looks like that will be it for this map, this match. South Korea, of course, taking that round of 32 win. I'll have a look and see who they're up against. It's the winner of China versus Ukraine, which I believe is next, right? I think that match is on either next or quite soon, but we'll pull up the schedule for you guys. A lot of matches coming through in the next few hours as we finish off this weekend of matches.
Yeah, we still have a lot of matches left to go. It's also worth noting, I think I can officially announce this now because it's pretty much all set up. We had requests for a B stream last year for any potential overlaps and stuff like that, and it looks like we are going to be making use of that today. Later on today, where you see Poland, Turkey, and Romania, Mexico overlap on matches. You're still going to get to see both of them now, so you're going to be seeing one of them on a B stream as well. So if you want to announce that, you'll have more details when the matches will actually be live. So yeah, I mean, you won't be missing a single one of these matches anymore, which is great news.
I'd love to hear it. Thank you all for watching, and see you in about an hour from now, yeah?
Yeah, don't go anywhere.